Hello there and welcome to the Bitcoin Takeover podcast. This is season 16, episode 17. We are live with Ben Arc, and this episode is sponsored by Citrea, Layer 2 Labs, Sideshift.ai, Bitcoin.com News, NoOnes.com, and Huddling.ch. Ben is the CEO of Nostr, as well as the lead developer and the creator of LNBits. I remember seeing LNBits when it was just command line Lightning application, and he has been refining it ever since. I think the goal has been to turn LNBits into the WordPress of Lightning applications. And also, we have to announce during this episode that V1 of LNBits is coming this week, right? It's really good to have you again, Ben.
Yeah, good to be back on, Vlad. Thank you for having me. I'm going to have to correct you that I'm not the lead developer. I am the CEO of Nostr, so whatever. But I'm not the CEO of LNBits. I'm the lead mascot of LNBits. Not the CEO, sorry. I'm not the lead developer of LNBits. I'm the lead mascot. There's much better qualified developers in LNBits now, thank God, which is why we're able to come out of beta and go into version 1. We've had a huge code read factor, and it's got these new bells and whistles, which I'll be excited to showcase and show you in a little while. And then, yeah, excited to be back on. Thanks for having me.
So you're telling me that everyone who's been using LNBits so far has been using a beta version and V1 is just coming out now?
Yeah, so I mean, when does a software project go production? So there's lots of software projects within our space in particular where they shouldn't probably go production as soon as they do. But they want people to have faith in the software which they're running. So they say that they're production software and they have a version 1 and then version 2, whatever. Whereas for us, we were always very conservative about it. We were like, can we in full faith say to people, you can use this and there's not a risk of you losing money? And up until now, we couldn't. So yes, lots of people have been using it, and there's lots of companies and projects who have it in their software stacks. Lots of people use it in production out there. We use it in production as well. But we didn't want to apply that version 1 to it. We didn't want to bring it out of beta until we were fully confident that the software was ready. And it was a lengthy process of agreeing that within the community of kind of core developers who work on LNBits, like that we would all be happy for it to be coming out of beta. And it was we had to find a consensus, meet Bureaucracy when it came to agreeing that it was ready, and now it's ready. But yeah, it's been 5 years of blood, sweat, and tears, thousands of commits, and I think we're at like 8,500 commits. And there's a great video actually on the LNBits YouTube showing what a free and open source project looks like. It's a visualization of all the commits which have happened to LNBits over the years. And when you watch it, you just realize how much work has been put into this thing. So exciting times.
You're saying that it's been 5 years, but I recall seeing a demo of LNBits in October at the Transylvania Crypto Conference. You were there October of 2019. So it's been almost 6 years since you've been working on this.
No, I don't think that was a demo of LNBits. I think I demoed, it was the first LNURL withdraw, and I was doing it through command line, I think, and it showed a QR code on screen, the QR code, and then get the funds. But I don't think LNBits was live then, because I started working on it. It was sort of it was during the COVID period, I think. No, it was before COVID. And then during COVID, then it was a good experience.
I remember you also came to the Lightning conference in Berlin like a month later.
Yeah. No, I think we had the hardware stuff. So, we built some of the POSs and started on the ATM and some of the hardware gizmos. But LNBits wasn't quite I don't think it was being worked on then. I mean, it's clear at the time. So basically, like I was in a bunch of groups with a bunch of other developers, and we're all very excited about this crazy new technology where we can send microtransactions. We can send Bitcoin payments as microtransactions over the internet, not just a third party and privately. And then it was like, what can we build with this? And we're all building our own different projects and then sharing them with each other. But it was clear that we were often replicating work, that you're making a piece of software which sits on top of a funding source and then allows you to do API calls to it. And then you have some extra sort of functionality which does a thing. So rather than replicate all that work, it made sense that we all kind of piled in and collaboratively worked on a common API, which you could connect different funding sources to. So, if you're using LND and then for whatever reason you want to try using Core Lightning, then you could easily just swap it out, and it means that you don't have to refactor anything which sits on top. But then also, it being able to be used as just a UI, so being able to be used as a wallet account system. At that time, there was some custodial platforms like OpenNode and LMPay, which existed, but it made sense that there was kind of a free and open source version of that, which people could run themselves, where they could make a wallet account system. They could offer wallet services to like their friends, family, or local community, or whole world if they want to. And then also make it really easy to build on top of. So, each wallet has its own API key, for example. So you can kind of limit risk to all the funds which are sitting on the node. Because at that time, nodes didn't have, like in LND, you couldn't even do like self-payments, So it was, if you were building on top of Lightning, there was kind of these pain points where you would have to build a wallet account system on top of what, your node first. If you're offering your users wallet services or something. And then we always built in that extension framework as well, so people could then share those little ideas, those little bits of extra slithers of functionality on the software. And then luckily enough, because I got the thing started, because I could see that there was a need for this thing to exist, but then straight away, like it pulled in some great developers like Eneco, who was quite active in the Bitcoin space at that time. And then Fiatjaf as well. They came into LNBits, and later on we end up, we have people like DNI and Vlad and Tal and a whole great slew and Stick from Satoshi Labs at Stick. So we have a whole bunch of great contributors to the project who've seen that it's an important project which needs to exist just to kind of take out the heavy lifting, make it easier to build projects on top of Lightning and Bitcoin. And then also share ideas and share things that you've built through the extensions.
Yeah, and I do like the modularity of LNBits. It's not like a one-trick pony. It's not like a node management software or just a payment software or just a typical wallet. There's so much you can do with it. You can integrate games, you can integrate all sorts of applications. You can turn your wallet into a point of sale. It comes with all of these cool apps that you just add to your account. And that's something which I always respected, that it doesn't necessarily try to be something in particular, but allows developers to build plugins just like WordPress.
Yeah, exactly. So it makes it relevant for everybody then, doesn't it? So and increases your user base. It's a simple wallet account system with a nice API to build on top of. And then you have all these extensions which you can either install through the vetted extension list, which are extensions where we've actually vetted the releases and made sure that the code's not doing anything funky, or you can build your own extension if you want to, or you can go and install some extension which isn't in the vetted list, or somebody else might have a list of extensions which you could connect to and then use those extensions if you want to. But it means that it's relevant for everybody, and with it being easy to build on top of, we get a lot of contributions. We're averaging maybe one or two extensions being contributed a month, which we have to go through and then and check and then bring into the vetted extension list. We're up to about 50 extensions now. One of the great things, so obviously you can use it through the UI, and it's very powerful, but the API is very powerful as well. So if you this is why it's quite attractive to people building projects on top of LNBits, because you've built your project on top of LNBits. I don't know, maybe it's a Telegram Lightning bot or something. And then maybe you're making use of a couple of extensions like the withdraw extension. So your users can do /withdraw, put in an amount, and it will generate a faucet link, which you could share or something. I don't know. Well, if a couple of the extensions I've been working on more recently, I've been working on a couple of gambling extensions, which are a lot of fun, like a coin flip extension. Well, now that exists, if you've built your Telegram Lightning bot on top of LNBits, you can then just install that extension and you get access to all those API endpoints, and you can offer that through your front end. So now in your Telegram Lightning bot, you can do /coin flip, and you can generate a coin flip like you used to be able to do in LNTX bot, which was very popular and fun. So you're always, if you're using it in the stack, you're always benefiting from all this amazing sort of research and development, which is happening within our developer community and all the other people who are building extensions. You can just pull them in, and then you can offer that functionality to your users on the front end. And we've got great extensions. We've got like a bolt swapping extension, so you can swap between on-chain Lightning and Liquid, which is really powerful. And we have the POS, and we've got split payments. And we find, because it's such a nice sandbox and because it's relatively easy to develop on top of, and we're making it easier, as we make it, always work towards making it easier and easier to build on top on. Because it's easy to develop on, we find, and it's a good sandbox, we find that lots of great ideas first happen through LNBits. So, we had the first Lightning POS, we had the first split payments technology. We were the only way which you could run like your own LNURL server for a couple of years. Cashu was originally like an LNBits extension. Nostr partly came out of an extension me and Fiatjaf were working on for decentralized marketplaces. So we find it's a nice breeding ground for ideas, because it's attractive. If you have a great idea for something to build with micropayments, you make an LNBits extension, and now rather than having to point people to some GitHub repo and have them install your software, they can just one click, install, and then it pops up, and then they enable it, and boom, they've got access to the thing you've built. So it's a great platform.
Yeah, and I have to ask, because people have been using LNBits for about five years now. What is different about V1 from a user's perspective?
I mean, it's smoother. So the front end is much smoother than it used to be. There's been a huge refactor in the back end to just get the code to the quality and standard which it should be at for money software. And then the extension framework, we now have the paid extension feature. So a developer can develop an extension and then sell it in the marketplace for, 10,000 Satoshis or something, which is really nice. We've made it much easier to kind of customize, because like our model isn't to go door to door onboarding merchants. Our model is to create a piece of software which other people can run, and then they can offer merchant services to their local town, and they can onboard all the cafes and bars or whatever to accept Bitcoin payments, and they can use those users can then make use of the POS extension, and then maybe the bolts extension to swap out to on-chain to keep their funds safe. And then we want to encourage those people by empowering those users who are running it to encourage adoption, to enable them to make money. So within the LNBits, they can charge like a transaction fee. They can charge for their users to enable extensions. There's an area for them to have like a little advertising link. So it's all about kind of making those incentives and feedback loops, those flywheels, where it's like people, for $10 or something, somebody can spin up an LNBits, and then that afternoon go out, start onboarding merchants, and create a little business in their local community. So it's like, Bitcoiners generally want adoption, and they want to encourage people to experience this amazing payments technology. And then also, they can make some money on it as well. And then all of that goes back into, supporting it as a free and open source project and helping it grow. So that's the way in which we kind of propagate and encourage adoption through something like LNBits. Is rather than going door to door, it's more empower people to run this thing and make it their own. And so we make customizing it that little bit easier, so you can kind of brand it to your own theme. There's nothing worse than if you're using like a free and open source piece of software, and there's these like hard coded links and things which you can't get rid of, and you have to do some CSS, display none, to try and get rid of all these little links. So we don't want to do that. We want somebody to be able to take LNBits, make it their own, pretend to everybody they built this thing themselves. Aren't they a genius? That's fine, because ultimately they're an LNBits user, and they're encouraging adoption, and they're helping Bitcoin adoption. And so we make it much easier to customize. What else do we do? Oh, we've got some crazy tools like I could actually share screen. Let me share screen. It's probably easier. So I'm going to skip some stuff, and then everyone will be cross at me for missing, because obviously, developers spend a lot of time working on this stuff. So If I then go and skip some functionality there, they'll get quite bitter about it. So this is kind of the wallet front end of LNBits, and we've got some like nice. It's a bit smoother now when you're like switching between wallets. You've got this ability, you can put it on the wallet, all the wallets you've got on the top, as opposed to just in the side drawer, which is pretty sweet. You could do things like, you can change the little icon if you want to, for better money management stuff. And then if we head on over to, if you're running this as a service, then if we head on over to users, then you can easily like see the users and do some problem solving with them and your customers. We can keep an eye on the API to see what API endpoints people are hitting, which is a great feature, particularly if people are trying to dox you, people are DDoSing you. And then we've got a payments overview here, so we can kind of see all the payments which are coming in and out of our LNBits server. And then obviously, yes, of course, we've got all these amazing extensions, and you'll just see that the front end UI is that a little bit smoother and a bit more reactive. So these are the extensions this server has installed on it, but obviously, you've got some extra extensions in here which aren't installed yet. And then if I go over to settings, we get like an overview of, this demo server we have running is running on Phoenix D. And then we get like a delta between the amount of coins or the amount of Bitcoin which LNBits thinks it has, and then how much is actually on the node. There's a small disparity here. This one's because I think we took out some funds actually from the node itself. But then we have something like the watchdog service. So we can say if this disparity becomes too much, then shut down all payments incoming and outgoing in your LNBits install, because that probably means you're under attack. So it's really like, not only have we worked really hard to make to refactor the code and then make LNBits, the software, more secure, it's also about the security suite. So it's also about building in a whole bunch of tools. So if for whatever reason your install does become compromised, maybe you leak someone sees you typing in your password or whatever for your super admin account, that there's only so much damage which can be done until the security features kind of kick in. So we have, we can like block IP addresses, we can enable server log, which I won't do. And we can like rate limit requests. So if people are hitting endpoints trying to DDoS you and get into your system, we can block IPs. This person's in the naughty bin because they've been naughty. And if we go over to things like payments, we can like limit the maximum incoming and maximum outgoing of payments from wallets. And then, for generating invoices. And then we have a limiter for wallets. We can charge our service fee. And then cool things. So this is a great feature. Look at this. So often, say in LNBits, we have, like an exchange rate tracker. So we can kind of keep an eye on the Bitcoin price. This is a new feature. You just see the Bitcoin price here. But then also, in your wallet, you have like a fiat denomination, which a lot of wallets have. A lot of Lightning wallets have. Well, in settings, before we were sourcing all those, all the exchange rates from all these different providers in the back end, and then averaging out, what the price of Bitcoin was. Whereas now we have this great tool which is built by Vladstan, and we can actually add or remove different oracles, different exchange rates from this list if we want to. And then this is the thing which LNBits then powers LNBits to be able to do that fiat conversion. But it's actually just quite interesting seeing the graph of the exchange rate. But if you're developing a project on top of Bitcoin, like this is a really powerful tool in itself, is just being able to have to be able to just sort of take an average from all these different exchange providers and then also manage those exchange providers as well. In users here, we can add people to the admin. We can have an allow list, so we can have only these users can actually access this LNBit. So you can lock down your LNBits. Maybe you just want to use it yourself, or maybe you just want your family to use it, or the merchants you've onboarded to use it. And then if we go into extensions here, you can add your different manifests. So this is a manifest for the vetted extension list. If we go over to here, these are all the releases for all the extensions which we vetted. So we've gone in and actually like vetted the code, and that's what's used to pull those extensions into LNBits when you first install it and you first enable and install those extensions. And then I won't click on notifications because I'm kind of worried that I might dock something on here and do an over-the-shoulder attack. But in here, you can have, this is a great tool. You can have Nostr, you can have your LNBits DM you on Nostr, giving you updated information. Like if there's a big transaction, it will DM you, or if your server goes up or down, it will DM you. And then you can also have use it with Telegram, and you can use it with email as well. But that's a great tool. I'm using it all the time. I'm always checking my Nostr DMs on my Nostr client and just seeing how the server is, rather than having to actually physically check in on the server. And then we have things like a way, like a library, being able to easily add images to your LNBits and then use those natively in LNBits for things like your site customization. So if you want to go in here and say you want to have a background image, or you want to change the logos, or even the little when you have a QR code in LNBits, that little image in the center of the QR code, you can customize all that there. So it's very powerful, lots of customization features, a big security suite with all these security tools in, as well as just a much smoother user experience. And also as well, so on security, like if I go to and then if I go to docs, we now have, like, say if this is where you would, where you can come and play around with the LNBits API through the Swagger. We also have the ability to create tokens. So rather than using API keys, you can create tokens with restricted read and write access, which I'm not going to demo too much because, again, I don't want to like leak any tokens, but it's a much more kind of secure API experience. But yeah, it's great. It's a real powerful suite of tools now, and little UI stuff as well. Like we've added the payments tracker to some graphs to the wallet UI as well. And then of course, if you're using the wallet UI mobile version, you can limit and make it look a bit simpler, like you would expect it to be in a mobile wallet. But it's a progressive web app, so you can use it natively in your on your mobile. But pretty powerful stuff. I don't want to fiddle around too much with that server because that is actually our, not production, but our demo server, which we're running and have been running to test version 1. And this is quite important, actually, that there is real money at risk when we're testing this stuff. So we have our demo server. I've got sats on there. And then, I obviously hope they don't get stolen, but it needs to be kind of a bit of a honeypot for people to try and attack, and people do try and attack it. So really, this is the other huge feature which LNBits has, which is maybe less spoke about, is that because people have been using it for 5 years, and because people have been, like Ibex, the bank, was using it to offer products and services, there's all this hardening which has happened from real world experience and suffering, which you can then benefit from. You're benefiting from those 5 years of hardening of LNBits being out there in the wild, people running it, their servers being attacked. And now we've built, all that, we've fixed all that. We've kind of, all that hardening has happened to LNBits, and then we've added the security suite on top as well. So makes it very attractive to people building a Bitcoin project. Because if you're building some service, maybe you're doing, I don't know, paid video streams service, built on top of Lightning, you're going to have like a dozen exploits straight off the bat, particularly if you're adding things in like LNURL payments, because there's a whole bunch of race conditions and issues which they can have. Well, that hardening has happened to LNBits. So yeah, a lot of fun.
Yeah, that was a very fun demo that you just showed. I feel sorry for the people who will listen to this on Spotify, so I recommend that you check out the YouTube video. You're gonna have a more in-depth presentation that helps you understand how LNBits works, but at the same time, it's just simple to go to lnbits.com and try the features, right?
Yeah, if you go to lnbits.com, there's a link to our demo server. It's the demo server, so please don't put, just put some sats on there just to play around with. And we've said this for years, but it's amazing how many people use it as an actual server and start. Yeah, we've had issues in the past with people. So I think in the future, what we'll probably do is run the demo server for like a week and then just shut it down, and to take everyone's sats on there and just rug pull everyone every week on our demo server, just to like encourage people not to leave their money on the demo server. Yeah, we try and make it as easy as possible to spin up. So again, so in version 1, there's like an app image you can just pull onto your VPS and then just run the app image and it will just spin up super fast. We have a software as a service product from LNBits, the company. Currently, that's not in testing, but it works and you can use it. But it's the older version of LNBits because we haven't released version 1 yet. And then also, it's not something we have like a full-time DevOps team, which we should probably have managing that service. So it is like, use it at your own risk. But if you want, you can go on there and you can spin up LNBits on the software as a service. And then over time, shortly, we should be making that service a little bit more professional so you can rely upon it. So ultimately, yeah, you could just go to LNBits.com and then use the software as a service to spin up an LNBits. And then maybe fund it with like a managed node such as a Phoenix D or a Greenlight or something underneath it. So it could be a really easy and straightforward user experience. But for now, if you want to go play around on the demo server, then feel free. And then also, if there's anyone out there we have 2 days until we release version 1. And if there's anyone out there who wants to do some testing on the last release candidate we have, which is RC10, then pop over to the LNBits repo and install LNBits RC10, play around with it, and you won't find any big bugs because obviously they've all been patched. But if you find any little things you think we should tweak or whatever, then please report them. We've got 2 days left until release.
That must be exciting, right? You've been working on this for such a long time.
Do you know what? It's when you actually just use the software, you get excited about it. So because we're building on it all the time, and quite often I sit there and I just play around the software. I just think this thing's flipping. It's so powerful. Like, it's such a powerful piece of software, and it's so light, and it's so snappy, and you can run it on like the cheapest, $3 a month VPS, and it works great. I think the demo server I've got on like a $3 VPS. Yeah, it's and building extensions as well. I made a cool extension because I had this, I don't know why, I don't like gambling, but making gambling software is pretty fun. So I made the coin flip extension, and then I got excited and I made a lottery extension. So people could pay an invoice, you give it your LN address, pay an invoice, and then on a given date, it just picks randomly somebody, and then it just pays the funds minus the registration fee. Well, I made like a new version of that, which is like the numbers, the numbers racket, which was very popular before countries had their own lotteries, which is where you would, so say in the US, for example, I think in New York, there was the racetrack in New York, and it generally made, hundreds of thousands of dollars a day or millions of dollars a day. And you would bet on what the last 3 numbers were in the amount of money which that racetrack had made. And people would take bets, the day before the numbers were released, and then whoever won those numbers, you would then, win X amount. So I made a numbers kind of lottery. So you give it an LN address, you pay an invoice, or you give it an LN address, you select, well, as an admin, you go in and you say, okay, this is going to be a 2-number kind of lottery, or it's going to be a 3-number lottery, or 4-number lottery, or 5-number lottery. And then that determines the odds. So if it's a 3-number lottery, you're going to win 100x or whatever, which you pay. So that you then pick a number like 1,000. You would win 1,000, so 1,000x. So you pick a number between 0 and 99. You give it an LN address. You pay an invoice, and then the lottery closes on a date. And then when it closes, it gets the previous block, Bitcoin block, and then it creates a number based on the last numbers of the hash of the last Bitcoin block, or the most recent Bitcoin block when the lottery closes. And that's how it generates that number. So it's like the numbers racket, except instead of having a racetrack numbers, the amount of money a racetrack makes as your oracle for the numbers, it's using the Bitcoin blocks to get those. So that was kind of fun. Anyway, I made that, and I was playing around making that extension. And I was like, it's so easy to make an extension now, because there's so many examples of other extensions where you can go in and you can, just clone them and then rip out the functionality you don't want and put in the stuff you do need. But then also it just works. Like it's just snappy, because we're but there's loads of web sockets in the background now for verifying payments. So like when you make a payment, it's just whoosh, it just works. It's just nice to build on, and it just works well, and it's dependable too. Those first few years of LNBits, the server would crash. You'd have to keep kicking it to wake it up. And then sometimes if you made a payment, it wouldn't, like, you'd have to refresh the page for it to register. And there's just none of that shit exists anymore. It all just works so well. And that really is a credit to the incredible developers we have in LNBits. As I said, I'm the lead mascot. I'm not like the lead developer. We've got great talent in the room. And we're very lucky to have such great talent, talented folks who work on LNBits.
Yeah, I gotta give some love to the chat. There's Tom Dwyer, who says, LNBits rocks. The plethora of tools is incredible. What safety guarantees can LNBits provide for plugins? And is there any code review to prevent someone uploading malicious code? Love you both. There's also BTC.
Let me answer that one. I'll
Okay.
answer that one first, or else I won't be able to keep track. So as I said before, we have our, it's kind of like WordPress in that if you create an extension, you submit it to WordPress, and then someone verifies the code, or a group of people verify the code, and then it's allowed to be included in WordPress. So it's kind of like that, but a little bit more diligent, obviously, because it's money software. If you create an extension and then you want everybody to have access to it when they first install LNBits, then you need to submit it to the vetted extension. It's a GitHub repo. You just submit it. You make a pull request to our manifest where you add the extension, your repo, and then it's a hash of the release. So we can then go over to the release, pull the release, hash it, make sure the hash matches, and then we can verify the code. And then when LNBits installs that extension, it's pulling that exact release. It's not pulling another release. It's pulling the exact release which we vetted. And then when it comes to the vetted extension, the vetted extensions in LNBits, we need 3 of kind of the core developers who work on LNBits to sign an extension or a release of an extension off in order for it to make it into the LNBits kind of marketplace. But then ultimately, if you're reckless, you could just go pull the manifest off some forum somewhere and install it into your LNBits. But I mean, obviously, be careful doing that because it's risky. Although if it's, so we have like some users, and there's the Bitcoin beer tap people, and they've got kind of a fork of the Bitcoin Switch project where it's an automated beer tap, and you go and pay in Lightning, and then it pours your beer for you. Well, they have their own custom LNBits extension, which isn't in the LNBits marketplace, because it's part of their kind of product. You buy the beer tap, and then when you buy the beer tap, they send you the extension, or they give you a link to the extension, so you can actually install the extension on your LNBits install. And that's nice as well. So it's all about kind of being flexible for developers, extension developers, and how they want to share their extensions. Whether they want to share it publicly, keep it private, whatever, it doesn't really matter. Whether they want it to be paid or non-paid, free, whatever, it's fine.
BTC for Plebs on the chat says that he's very stoked for V1. And Cooks, Andrew Camilleri, I hope I pronounced that correctly. He used to work at BTC Pay. I think now he's at Arc Labs. He says, Ben is always such a beast. Starts off with a small explanation, which explodes into 100 demos.
Yeah, is that Cox? Cox.
Yeah, I call him Cooks, but you say Cox.
Yeah, it's a good dude, man. I'm known for, I get excited and then I start demoing, and then someone will ask a question and then I'll start demoing something, and then about 20 minutes later I'll be like, what was the fucking original question? I hope I've answered it. And my response is just to keep talking and keep demoing. But yeah, it's like it's a bit of an issue I have, is trying to be concise and answer things in a simple way. The worst experience I ever had of that was at Bitcoin. So I go to some of these conferences, and then you do your demos at the conferences for new things you've built or whatever. And I went to the Bitcoin Amsterdam conference, and they had the free and open source stage. And I had like a Nostr panel, and then I ran across to my talk on the free and open source stage, and it was an hour-long talk, right? I go in, and like the room's packed. I'm like, well, this is cool. There's loads of people here to show LNBits to and show them how cool the software is. And I get up, I get my laptop, I put it on the thing, and then I'm like, okay, so where's a HDMI wire to plug in? Because I want a demo. And then they said, oh no, you can't plug your laptop in. And if you've got a free and open source stage, you can always plug your laptop in. It's like, I took it for granted that you can plug your laptop in. So I didn't have a presentation. It was just me demoing stuff on my laptop. So I was just stood in front of like hundreds of people with nothing to show them. I mean, there was that I couldn't plug in my laptop, so what am I going to do? So I just stood there, and there's like honestly about 500 people there, or 300, 400 people there, and it was an hour of me like explaining LNBits and then running around the stage and trying to figure out how I can plug my laptop in to show it on the screen. And then it was kind of funny because eventually we managed to do it, but I had to like make a reverse proxy, which the guy at the bar would then pull up LNBits on his laptop and then show it. But it was those nightmares you have where you turn up for work and you forgot to wear your trousers or something. There's anxiety, there's anxious nightmares you have where I bet with you, like you have I don't know, you're interviewing YDI and the audio doesn't work or something. I bet you have those nightmares. Have you had those nightmares?
It actually happened when I interviewed Slush and our audio was not working. You know, the guy who invented pool mining and Bitcoin and the Trezor. And that was so embarrassing.
It sucks. I mean, it's bound to happen in real life. It's the entropy of life, isn't it? But it was one of those nightmares where I think I'd probably had that nightmare before, where you're on stage and you've got literally nothing to show anybody, and there's all these people just looking up at you. But it was one of those real world nightmare situations for demoing. There we are.
Yeah. Anyway, I want to move the conversation a bit into Lightning Network and whether or not LNBits is still custodial and its competition and stuff like this. But before that, let me plug a couple of sponsors. First of all, let's talk about Layer 2 Labs. They're building drive chains. And it's not just some idea that's being presented on Twitter Spaces every night. They actually have the software for it. So you go to layer2labs.com/download. You're going to find the clients for Bitcoin Core, for a big block Bitcoin, for a Zcash privacy sidechain for Bitcoin, for Bitnames, which is sort of like Namecoin, I think, and something like Bit Assets, which is a fork of Ethereum, which includes all the features that you find in Ethereum. And you can download this, and it's on the Bitcoin Signet, if I'm not mistaken. You can figure out how this works. There's also a Telegram channel that's called Drive Chain Talk, where you can ask people to send you some coins so that you can experiment with this feature. And there's another sponsor which is trying to become part of the future of Bitcoin. It's called Citrea. They did the first ZK rollup on Bitcoin, and they're trying to build financial applications which are more trust minimized than trusting BitGo with WBTC. I think WBTC, which is wrapped Bitcoin on Ethereum right now, is like 50 times bigger than Lightning, if not more. There's a lot of liquidity there. It's super trusted. You have to trust that the custodian is going to do a good job. So Citrea is trying to decentralize it with ZK rollups on Bitcoin. And they also have application that they have something that's working and you can download. It's on the Bitcoin testnet number 3 or 4. And it's available on citrea.xyz. So that's CITREA.xyz. Check that out if you're a nerd like myself. And now, Ben, let's talk about the state of Lightning, because it seems like it had a peak sometime in 2021, around the time everyone was enthusiastic about it. And then I think it was in 2023 that Antoine Riard made this reveal that there are some vulnerabilities which are sort of dangerous. It was about HTLCs, if I'm not mistaken. And since then, it seems like Lightning startups have started to fade. I can't think of too many of them that are profitable nowadays. And there's this sentiment that makes people turn their heads to different layer 2 solutions, and maybe Lightning is just getting delayed from happening. What's your take on this?
Building this stuff is hard, and Lightning is a load easier to engage with and do things, run a node in a self-custodial way than it was a year ago. And it will be easier in a year's time. Like it's really, you're creating a layer for microtransactions without trusted third parties on Bitcoin. It takes time and it's hard. And I just feel that, some people, they just get impatient. There's this exuberance when suddenly you've got this new tool and it's like, oh, the reality is this new tool needs improving, and that's fine. That's how it works. But I can see why some people feel the need to look for another solution somewhere else. For me, it's about improving the thing we have, making it work better. And I'm still blown away by Lightning. You know, it's like we take it for granted that you can do a sub-penny transaction instantly over the internet, and for it to be verifiably transact value from one person to another for a sub-penny amount for a microtransaction with no trusted third parties, and without having to reveal your private data. That's huge, like, and that has incredible implications for streamlining and making the world's economy work better. You know, there was a lot of, I think it's kind of incentives, you know, like there's, like you said early on with the Lightning Network, a whole bunch of VCs, for example, piled in, invested in a bunch of startups, companies, projects, or whatever, and then the hard work begins of actually building the things which people are doing. But the next thing comes along, you know, there's an incentive for the people who are driving the next thing to say, oh, this, you know, there's an incentive then for kind of like down talk the success or what Lightning's capable of. In order to kind of shield their own bags, because they're pushing whatever thing they're working on to the VCs, to the users, to whatever. So there's always these incentives against Lightning, and for people to kind of downplay its successes. And then people say to me that not many people use Lightning, but I can't, you know, I use it every day. I'm on Nostr and I'm zapping people, and then I'm doing microtransactions, paying for stuff. And I think that we have lots of users on Lightning. I mean, a lot of nodes went private, went dark. So it's really hard to kind of calculate how many people are actually running nodes on the Lightning Network, and how many people are actually using it. But yeah, it's to me, I'm still blown away and in complete awe of the technology of just being able to send tiny amounts of value through the internet without having to reveal private data and without a trusted third party. And to me, it's kind of the solution when it comes to medium of exchange type payments. We just need to make it easier. And there's a gazillion ways in which you can improve Lightning and make it easier. It just takes time to build those things. And it does go slower, obviously, if you have less people working on solving those problems, which you do if it's no longer the trendy, cool technology in town. I do think as well, like within our world of you know, Bitcoin and whatever, like there's like a oversaturation of protocols, maybe, you know, like it's if something doesn't instantly work, it's like, you know, Bitcoin early on didn't work, and people spent time to work on it, and then you had all these people who got annoyed by it because it wasn't doing the thing they wanted it to do, so they forked off and they made their own protocols. And then a bunch of people stayed in Bitcoin and then continued to improve Bitcoin. And that was important. And it's kind of the same with Lightning, that you just need a bunch of people to stay there, continue to improve it. And if people want to fork off and make more protocols doing this and that, then they can. But for me, like, you know, we build an application. We're building an application on Lightning. You know, it can be interoperable with other stuff like Liquid, for example, or even drive chains, whatever. Like, you know, it could still work on top of pretty much anything, but you know, our focus is working on Lightning Network, because for us that's the number one game in town when it comes to payments and medium of exchange. We're busy just building the application, and that's another point. It's like you can have a gazillion different protocols, but you need people to actually build functional and useful applications, and to stay on a protocol for long enough to actually build stuff which works and works reliably, which we do, you know, with on the Lightning Network, because we're very bullish on it, and I'm still in awe of the power of the technology.
I gotta ask you, because you've been working alongside Fiatjaf on LNBits, and Fiatjaf seems pretty sour about the Lightning Network. So I find this quite a paradox. He doesn't seem to be bullish on Nostr either anymore, even though he's sort of...
He's just grumpy, man. I'll just ignore him.
Okay.
God bless him. No, he's... I love the fact that if you create something like Nostr, you would chill the hell out of it, wouldn't you? If it was your baby and there's all these people using it, but then for him to be like... for him to be fudding on his own creation, it's quite magnificent. No, I mean, I think he got frustrated with, you know, the lack of progression with Lightning and in the Bitcoin ecosystem. But, you know, understandably, like he wants certain things to exist and to be able to build certain things. We had an extension in LNBits for a long time called Hive Mind. And when you opened the extension, it said, this does not exist yet. If BIP 300 gets activated, this will exist. And it was like some sort of social thing. But that's one of Fiatjaf's, and it existed on LNBits for a long time. And I think he just got frustrated with the lack of the slowness of things being advanced on Bitcoin. And the primary focus for him became Nostr for obvious reasons, because it became very popular and it's great, insane technology. But yeah, the world needs creative inventors who create an idea, move on to the next thing, create an idea, move on to the next thing. And I will say that the amount of hours that guy must work to do everything he does. Although he may publicly FUD on Nostr, I don't know, I haven't seen it, but although, like you say, maybe he does publicly FUD on it, he's grinding hard and putting the hours in to build tools on top of it. I think it's probably more if you look at any free and like honest, good free and open source software, it's slow to adopt. Bitcoin was slow to adopt anything. You look at LibreOffice or GIMP or Kdenlive or any free and open source project, because they don't have that marketing team, because it's like an honest project. It's there in the background. You have like a spike of users, you get, because if the thing now exists and they start using it, and then they find it's not entirely user friendly because it's free and open source project, takes a long time for it to become user friendly. And then you find you have your users kind of peter out a little bit, and then it just naturally starts to arc up then your user base, and ultimately it wins as the winning solution because other solutions can't compete with it because of its free and open source nature. And that's kind of similar with something like Nostr. When you see, like for us in Nostr, we were like, okay, Twitter's clearly a bad idea, and this platform can't exist owned by a private company. There needs to be an alternative. And then we built the alternative. And then when the world really needed it and needed somewhere else to go, you had this blue sky thing, which a lot of them moved into. And I think it kind of, we all assumed that they would move into Nostr, but obviously Nostr is that little bit harder to use because it's like an honest, free and open source project. Blue Sky isn't an honest, free and open source project. It's very centralized and the moderation is very centralized. Until Nostr becomes kind of easier to use and more people, I think more people are inevitably going to have to engage with public key cryptography, for example. Like when the world's ready, then we'll see that user base tick up again, because it's such an elegant and great solution for building something like a Twitter. But for now, I guess Fiatjaf and some other people in Nostr, and myself, we was seeing the kind of the adoption of Blue Sky by people who's kind of frustrating, because you're like, well, that's not the answer. This thing's the answer to having a decentralized Twitter. It's not that thing over there, which is quite centralized, just pretending to be decentralized.
But before,
not decent. I don't use the word
Blue
decentralized.
Sky, it was Mastodon. I recall that one being popular at one point.
Yeah, there's a bunch. There was like Scuttlebutt, Mastodon. I think the elegance of Nostr is it's just so simple. You just got these things relaying data, and you've got these WebSockets connected to them, and some public key cryptography. And then it's like, what can you build with that new paradigm shift, with that new topology? So typically on the internet, your topology would be a server you connect to, and then behind that server is a company or some whatever. Well, the way it works with Nostr is you've got these relays, and then you're sending and sharing data, and those relays are just relaying that data. So it's like, rather than say, okay, Nostr is a social networking platform, it's like, no, well, just with relays, relaying data, WebSockets, client software with public key cryptography, what can we build? And to me, that transcends just social media, for example. Like one of the most inspiring, interesting projects for me on Nostr is the Nostr IoT stuff, which like Black Coffee's leading at the moment. And it's just being able to DM essentially devices in your home, tell them to turn on, give you a reading or whatever. But it's so intuitively simple. Like if you're running an MQTT server or whatever, like it's fiddly and a pain in the ass. You have to open ports on your home network, blah, blah, blah. With this, you can have self-custodial IoT solutions, and you can have IoT hardware in your home without being worried that it's snooping on you or harvesting all your network data. in a way which is very user-friendly, easy, doesn't require you to open any ports on your home router. So it's a superior solution when it comes to private self-custodial IoT. And it's great for me because I love the idea of IoT, but then I can't use the thing because it's either too fiddly or you have to rely upon a private company. So that's like an example of like something else which is completely different to something like social media, which you can build. But then it's interoperable. So yes, it's not social media, but I have my Amethyst, client on my phone. And like I said before, my LNBits can DM me and give me service updates about my LNBits install. And similarly, Black Coffee showed me a demo in his house. So he, of course, he made me a cup of coffee when I got there because it's his name, Black Coffee. And the way he did it is he went to his coffee machine and said, make me a cup of coffee. And then boom, it made him a cup of coffee. That's quite interesting too. When you start marrying some of these things up, like maybe an AI agent with IoT, and then you can just literally just chat to your house and say, oh, turn the lights on and off, turn this and then it will just translate that data for you. And so I just think that the amount of development and research which is happening, enthusiasm which happens in the Nostr world and the Lightning world, it shouldn't be underestimated. Like there aren't other solutions with that level of enthusiasm and that amount of great minds working on solving problems, coming up with ideas, building stuff. So yeah, everyone keep an eye out for that, the Nostr IoT thing. And then other applications too, like, you can build all sorts. Like one of I think it's like the third issue on the original Nostr repo, which I posted back when there was like 10 of us working on Nostr stuff, was like an Uber built on Nostr. I still want that to exist because it means that, Uber could become kind of like a commons as a platform. And then similarly, you're just using that client to book a cab or find a cab which is near you. But because all the improvement proposals are interoperable, like you can make use of people's social media software, such as the Twitter experience or an Amethyst or Damus or whatever they're using to book a cab if you wanted to. All that client software could be specifically designed to look something a little bit more like Uber. So yeah, for that it could be that I'm DMing. Would that work? No, I don't think that would work. That's a bad solution. But yeah, so I feel like that new topology we have and then also that new topology which has some hardening and has been worked on to the point where it's actually functional and relays stay up and they're able to relay data properly, which takes time. What can you build with that? And I see it replacing a lot of things on the internet on Nostr.
Yeah, there are so many possibilities. I guess I know it's a very common trope, and we've been saying this for years, but we're so early.
Yeah, we are, man. Yeah, like there's people who are now interested in Bitcoin, but they're interested in a way. So if we go back to Bitcoin, so I know we're hopping around a little bit, but so before you could say, oh, we're early and the world doesn't care about Bitcoin, right? Well, now it seems that the world does care about Bitcoin, but it's very much kind of that Michael Saylor, just accumulate Bitcoin, hold it. There's some speculative asset, there's some digital gold, whatever. But there's this great Adam Curry quote, which we had early on in LNBits, which was when he shilled LNBits on. He was doing a podcast on Bitcoin, and he talked about Bitcoin, and he said, oh, so he bought some Bitcoin. He's like, oh, this is cool. And then he thought, okay, what can I do next? So I ran a node and a Lightning node, and then it was like, okay, what can I do next? I installed LNBits, and then the quote is like, holy shit, look at all the things I can do with LNBits. Because it is like that. It's like, okay, you opt out of the banks and store your value in something like Bitcoin, cool. And then when it's there, you then start getting access, or you start being exposed to this wider ecosystem of solutions, like things built on the top of the Lightning Network. And suddenly you realize you could do all this stuff, and then you get excited about it. And then, that tends to be people's like traditional path into exploring the technologies of Bitcoin. And I imagine it will be like that for this current phase of adoption, which we have, where people are discovering its use case as, digital gold. So there's a lag to people then not just being interested in the digital gold use case, but it will happen that people will then go, oh, what else can we do with this thing? Oh my God, look at all the things you can do with Bitcoin.
Yeah, if you ask me, this whole speculative side of it is what makes it more like a Ponzi, you know?
Yeah, totally.
And
It's boring.
I'm
Man.
not sure about you, but it's boring. We didn't get into Bitcoin because of this. I remember the promise that, okay, in the future, you're gonna get a car accident. I mean, God forbid you ever get into a car accident, but let's say that two cars collide, and then there's gonna be a financial transfer between them that's automatic with Bitcoin. I mean, I used to think about this stuff. Now it's pretty pessimistic when people say, well, it's not money anymore. I think it also has to do with regulations and just people adapting to existing regulations because they can't use for payments in some parts of the world, especially the US. There's not much use for that. And right now in the European Union, we also have MiCA, I don't know how you pronounce that, MiCA. And that one basically asks you to provide origin of funds for every financial transaction. And that's why I don't have a Kraken account anymore. That's why I almost lost my bank account. Because these guys keep asking you for proof that you get your money from someplace. But if it's on the Lightning Network, you don't have any, on-chain proof. You can't prove anything. So it's really interesting. I've spoken with Marco Tarman, who is the mining manager from NiceHash. And he told me that they used to have this payment service for NiceHash on the Lightning Network, and they had to sort of phase that out because of ongoing regulations. And it's private. Messed up. Too private, yeah. Unfairly private.
I think with the parallel banking stuff, which the free and open source parallel banking, free and open source money, that people have kind of figured out that Bitcoin's too big to regulate and to destroy. Like you can't get rid of it, right? And then I kind of feel that it'll be the same for payments. Over time, they'll just realize it's too big to regulate when it comes to payments. It's like cash in your pocket. You can't verify the source of funds at all times. It would take a while to get there, of course, but with the process of us getting there is us building the use cases and the tools and encouraging adoption. And people accepting Bitcoin payments for services. So it's just waiting for it to happen. I mean, the way I kind of think of it is, John Nash and his ideal money. So you have this dialectic between sort of fiat centrally controlled currency and then Bitcoin because it now exists. And this is the ideal money dialectic, right? So fiat exists. It needs to compete with Bitcoin. So now they need to make digital fiat. So they look at the CBDCs, they look at trying to make a digital fiat. Bitcoin exists, and it's not in a vacuum. Bitcoin also needs to have synthesis with fiat in that its fiat has some properties which Bitcoin doesn't have, which it kind of needs, like stability, for example. So we end up with a bunch of kind of stablecoin solutions. We end up with, what's that thing which Galloy built, the synthetic stable coins using high frequency trading. So you have like a whole bunch of solutions for trying to, because obviously, you've got the Lightning Network's incredible, but I think honestly, one of its big drawbacks and one of the reasons it doesn't get widespread adoption, particularly in the unbanked world, is stable medium of exchange. If you're, on a subsistence salary, you need that money to be worth roughly the same amount as what you earn, in a month's time when you've got to pay your bills. So anyway, so there's a synthesis which happens where there's some solutions which come into Bitcoin where we can have some sort of stable medium of exchange, but it's still the Bitcoin stack and it's still Bitcoin. And then fiat tries to compete with it by making digital versions of itself. But then as that dialectic continues and you have thesis, antithesis, synthesis, and thesis, antithesis, synthesis, then the eventual ideal money is in fact Bitcoin, because fiat has properties which Bitcoin can't currently compete with, but it will. And then Bitcoin has properties which fiat can't currently compete with, but it will try to. But the one property Bitcoin has which fiat can't compete with is decentralized, lack of trusted third parties, all that stuff. So ultimately the ideal money ends up becoming Bitcoin, but it takes a while for that process to happen.
Yeah, I like your bullishness. I gotta plug a couple more sponsors before moving on, and I did forget to ask you some questions. I'm gonna follow up with them. Check out Bitcoin.com news. They used to be this website that couldn't distinguish between Bitcoin and BCH. Now they have a new team and they rebranded and they're BTC. I think they have much better news coverage than Bitcoin Magazine, to be honest. I don't want to knock too much on David Bailey and his affairs, but it's too focused on Trump and the strategic Bitcoin reserve. It became too political. Right now, if you go to news.bitcoin.com, you have news about Bitcoin from all over the world. There's even something from Hong Kong on the front page right now, which says Hong Kong's SFC issues staking guidance for crypto exchanges and funds. It feels like more of a coverage of the entire space and the entire world, as opposed to just being focused on what's happening in the US. And sometimes I also find coverage about gold, which this year has been a lot more interesting than over the last decade. So if you want to find some different kind of news, go to news.bitcoin.com, and it's actually pretty good. They do good journalism. And there's also SideShift. So if someone offers to pay you in stablecoins or Galois synthetic, whatever, you don't want to hold on to that, right? You want to get free market decentralized money. So you go to SideShift, you basically ask the people who want to pay you in stablecoins to send to a specific address, and then you're going to receive the Bitcoin to your address. And the liquidity is pretty good. The fees are low, and basically it's a convenient tool to convert something that someone wants to give you but you don't like into something that you do like. It sort of solves this issue of double wants. And it's pretty cool. Check out SideShift.ai. I've also interviewed their CEO in the previous episode, and he's a fun guy. You can also listen to him. And I was going to ask you, Ben, what do you think about other layer 2s outside of Lightning? You did mention very briefly that there's this HiveMind plugin into LNBits, so you do like drive chains. You also mentioned that in our previous interview. But what do you think about the ZK-rollups, which seem to be very fashionable nowadays?
I think it's so cool. I want that stuff to exist, but I'm certainly someone. I'm not one of those people who looks at protocol suggestions or ideas and researches them too heavily until they kind of exist and I can build stuff. I'm quite a practical, hands-on type of person, and that's why I was able to engage with Lightning, is because it existed and I was able to build on top of it. So yeah, if this stuff exists and it reaches consensus and Bitcoin as a whole, the community of Bitcoiners as a whole, decide that this thing is good, then I'll definitely build stuff on top of it. But yeah, ZK rollups are a great idea. It just takes time for adoption. But I do hope as well that obviously, people stay and build things on top of those ideas rather than then coming across a new idea which they want to switch on to. So it's I quite like the fact that Bitcoin is slow moving. I know it's frustrating for a lot of people that it takes time for this stuff to get developed, but I really see that analogy just with good free and open source. For me, it's like a bullish sentiment, like something which encourages me when it comes to Bitcoin development is the slowness in adoption of things and the slowness of development, because it means that we're kind of honest. We're like an honest free and open source project which has to find consensus and which is messy. It's like, seeing a sausage made in public. It's messy and it's gross, but you end up with this beautiful sausage at the end of it. And that's Bitcoin and all good free and open source projects.
This sausage analogy is very fun. But
yeah.
I gotta ask you, I've interviewed someone from Albi not so long ago, and they have this Albi hub, which is very similar with what LNBits is offering. I was gonna ask you, what sets LNBits apart from something like Albi hub? And is LNBits custodial mostly, or can you also run it on your own node?
Yeah, I mean, we encourage people to run it themselves, but obviously you can run it for other people as well. I tend not to think too much about other projects which are taking on some of the properties of something like LNBits. Like we were the first project to make that custodial model where you could, the Uncle Jim model. We were the first Lightning project to have like a POS, the first Lightning project to allow you to do LNURL stuff. It's like we just build cool stuff, and then if other projects see value in that and they want to build similar things and similar functionality into their projects, like we've seen more over time that a lot of these projects are taking a more modular approach of having extensions and things. It's just a compliment, really, that we're on the right track, and rather than worry too much, we build cool stuff, and if someone else sees value in that and they want to incorporate into whatever project they're running or building, then cool. It's a compliment. But for me, it's just about kind of looking forward and building, and us lot just building new stuff. And yeah, it's not something I kind of think about in an adversarial, competitive way. It's more a compliment, because you can't do that. I mean, this is the I think you do initially when you have a project and then you see, other projects kind of tripping on your Kool-Aid, and then initially you have kind of an adversarial but hurt mentality from it. It's a bit like when people first started taking LNBits and then wrapping it and presenting it as their own thing, which they built themselves without any attribute or props to LNBits or any contributions back up to LNBits. Initially, it's something which you kind of take in quite a negative way. But then over time, there's just so much of it happening that you would just be stressed out all the time if you were to think about it too much. And then you just learn to see it as just a huge compliment, that we've built a bunch of stuff which is so innovative and cutting edge and good that other people want to have that same functionality in their projects.
I like this friendly approach that you have. You don't want to talk about your competition. I don't think you think about them at all. But I do recall
it's something we should get, because like we're doing for LNBits Inc., the company, we're doing a raise for that, and it's one of those questions the VCs ask. They say, okay, do a competitor analysis. Who are your competitors? And it's always a question which just makes me wince, and I don't like, because I'm like, I don't really see anyone as competitors. Like this. When the whole world's running on Bitcoin, all these solutions are very valid, and people will use them. And our community of developers certainly isn't big enough for us to be arguing with each other. We just pull in whatever ideas are good and use them, and it's fine.
I do remember, and you mentioned it earlier, that some stuff got built on your servers, and maybe you presented this as a joke that you should rug people every month or so just to remind them that they should use non-custodial solutions. But what do you think about the fact that Cashu, which is an Ecash implementation, got built on LNBits? And where does it operate nowadays?
Yeah, I mean, we were very encouraging. Like Callie was working for LNBits at the time, and that gave him the space to be able to work on Cashu. And we were very encouraging of it. And a lot of us worked on the LNBits, the Cashu extension in LNBits. And Cashu itself as well early on. We're like Lightning guys. We like working on Lightning stuff, and it came time for Callie to move away from working for LNBits and then dedicate himself to Cashu. And he's built something. He's built a great developer community and user base for it. When it comes to Ecash in general, it's not something which gets me super excited. But good luck to him, and I certainly see that there are a whole bunch of use cases for the technology, definitely. It's exciting to see the developments which comes out of that space, definitely. And actually, so we had, for a long time, that was the easiest way to run your own Cashu mint, was to just spin up the extension and then enable it. But the way the extension was kind of developed was because Nutstash itself was like chopped up LNBits originally. And then, so when you were installing the Cashu extension, you were essentially kind of installing a chopped up version of LNBits into LNBits. So it became a bit of a dependency nightmare. And I think the correct way to have that run, which I will note I always suggested from the beginning, was that Nutstash would be kind of an asset, and then the Cashu extension would then be quite simple, and it would just you would just be running the Ecash mint via the extension, and then it would just talk to the asset. So I do hope at some point, I mean, I'm not going to do it, but I hope at some point somebody builds another Cashu extension for LNBits so people can use it. But yeah, I mean, it's clearly a space which a lot of people are very excited about. You've got Fedi and Cashu, and are there any other projects in the Ecash space? They're the two dominant ones, aren't they?
I don't know, but to me, it sort of defeats the purpose, right?
So with this is there's lots of things, there's lots of use cases. So I think, you know, like a not shit CBDC could be like a Cashu mint, in that people get more private digital money, and it kind of makes sense. When it comes to having private custodianship, there seems to be a conflict there, in that you end up with all of those things we criticize Monero for, that you could have an inflation bug, this and that could go wrong. The lack of evidence, like the not having proof of reserves and stuff, and then also, like, you know, we built and run custodial software, and quite often you need to debug with users forget their accounts, and you need to kind of debug with them, and you need that payment history in order to be able to debug. So it's almost like approaching it from, say, what's in the you know, like for what LNBits does, for example. If you approach running an Ecash mint for that purpose, then it's almost like the private part of it becomes a bug rather than a feature, because it kind of makes running that custodial service a little bit harder. But if you approach it from a different angle, which is, you know, I know a nation state, you know, having Bitcoin reserves and running Ecash mints for their own kind of digital currency or whatever, and if you do it through a federation, maybe using something like Fedi, and you could have so you can have soft currency functions in that scenario, such as being able to create more currency for fiscal stimulus or getting yourself out of depression, or whatever countries need to be able to do. But maybe that federation needs to kind of reach a consensus, and part of that federation could be government, and the other part could be private industry. I think that's really exciting, and I can definitely see a use case for the technology being used in you know, in that use case. And then also things like paid API requests as well. It's pretty cool using Ecash tokens. But when it comes to just kind of running a custodial mint in the Uncle Jim model, it's not something I kind of wrap my head around. But yeah, it's definitely got value, and it's like, you know, enjoy work on that stuff, and obviously we see great things coming out of that space. So
if there is anything that you could change to improve the Lightning Network design, what would it be?
It's just making it easier to run nodes, and in a self-custodial way. We're starting to see some of those managed nodes, like better channel management. So we had oh crikey, what was it? It's like just automating channel management. There's just not enough people working on those solutions. And even like, so with us in LNBits, if you're running it on top of LND or Core Lightning, then there's actually a node manager built in LNBits which you can enable, and you can manage your node through LNBits. And the reason we built that was because every time we ride the Lightning, it would like crash our server, which was crazy that us working on a wallet account system with extensions would then have to go build a node manager into the software, because there wasn't kind of a good solution out there. There's better solutions out there now, but it just takes more time. And I think, like, you know, having something automatically manage channels, I think something like bolts is really exciting over for, you know, subatomic swaps between different layers. So you can cheaply balance the channel using like a liquid swap going in and out of a liquid wallet, for example, and it's very cheap. That's exciting. Channel factories, like not being dependent upon using an on-chain transaction, obviously, to open and close a channel. That's very important for Lightning, to give more people access to Lightning. But the issue is cost of channel creation. If channel creation and curation is cheaper, like way cheaper, then Lightning Network works a lot better. And the way you get there is through things like channel factories, and then making channel balancing more automated. And when we have those features, it'll be a lot easier to run a Lightning node and put it into kind of like an autopilot mode, and for it not to cost you too much as well. I think actually that's probably where the flood on Lightning first started to happen, was when Bitcoin on-chain transactions, the cost of a Bitcoin on-chain transaction started to go up and everyone's Lightning nodes started breaking. Because they had like, hundreds of channels, which they didn't want to close because it would cost them too much. I think that's where people first started to become a bit disenfranchised with the technology. But I mean, I remember going to when Lightning was first mainnet, and at the first Lightning Hack Day in Berlin, and everyone was discussing channel factories and how we needed channel factories. And it's just, there's not enough people working on that stuff. You're talking about a handful of people, literally. Well, maybe you can count them on two hands of people working on on something which is so important for the technology to work properly. So that's the thing I would like to see more people working on. But again, it's not, the reason that's slow is it's not really profitable. You've got like, you're not going to get VC funding to set up a business building channel management software at this stage. So it's going to take a little bit longer for those pieces of the puzzle to be worked on and fixed, but it'll happen. It's just time. As I said, in a year's time, it'll be so much easier. I mean, Phoenix D didn't exist this time. Well, how long has that existed for? Like a year or two? And then Greenlight similar. Well, it's, in a year's time, what we're going to have, and how much easier will it be able to run Lightning nodes? And for us, it's just kind of, and it's always been the way in Bitcoin, I think, as Bitcoiners, that we're building in preparation of when the world wakes up to Bitcoin and needs Bitcoin. And needs to be able to just switch or use it. And I feel like we're kind of getting there. We're getting to the point where the world could switch onto Bitcoin. But yeah, it's great if we have a little bit more time to make sure that the tool set is more developed before the world needs it.
I actually got an answer to one of my previous questions, which was, what's the difference between LB Hub and LNBits? BTC for Plebs says the difference is that if LB Hub's Nostr relay goes down, you lose the connection to your wallet.
Oh, yeah, it uses Nostr Wallet Connect, which is a cool technology. I'm not sure on throughput. We have, and then it is a great technology. If you're using, I think maybe it's a little bit more limited, the amount of users. I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm sorry, but if the amount of users you have using it, if it's a little bit more limited, because depending upon relays can be a little bit tricky. We actually have one of the updates we want to make to LNBits is we have all these funding sources. We've got like, I don't know, 20 different ways in which you can fund your LNBits install or close to. What we actually want to do is pull that out completely. There's its own kind of library called Conduct. And then that'll be your funding source part of the software. And then you can run that anywhere. And this is from real world use case in that we were helping, what's it called? The place in Roatan. Oh, bloody hell, I've forgotten what it's called. It's like a, independent city thing. We were helping them run LNBits and Bitcoin. And for legal reasons, they needed like full custodianship of their Bitcoin to the point where they couldn't even run a node on our infrastructure on a VPS. They needed to run the node locally. So the idea would be that they could run the node locally. They've got this Conduct software, and then that Conduct software creates a WebSocket to LNBits, which is running somewhere else, and then the data goes back and forth between Conduct and the VPS where LNBits is running. So like if you were installing LNBits, it would install both packages, but the idea of kind of separating out the Conduct side so you can put that anywhere and you could even put it locally and then create a WebSocket. That's cool. And it's kind of similar to Nostr Wallet Connect, I suppose, but you're not relaying that data through a Nostr relay. We have a Nostr Wallet Connect funding source, and we also have a Nostr Wallet Connect extension as well for LNBits, so you can connect your Nostr Wallet Connect or your applications which can use Nostr Wallet Connect. You can connect them to your LNBits installed. That's in the review process at the moment. BitCarrot is updating that to version 1, so it's can work with version 1, but yeah, it's a great technology, and that came out of the LB space, the Nostr Wallet Connect idea. But I'm not sure about if you've got a very busy server with lots of transaction data happening, how well that would perform relying on those public Nostr relays. But I suppose you can always just run your own Nostr relay.
I was gonna ask you, you've been working on LNBits for, as you say, 5 years. What are some of the main takeaways, or what would you do differently if you started today, given the experience that you accumulated?
It's a good question. I think it's been pretty successful, to be honest, and like way more successful than I ever would have thought it would be. I'm just very happy to be, feel very privileged to be part of the experience. To start something and then see it grow to the point where it's no longer like a hobby project. It's a production-ready, professional piece of software which has all these crazy use cases. Like that's an amazing thing to see happen. I guess I don't really think I'd do anything differently. I think it's been a great ride, and like the developer community is great. Maybe getting paid extensions in there a little bit earlier as an extra little incentive for people to develop extensions would have been cool. But I mean, everything kind of building this stuff takes time, and everything happened kind of as quickly as it could, and so yeah, I haven't really got anything I would change. I don't think about the journey. Maybe supporting, because like obviously Nostr came out of LNBits, or partly came out of that LNBits, that Diagonally extension, and then Nostr for me was kind of like a break from Bitcoin when I was working on Nostr stuff. So when I made the Twitter clone and those sorts of things on Nostr, and before kind of Jack Dorsey came along and validated that Nostr was worth spending time on and working on, it was always kind of a bit of a slug getting everyone else to agree to work on Nostr stuff in LNBits. It would have been nice if we'd maybe built some Nostr extensions earlier, I suppose. But then in saying that, you can't force people to work on stuff which they don't see value in. So yeah, I don't think I'd change anything. I think I feel very lucky and privileged that it's gone as well as it has for so long.
I gotta give a shout out to Vlad Stan, the other Romanian guy who's working in Bitcoin, and he's a contributor, one of the most major ones in LNBits. Met him a couple of months ago when I was visiting his hometown, and I think he started watching this because I sent him the link, so I hope that he's watching. He better be watching because Ben, you also mentioned him a couple of times in the beginning of this interview. Also got to plug noonce.com, which is a peer-to-peer marketplace for swapping gift cards. It's designed in a way that empowers the global south, but also has a fee structure that allows every participant to get their own cut. So if you have any gift cards for sale or you want to trade your coins peer-to-peer, go to noonce.com. There's also a Visa card that you can get for spending your coins. And they also have other ambassador programs and stuff that you can find. Their CEO, Ray Youssef, is previously known for building Paxful, but now he did something which is more aligned with his values and more oriented towards a mission. And his mission is to make the global south more powerful and open to having this sort of trade. I wonder if they listed Lightning, but I'm not sure about that. Maybe I should get you two in contact. And there's also hodling.ch, which is a Swiss service for self-custody. If you have a lot of Bitcoin or you're part of a company that's going to buy a lot of Bitcoin, it's a bad idea to entrust the CDO of the company with managing the keys. Maybe you need a hardware wallet, maybe you need a multi-sig, maybe you need Shamir secret sharing, which is another scheme for splitting your seed. There is no universal answer to all the problems, so these guys will offer you the right kind of consultancy to direct you towards having the best sort of self-custody for your particular needs. Check out hodling.ch, that's what they do. And they also give free advice in a previous episode that we recorded. I think it's season 15, episode 50-something. Check that out. It's with Polto and Darko, the co-founders of Hodling. And thank you for sitting for my ads. And now, Ben, I gotta ask you, why do you think that some businesses are giving up on Lightning? I've interviewed previously, so in the previous episode there was this guy who is the CEO of Sideshift. Sideshift was one of the first exchanges in the world to integrate Lightning. It was useful for people. I think they're also part of the Liquid Federation. People were using Sideshift for doing these submarine swaps, which means getting their Bitcoin on chain from Lightning or vice versa. And they stopped supporting it. And it seems to be a trend that Lightning is not as cool anymore. And people are looking for other layer 2s. And I'm curious. So we did discuss this briefly like an hour ago, but I'm curious what you think is the solution to make Lightning attractive again and increase the adoption of Lightning.
I think just build stuff like with Nostr, the Nostr's apps, that's all on Lightning. Yeah, I think just build use cases. It's incredible. Being able to send a microtransaction without just a third party privately over the internet is huge. And we take it for granted because it's existed for a while now. And then, people criticize it, whatever. But I suppose for a lot of ClearNet companies, when it comes to anything which has more private qualities, it becomes somewhat of an issue, the regulatory moat, which you have to navigate, which is why for us in LNBits, that's not something we really have to kind of worry about because we build the space, we build the tools. So somebody can spin up LNBits, onboard the local merchants, and then just fly under the radar if they're in a heavily regulated country. And it's not something we have to worry about. And in the business side of things, it's not something we have to worry about either. But I know a good friend of mine, Tim, who ran LNPay, who's a sort of Lightning service provider, a bit like OpenNode. One of the reasons he stopped that service, or the main reason he stopped that service, was he was like, well, I'm going to turn this into a professional ClearNet company. And then you just look at that regulatory moat of, in New York State alone, to apply for a money transfer license is $750,000. It's a reason that, something like Albi switched from, they had a very custodial business model, the company. And it's the reason they switched to one which is a little bit more like LNBits, of offering software as a service, was just because whatever money they would raise would get swallowed up by regulations. But it's just kind of a matter of time until Lightning is so useful and so used that it's kind of just too big to regulate. But the Nostr stuff's really encouraging for me because, like I said, when you said that there's not many people using Lightning. For me, I'm on there and I'm zapping people all the time, and people are zapping me. And I was actually quite pessimistic about the idea of value for value when it came to things like Lightning. And I think it's just nice to have that, that extra feature. So you can like a post, you can retweet a post to support it, or you can actually send some value through the internet. And I just feel it's kind of a matter of time until that becomes widespread and adoption becomes more widespread. And all you need is one of those bigger platforms to incorporate Bitcoin Lightning payments. But yeah, I mean, running nodes is hard still. It's getting a lot easier than it used to be. But there's still work to be done on that. And I think that might play a factor as well into companies. And they're like, okay, so how much time are we spending on our DevOps running this node compared to how many people are using the thing? And maybe we just stop supporting Lightning Network and it creates less work for us. We don't have to worry about the regulatory side because it's less, it's because it's more private. And then also we don't have to faff around trying to run this node. So and then also, it's when it comes to these companies, if they want to raise money, you go into your VC and you drop in those keywords, the new fad and the new trend in Bitcoin, or just in technology in general, then you're more likely to raise money. And currently Lightning Network isn't one of those keywords. So I think that also plays a factor too. So there's a bunch of stuff kind of working against. I mean, I certainly missed the time when everyone was really super excited about Lightning Network, and we had all this we had all this all of these people wanting to build on top of Lightning Network, but it doesn't make me less bullish. It's just kind of the market sentiment from these incentives which play against Lightning Network.
You mentioned nodes and the fact that they're easier to run nowadays. I think we have these node-in-a-box solutions and operating systems for small underpowered computers like the Raspberry Pi. And most of them, I think they support LNBits, right?
Yeah, so that was the huge factor in our adoption actually was, so Christian Rutzel, he was very entangled with LNBits very early on. He was visiting me in Wales, and we were sat in his Airbnb, and I remember coming up, like thinking about the name for it, and I was like, oh, I should call it LNBits. And at that time, because I'm not the world's most seasoned developer, I was like, oh, I'll probably make it in PHP. And then Rutzel was like, no, you'll not go on the Raspberry Blitz if it's PHP. It has to be Python. I was like, all right, cool. I'll make it in Python. So that's why we built the thing in Python. So yeah, he was quite involved in the creation of LNBits. And also as well, like big shout out to Fulmo and the Lightning Hack Days, which he organized, because that was, for me, that was when I first started developing in Bitcoin, was going to those Lightning Hack Days and just being around all these very encouraging people like Jeff and like Christian, and then all the other people who would attend as well. And I realized that within Bitcoin, as long as you, in the developer community, as long as you make the effort to build something, then you'll find that you get lots of support and lots of people want to help you. If you just you're like, oh, I've had an idea and I'm trying to encourage someone else to build it for me, then you're not going to get anywhere. But if you actually try to build something, and even if it's crap, but they can see that there's some value in there, then people will muck in and try and help you with it. So that's what really kind of incentivized me and encouraged me to start building on Bitcoin was those hack days. So anyway, so Rutzel, as soon as LNBits existed, he was made it so you could install it on the Raspberry Blitz, and there are lots of people running Raspberry Blitz at that time. There's a cool thing which the Raspberry Blitz team are working on, which I don't know if I can talk about too much because I'm not sure how public it is. But yeah, it's the ultimate node solution. It will be the ultimate node solution. But yeah, there's a whole bunch. I mean, I see a lot of people are running Start 9s these days. I hear they're very popular. Again, all this stuff takes time to mature and it takes time to work on. And now these node solutions are getting to a really nice spot. Like with the Raspberry Blitz, you've got, I think the UI which they're working on is going to be great. Yeah, but Start 9, people seem to be very happy with it. Some people use Voltage, and there's just more ways in which you can engage with the Lightning Network. And now with these self-custodial managed nodes, there's more of a becoming fully self-custodial in Bitcoin has always been a journey of effort, hasn't it? So you can go buy some Bitcoin, leave on an exchange, right? Okay, you haven't really got Bitcoin, but you've done something. You've engaged with Bitcoin in some way. And then you can pull that Bitcoin off that exchange and you can put it on a hardware wallet. It requires a little bit of effort. You have to go buy a hardware wallet. You have to learn how it works, and it requires a little bit of work. And then similarly, if you're going to become your own bank and run your own Lightning node, then that requires a little bit of work. It requires a little bit of extra work to be self-custodial. But what I like about, say, the managed node solution, for example, is like me, if I'm onboarding a local merchant to use my LNBits install to accept payments in their cafe, then traditionally they would use my LNBits and my funding source, whereas now I can spin up PhoenixD, I can spin up LNBits for them, just like a couple of lines in a VPS, and then they have a managed node which they don't have to worry about, as long as there's enough liquidity in the node, that and they can auto swap out to on-chain using the bolts extension, or auto swap out to liquid. Their risk profile is very limited. It's self-custodial. They can accept payments. They can do it in a self-custodial way, which I'm not responsible for. And then I can just act as kind of like a service provider and somebody onboarding them. But that's like a nice extra step towards full self-custodial, Bitcoin God is from that journey of you're just using some custodial solution to you're completely self-custodial. There's now there's an extra little stepping stone you can now use on your journey. And I think for a lot of people it is a journey, and it's just decreasing that barrier to entry for people to be able to run things in a self-custodial way over time, which will happen over time.
There is BTC for Plebs on Nostr, actually. He wrote this comment. By the way, you did not repost our little post.
Sorry.
But he did say this should be on Zapstream too.
Yeah, it should.
It should be. But I've been running this experiment with Zapstream. It was not very successful. If there's enough demand for this, I can Zapstream this individually it's not going to be live. I'm just going to take the recording and broadcast it. I know it sort of defeats the purpose, but I can do this for fun. But before this, I've been running this experiment and I just burned my coins. There wasn't anyone watching. It was not the success I expected it to be. So I sort of phased it out over time. But if there's enough demand, I'll bring it back. So,
well, that's that adoption path which we were talking about, isn't it? As people become excited, they try and use the thing. It's not super successful, so you get users dropping out, and then over time, you get that kind of bedrock of users who use it and it works, and then it just kind of goes up and up as the software becomes easier to use. And that's just the typical free and open source adoption trend line which you see happening. No, I'm happy to have been proved wrong about all the value for value stuff with Zaps and with content creation, because I know there's some people. I mean, you're not going to find it with the bigger podcasts, because they're not really incentivized to do it. If like yourself, we've got sponsorship or whatever. But I think especially for some of the smaller podcasts or smaller people starting out, like it's a way in which they can instantly receive some value. It's not going to be loads, but they'll receive something, and it's just a little extra bit of encouragement for them. And maybe that's why that adoption path is the way in which it is, because you have the new people who are native to that technology, which then utilize it as their as they become more successful, and then they carry the technology with them.
So right now, LNBits has come out of beta after 5 years. You're at version 1.0.
No, 2 days. 2 days. With 10th of April. 10th of April, it'll be version 1.
Right. By the time people listen to this on Spotify, I guess,
yeah,
V1 will be out. And I want to ask you, where do you see LNBits in 5 years?
I mean, easier to run. I think it would just be powering. I think everything would just be scaled up, and it would just be powering a lot of stuff. And a lot of people will use it in their stacks, and then it will just be a load easier to run and load easier to set up, and it will have thousands of extensions. That's what I want: thousands of extensions, tens of thousands of extensions, and then just make it easier and easier to build extensions. Have an extension wizard, have some AI shit as well, which can help you to build an extension. But it's really, I mean, this is because some people, they kind of get worried about the AI stuff, because they're like, oh, doesn't it mean that it's going to replace developers in the future? I mean, I don't think it will. I think we overestimate how good AI is. I think it's going to take a while for that to happen. But the LNBits community is very much, the reason it's successful is because it has great ideas. So, if it gets to the point where someone can come up with an idea, and then with the help of AI and some wizard, 30 minutes later, they've built that idea, that still has value, and they can still share that idea. So it's not something I kind of worry about. It's more an extra tool to help building extensions a little bit easier. But yeah, I see in the 5 years' time, I see it as powering a lot of bigger companies, projects. Hopefully, some of the projects which are currently using it in their stacks, they'll be bigger, and then also we'll have thousands of extensions. Yeah.
Do you think we're going to have drive chains by then? And is LNBits basically going to be this interface to transfer coins across these other side chains?
I mean, I mean, there's lots of controversy around drive chains within the Bitcoin community. I personally, I think, I quite like the idea of them. I know there's other people who are more hesitant on it. I personally will build stuff for any technology which is useful, whether it be Lightning or drive chains, and I'll build them on top of LNBits. But it's, yeah, who knows? I mean, it's taken a while for drive chains to get to where it is, but I feel like, yeah, I like the idea of it, and I like the technology. So hopefully we'll get to use it one day in production. But let's see. How is it? I mean, I see the drive chain chat's quite busy these days.
I wanted to ask you, to people who are eager to try version 1 of LNBits, what is something that they should do within the first 2 or 3 minutes of setting it up? What do you think is going to get them very excited about this tech?
Well, first, they need to connect to their funding source, do that sort of stuff, and then go into settings and set the fee reserve, which is a nice security feature, just in case the transaction fee is high. Set that, make sure it's secure. then go and customize it. That's very rewarding because it takes, you know, minutes. There's some videos, tutorials for doing things like that on our LNBits YouTube. But that's quite rewarding because you can take ownership over it. And then it really depends on your use case. I would say the two most powerful extensions for a merchant would be the POS extension, which is great, and then the bolts extension for swapping out to on-chain and liquid. Because you can get it to auto swap, so you can just get it to look at a wallet and then auto swap out. But then, you know, play around with the extensions. There's the jukebox extension. You can connect it to your Spotify account and then create a software jukebox. There's the Streamer Copilot extension, which means you can do have a QR code in your video feeds, and people can pay the QR code, and it triggers little animations and stuff on the screen. There's the hardware extensions, which allow you to build something like the Bitcoin switch. It's like, out of the box, it comes with a lot of functionality. Start small, start with the POS, and then again, we have videos for pretty much every extension on how to use it and what it does on the LNBits YouTube channel. I need to add more videos for the new extensions, but just go through them and then just pick the extensions which are, you know, relevant to you and you could use, and then install them and use them and play around with them. LN Calendar, that's a cool extension, one I'm going to start using, I think. Which is where you can just sell your time slots for Bitcoin in a calendar, and then just share a calendar publicly and people can pay you. So I was maybe going to do some sort of paid support or whatever, and I'll just charge a certain amount per half hour, and then people can just book for some paid support. But no, it's just just have fun with the software. It does a lot of stuff, and it really depends on what you want to do with your Lightning node. I would say the easiest way to start playing around with it is, of course, go and use the demo server and play around with it on there. Once version 1 is released, that'll be on the software as a service, so you can go onto our SaaS and you can spin up LNBits on there and play around with it. If you want to run it yourself, I have tutorials on how to set it up on a VPS. I think I need to update the tutorial because I did a video for someone on the LNBits Telegram chat, and I think I set up an LNBits in like under a minute on a VPS. And I think I could probably get it set up with Phoenix D and a URL and all that sort of stuff, and, you know, secure certificate probably in like 3-4 minutes on a VPS. So I need to do a video for that to show how easy it is. But yeah, just play around with it. And actually, like I always say with free and open source software, running it is the first step towards contribute. You are contributing by running it and playing around with it. And then if there's anything you want added to it, or any features you would think would be useful, then pop in on the LNBits Telegram chat and tell us about it, or go to the LNBits repo and drop in an issue there. Pull requests are very welcome. All the extensions have their own repos. We got a bunch on our the ones we've built are on the LNBits organization GitHub. But then there's a bunch of extensions. All the extensions in LNBits, there's links to their repos. So you can pop into those different extensions and give your suggestions and make pull requests if you want to. But I would say never be afraid or feel embarrassed to suggest something, because I think sometimes maybe some people who have an idea and they want to suggest something, they're like intimidated by like the Bitcoin developer community, because we have great developers in Bitcoin. But I always suggest ideas. You know, they're very welcome. Some of our greatest extensions have come out of just conversations we've been having in the LNBits Telegram group. It's a sandbox for experimenting with ideas and use cases for Bitcoin. So they're very, very welcome. And then, totally check out the hardware stuff too. So we have the MakerBits YouTube channel. That's very rewarding because you can, obviously LNBits is a piece of software which you run in your browser or whatever on your phone, but being able to make Bitcoin payments and then have things happen in the real world, like, this light behind me, for example, you can connect it to Bitcoin Switch, and then when people pay, it would turn the light on. Or we have the Zap Lamp project for this sort of thing where you can get it to turn on every time you get a Zap. I haven't set this one up, but actually that's great, because I had it set up in my previous office where I had the Zap Lamp set up, And sometimes I'd be grinding away on the computer and I get a little depressed and I start to feel sorry for myself. It's a sunny day outside and I think, why am I outside? Why don't I just give up on all this nonsense and go play outside in the sun? And then the little light would go off in the background. Tap, 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 tap. And somewhere on Nostr, someone sees value in something I'm doing and they're zapping me for something, and that's a rewarding. We have the ATM project as well. We have a whole bunch of hardware projects which are a lot of fun to build, and we make really easy to build, like the POS, the ATM, and the Bitcoin switch. It's like Lego. If you can make Lego, you can make these hardware projects. So I encourage people to go and build some of those, and they all work on LNBits too. So yeah, check out the LNBits YouTube channel, the MakerBits YouTube channel, yeah, let us continue to build great things.
I feel sad that I mentioned this so late into our interview.
It's not late. We're going for 7 hours. I've got my Amir Taaki nappy on, and I'm just going to sit here for 7 hours. How did he go to the toilet in that 7 hour stint you did?
No, he didn't.
How is that even possible? He must have been wearing a nappy.
I didn't go to the toilet either. I was just drinking water. But I had a much longer one, 8 hours and 23 minutes with John Carvalho and Eric Voskill. But for that one, I did go to the toilet after 6 hours.
Oh, right.
It was crazy. Anyway, on LNBits.com, you also have a shop section. And you're selling some of the most affordable and cool gadgets that you find in all of Bitcoin. I don't want to knock on, for example, crypto cloaks or whatever, but they're selling 3D printed plastic at pretty high prices. What you have on the LNBits shop is super affordable. It makes me wonder if you guys have any profit at all from running this business.
I mean, so up until when it comes to, we've not revenue profit making, because we can't really do that until the software is version 1, can we? And then the way in which the company side of it. So it's kind of important that LNBits, the company, exists to support the free and open source software, and that it's very successful as well. But like, the company could focus on going door to door, trying to onboard merchants to accept Bitcoin payments, and that could be its business model. But we would hit that regulatory moat, which inevitably you're going to butt up against. And then also there's only, you only so many steps. It's a lot of work doing that. So for us, it's all about empowering like our developer community by enabling something like paid extensions. So, they can charge an extension, and then LNBits Inc. takes 10% of the payment in order to be able to support the vetted extension marketplace, for example. And then giving people easier access to LNBits. So we have the software as a service where you can go and spin up LNBits on our infrastructure. So our business model is and then also we incentivize people to run LNBits themselves. So we make it easy for someone to spin up LNBits and then start generating revenue themselves. So you can spin up LNBits, you can set a transaction fee, you can charge your customers to enable extensions. You can even have a little advertising area inside the wallet or whatever. And we encourage that, so like $10, someone can go spin up LNBits that afternoon, go out, start onboarding merchants and start making money. And for us, that's kind of a better business model. It takes a little bit more time to build in all those incentives and those flywheels, but it means that you're empowering your users as opposed to trying to exploit them. And it's a much more sustainable relationship between the free and open source project and like a business arm. And it's, we're not reinventing the wheel. This has been done. There's a whole bunch of projects out there which have very successful companies and thriving free and open source communities of happy users and developers. And it is very much of that model of empowering users to run services themselves and then also develop for the solution and being able to make a little bit of money themselves on developing for that solution as well. So we've spent our time doing that, really. And a part of that is getting hardware into people's hands so they can use it. So like the DIY hardware wallet, for example, it's like if you build it yourself, you can do it for like $10, $15. You can build this hardware wallet, which Vladstan built, by the way. It's an incredible piece of work. We will probably at some point, of like the ATM, we have the ATM, the DIY ATM. It costs you, a couple $100 or whatever to build this thing yourself, or I think you can buy it from us for like $250. Well, no, maybe it's more completely pre-built. But at some point, obviously with the business arm, we need to stay focused, and our focus is the extension marketplace and also software as a service. But then we have all this auxiliary stuff as well, which we could potentially make money on. And some of those auxiliary products are definitely like our hardware. Like the ATM, currently it's like a DIY ATM you build yourself. But we feel that there's definitely like a prosumer market in Bitcoin of people who want to buy an ATM. They don't want to spend $2,500 on an ATM. They don't want to spend $200 on an ATM and build it themselves. They want to spend like, $800 on an ATM or something, or $1,000 on an ATM, and then they just have a little ATM for their shop. So we will probably have some sprints to make kind of prosumer versions of a lot of those things. But currently, it's really just about expanding our user base. And one of the best ways to do that is just like sell stuff on the shop. And the shop makes money, but one of the best ways to do that is to have it, nice price points on the shop to encourage people to build stuff. And all the stuff on the shop as well, you can just get the hardware yourself and buy it and build it yourself. And like the Bitcoin Switch, for example, you can build that for like $3, and then you can retrofit pretty much anything to accept Bitcoin payments, whether it be an arcade machine or a vending machine, and that's been a cool project, the Bitcoin Switch project, because it's so simple. It's like a couple hundred lines of code. All it has is a WebSocket connected to LNBits. When you make a payment, it just sends a paid a pin number in an amount of time, and then it turns on a GPIO on one of these little microcontrollers on the pin, and you can connect that to a relay, which then turns on something. So it could be anything. It could be to access somewhere. You could make a payment, and then it unlocks the smart lock on the door and lets you in, or I don't know, whatever. But what's been encouraging about that project is seeing what people build. So that is someone built like a newspaper dispenser, sticker dispensers. There's like the beer tap. There's coffee machines. There's all sorts of cool stuff which people have built, and they've based it off that project. So it's like, and that, ultimately that stuff is built on top of LNBits. So it drives users to LNBits. So it's a really nice relationship, I think, between some of the commercial stuff we do, and then also the free and open source community. And ultimately, again, so when we were talking about dialectics before, I envision, this is why over time we've seen that trend of proprietary software-based companies becoming more and more free and open source, is that ultimately, in order to stay relevant, especially in Bitcoin, where stuff needs to be free and open source so people can verify codes, over time, almost all corporations, they will be like free and open source, and then businesses attached to just facilitate users using the free and open source software, and then some of these more elegant monetization strategies which exist inside the business, where it's not exploiting the user base, it's actually like benefiting the user base. And I think that's kind of the trend in business you see happening, and I think that will continue. So I feel like LNBits is in good stead and is on the right track to developing a very successful relationship between those two things. And we're in that lucky position too that free and open source has been going for a long while. So there's good examples of how to do it properly and how not to do it. Odoo's a good example. I run Odoo for my shop, which is like an enterprise resource planner. And that was a great free and open. It used to be called OpenERP, and it was a great free and open source project. And then they created this proprietary arm for it. And what they did is they made an enterprise version of Odoo and a community version of Odoo. And the community version of Odoo was just shit, and the enterprise version of Odoo was great. And then it just pissed everyone off. So all the community left, and then they were like, okay, well, so now they've moved to that model where you can run the software, and then it has a whole bunch of extensions, and then some of those extensions are paid for. And I got one of those, sum up machines for accepting card payments, and so I can connect it to my Odoo. I paid like $250 for an extension. And I was thinking, Christ, that's a lot of money. I'll probably just build it myself. And then I was like, oh no, I won't bother. I'll just pay for the extension, which seemed like quite a lot of money to me, but I actually ended up paying it, and I'm sure a lot of other people paid it as well. And like, if you look at the WordPress example, I don't like it. Always developers in LNBits always hate it when I use the WordPress example because WordPress is such terrible software. But there are some plugins in WordPress which are like multi-million-dollar companies, just the plugins. I can kind of envision that LNBits will have that as time rolls on. There'll be some plugin, some paid plugin, which has all these bells and whistles, and it's his own company. And it's his own company, multi-million-dollar company, but that's just a LNBits extension working, which is the main product of that company. I can envision that happening as well in LNBits. Should be exciting.
For those listening, if you go to shop.lnbits.com, you can find a hardware wallet for about 20 British pounds. You can also find a sweet dispenser. You can put candy inside of it, and then you need to make lightning payments to get some candy. You can get an arcade machine. You can get the lamp that you can see behind Ben. You can get an ATM where you can put some cash and you get your Bitcoin. I guess it also works with coins.
Yeah, I've lost my, I've got an ATM in here somewhere. I was going to show it. But yeah, yeah, we had a sprint on the ATM more recently. The ATM is, I mean, this is the coolest thing as well, when you marry up different extensions and different ideas. So we had the FOSSA free and open source ATM. It was an offline ATM. It uses LNURL withdraw, and it has like a secret inside of it. So when it creates the LNURL withdraw, it has a hash. And then the server can then verify. So when the user scans the QR code to get their coins, the server can then verify that request as a legitimate request and has come from this ATM. Well, more recently, because of bolts, like, so what we built into it was if you've got the bolts extension enabled, when you scan that QR code, if you just scan it with a regular QR code scanner and open the link, you then have the option to put in an on-chain address or a liquid address. And then when you do that, and you get the on-chain funds or you get the liquid funds, what's actually happening is you're doing a subatomic swap using the bolts extension. But what it means is that, and this is why I love LNBits, is like the R&D stuff, right? So what it means is that you can be an ATM provider, but you don't have to have an on-chain hot wallet or a liquid hot wallet. You've just got your Lightning node, and using bolts. And so that's the first, I guess, the first Bitcoin ATM which you can run where you don't have to have an on-chain hot wallet, which is a huge pain in the ass for ATM providers. You just have to worry about your Lightning node and keep your Lightning node safe. So that's the update. So me and DNI have been working on that. Actually, DNI's got some updates to the extension which I need to review, and I feel really bad because I haven't reviewed them yet. But I'm going to get on that later today. But it's cool as well, like it can print a receipt for you as well for the ATM, because lots of people who run ATMs, they need receipts in order for them to be able to be printed. And then also Ben Weeks as well. Ben Weeks put a lot of work into the new FOSSA. He built the case for it, did a sterling job of developing a case for it. He's a great 3D printer, or product engineer, I guess. He also, actually, shout out to Ben Weeks, he kind of came up with a lot of the design of the new wallet in LNBits, the UI, the way the UI works with the graphs and stuff. So big shout out to Ben Weeks for that too. But yeah, check out the shop. It's funny with the hardware wallet, because like the point of a free and open source DIY hardware wallet is that you don't have the supply chain attack. So I always say to people, like, build the hardware wallet, the LNBits hardware wallet, but don't buy it from the shop, because then you introduce the supply chain attack. Like, you should go buy it from Amazon or AliExpress, the hardware for it, because then they don't know you're building a hardware wallet, and you haven't got that supply chain attack. But yeah, do check out the shop. And it's a really nice way for you to support the project as a whole, actually, is for people to buy stuff from the shop. Black Coffee BC, he manages the shop. Oh my God, let me show you the thing which he's been working on more recently. Can I show you something? Can I screen share?
Of course. Right now I'm looking at the BitX miner, which we're also selling. Pretty cool. You have some mining stuff. You have some books and magazines. You also sold my magazine, which was Breaking FUD a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
I see it's out of stock now.
Yeah, no, honestly, like Black Coffee, he does all the shop stuff for LNBits, and he does such a cool job. And building those relationships as well with like Blockstream, so we can sell the Jades, and it's great. Yeah, but the thing which he's been working on, which is flipping awesome, is the NSEC remote signer, which we're selling on Nostr.com. And do you know much about this, Vlad?
So NSEC is your Nostr private key, right?
Yeah, that's right. So this is one of the cool things about Nostr is that obviously we're all used to using public key cryptography in the Bitcoin context where you have a hardware wallet and then you plug it in, you sign a transaction, blah, blah. If you're doing social, so in LNBits, we made the first signing device for Nostr. So you could plug it in, and then when you create a Nostr note, you then sign the note with the hardware device. So the private key always stays on the hardware device. And it was, a little microcontroller. The same thing we used for the cheap hardware wallet, Bitcoin hardware wallet. But Vladstan made that. But in the social media context, it's kind of annoying to have to keep plugging in a device to sign your notes before you publish them on Nostr, whether it be plugging into your computer or your phone or whatever. It's kind of annoying to have this little extra dongle. So it's like one of the things that gets me most bullish about Nostr and gets me really excited about Nostr is you're using public key crypto in a way which is outside of using it for money, which means that your key management becomes different. It's like, so instead of just saving your private key in your application or in your browser or on a hardware wallet type thing you have to keep plugging in, the NSEC remote signer, the way this works is on your, say on Amethyst, for example, I have like a delegated private key. I make a note and I publish it and I sign it and it goes up to the Nostr relay. Now, what the NSEC remote signer does is you plug it in at home. It has your actual private key on and it's just on your home network and it's connected to the relay. And then as soon as it sees a post from that delegated private key, it pulls down that note, signs it with the actual private key, then republishes it. So what it means is that I can be out and about making posts on Nostr all day long, but my private key is safe at home, plugged into my home network, and it's signing notes. And if for whatever reason I need to, I get my Nostr application gets compromised or I lose my private key or someone gets access to it, I can just remove that as a delegated key and then create a different key and then use that in the wild. But it just means that it's like a much easier way to engage with public key cryptography. And I honestly believe that this is one of the things which I'm most bullish on about Bitcoin in general, is that the world is going to get used to using public key cryptography because it solves so many of the problems when it comes to authentication of users. So like when captures get too complicated and when passwords have to be too complex that human brains can't remember them and use them, then the answer is that people use private key, public key cryptography, of course. So, and when that happens, because that is the answer, the research and development which is being done in the Nostr space on things like the NSEC remote signer are going to be so important that those solutions exist, because this is, a very usable and easy way of managing your keys, is to just have a little tiny dumb device plugged in at home. It's cheap, plugged in at home, and it's just signing stuff for you, particularly in something like a social media context. So I very much applaud the work being done on the Nostr remote signer by Black Coffee, and this is like an old picture of it. The new version of it, it looks really sweet, looks really nice, very professional. But I mean, I think more in generally, like the work which is done on Bitcoin, like it's an excuse to us a big excuse for people to work on public key cryptography. And so is Nostr now. It's just another great excuse to work on public key cryptography, which maybe arguably is the revolution, is public key cryptography. And Bitcoin is like an offshoot of that. Nostr's an offshoot of it, of what's now made possible by public key cryptography. Kind of a simplistic way of looking at it. But another way you can support the work we do in LNBits is actually if you go and buy a Nostr identity. So I have ben@nostr.com as my Nostr identity, and you can go buy a Nostr identity on nostr.com, which LNBits also manages and runs. This is, so like in LNBits, we have, it's important that we have real world feedback with the software we're building. So, we utilize LNBits through the UI and we make stuff, extensions, which we want to use professionally, whatever, but we also run it in our own stack. So this entire thing is, nostr.com is entirely powered by LNBits. And the NIPO 5s, the Nostr identities we sell on nostr.com, that's done through a NIPO 5 extension in LNBits. And then more recently, and I guess it's because this is coming out a little bit later, we actually got an auction system which Vladstan's been building, where you can actually buy and sell your Nostr identities on Nostr.com. This is probably the first reveal of this new thing which we're going to have on Nostr.com, which is pretty cool. That you can like buy and sell your Nostr identities on Nostr.com. But we'll be launching this probably, in a couple of days, alongside the version 1 release. Probably, I'm not 100% sure whether we will, but probably we will. But yeah, and then so there's a whole bunch of, because I think in Nostr, there's a couple of Nostr identity provider services. But what's nice about LNBits is because we're like a ClearNet company, we can like operate like a professional service. So the service we have for selling Nostr identities is pretty professional. I like it. And then what we're also going to do is add a lot of, so say the extensions for like LN Calendar, for example. You can run LNBits, you can run LN Calendar yourself, or you can use LNBits and use somebody else's LN Calendar extension. But what we'll probably have in here at some point is you'll have a calendar link here, and you'll click on it, and there you can take calendar requests, and then it'll just push the payment to your Lightning address. Similarly, a POS button, you click on it, and it instantly, you've got a POS there which you can use, and it's just getting sent to your Nostr identity as it being used as an LN address. So yeah, I'm quite excited to like build more on the LNBits stack, and I think it's very important that we do that to inform our design decisions, because there would be nothing worse than developers making design decisions for a piece of software people are using in their stacks, and we're not actually using it in our stacks ourselves. You know what I mean? But that's something to look out for is the Nostr.com auction. And this gives us a great excuse to make a new extension. So Vladstan's built Auction House, which is a new LNBits extension where you can create an auction platform like this for buying and selling stuff using Lightning. And it's a new LNBits extension, which we're all very excited about, and I think a lot of people will use. It's all about creating them flywheels, those feedback loops. You build something, it gives you an excuse to build an extension for LNBits, which then other people can use to build their projects, and they do the same thing, and they feedback, and then we all just feedback into this thing, and it just becomes more and more useful to more and more people.
Yeah, that's so cool. I also got a question from earlynft.bit. This was through a Twitter DM, and he is quite an OG. He is an enthusiast of Memecoin assets. And he says, "Hey Vlad, I've got a question for your interview with Ben Arc. Hopefully it's something that you feel can bring about a good conversation. As I see it, one of the most important things Nostr needs to become, the preferred decentralized communications protocol, is for clients to agree to a universal standard for key management. If you concur that global consensus is required for this purpose, then couldn't this be a good time to employ the use of a blockchain? Nostr clients could manage their own keys, which can now correspond to human-readable decentralized names, and can verify signatures through something like a name-centric SPV wallet. There could be other benefits that come from this as well, like self-sovereign payment rails, proof-of-work payments attached to each note sent, reducing spam, and decentralized web pages where community members can publicly declare what is their complete list of notes is, something that isn't currently possible. I am aware of Froster's TFN multisig model and other NIP proposals, but as far as I can tell, they don't really allow for the revocation of npubs, nor the adding of new keys to the list of accepted npubs. What shape do you ultimately think the solution to this very thorny issue will take?"
Good question. I think with Nostr, one of its beauties is it's not dependent upon blockchains. It's using, because with public key cryptography, I think inherently, like with Bitcoin, for example, early on, people inherently knew within the tool set, within the basket of tools that Bitcoin utilizes to exist, that there was the power to build decentralized this, decentralized that, censorship resistant this, censorship resistant that, an Uber and a whatever else, or a Twitter, or and I think quite often they conflated it all into the Bitcoin tool set, and they're like, okay, you need a blockchain to make the decentralized Uber, you need a blockchain to make the decentralized Twitter. And I think the beauty of Nostr was that it didn't have the blockchain part. It just had public key cryptography, and then it relied upon these relays. Now, in saying that, I would say to the question, because I understood like maybe 90% of it, I would say that it's permissionless. Nostr is a permissionless development environment, much like Bitcoin. And if you think there's a service which people are going to use and find useful, that you just build it and people can use it. Like you don't have to ask for anyone's permission. And then I'm not sure that proposal of managing keys using a blockchain would need a NIP. Like you could just offer that service. And if people want to use it, they can use it. If you do feel that it requires a NIP, then propose a NIP, or build the thing, offer it as a service, and then say, it would be cool if this was more interoperable with the rest of the protocol. Here's the NIP. It's always an interesting relation, like an interesting process of coming up with a Nostr improvement proposal, because and it's a bit like Bitcoin as well. Like you need to show why you need this thing to exist. So you need an application. But then in order for that application to maybe work, you then need the BIP or the NIP or the LUD or whatever to exist. So you've got to kind of like build the application to show that there's a reason for the NIP to exist. But then the NIP, unless the NIP gets adopted, then maybe the application is redundant. I would say in that scenario, though, of using your blockchain somewhere to manage keys, that's a service you could just offer, and it's a permissionless developer environment. That's what makes Nostr great, and that's what makes Nostr powerful. That's what makes Bitcoin powerful. That's what makes LNBits powerful. It's free and open source. You don't have to ask anyone's permission. Just build a thing, or start building it at least, and then it'll capture more people's imagination. And if you feel it should be supported on a more protocol level, then make a proposal.
There's also Melvin Carvalho who left a message. He said, Melvin. And I quote, "legend" with exclamation point.
Yeah, Melvin's a cool cat, man. He's been around since back. I've got infinite respect for anyone who's like involved in Nostr. From the very beginning. And Melvin was there at the very beginning. I think he's in the Telegram group before me. Like he's there from the very beginning, and had some great ideas, and he's working on some great stuff too. But yeah, we've got a great development community in Bitcoin, and I think Nostr could only ever come out of a development community like Bitcoin, or the Bitcoin development community. People who had like a real grasp of public key cryptography, felt comfortable with it. Like we'll put public key cryptography native, I suppose would be the way to put it. And then all the solutions which come along with it, such as managing keys, for example. But that previous question, it is interesting because it's a new use case for managing your public your cryptography keys in Nostr. So there will be solutions like that, which rely on some external source, whether it be a trusted third party, which is managing those keys, or whether it be a blockchain, or whether it be something else. Like build it. I had an idea for something. I don't want to talk about it because I want to build it. Someone else might steal the idea. It's always the problem when you have you want to share something, a good idea, but because particularly these days, before in Bitcoin, you could have an idea, you could talk very publicly about it, and that no one's going to build the thing. And if they do, it's going to take years for them to get around to actually building it because there's so much to build, and the development community was so small. These days, you have a good idea, you speak about it publicly, and then a week later, somebody's built it. And you're just like, damn it, I should have taken the time to build that thing myself. So anyway, so this is a good idea. This is a good idea I'm going to keep to myself. But what do you think about, because how bullish are you on the Nostr stuff, Vlad?
Well, I like it. I use it for posting my stuff, but I don't spend too much time on Nostr. Like I see that it's sort of an echo chamber of Bitcoiners. Yeah. I don't see, so the reason why I spend a lot of time on Twitter still is that I see the people I don't like And I see news, I see stuff that's happening, I see different points of view. On Nostr, it's a bit predictable. I know exactly what I'm gonna find there. I know what kind of people are gonna be posting there.
Yeah.
I sort of join just to post my stuff and then get out.
It's funny, Melvin will remember this, that early on in Nostr, in the Telegram group, if you spoke about Bitcoin too much, you'd get booted out of the Telegram group because we didn't want it to be a Bitcoin thing. It was like for a lot of us, it was our holiday away from Bitcoin. And then also we didn't want to scare off all the developers and users who might want to use Nostr and they're not Bitcoiners. And then inevitably the Bitcoiners found it, and it is very much like, you know, a Bitcoin Twitter in the social media context, because I always have to remind people that Nostr is very much, and other stuff, you know, it transcends just social media. But in the social media context, it is very Bitcoiny. And I also think that the clients did something of a disservice by appealing too much to by having some audience capture when it came to Bitcoiners, and framing Nostr too much as kind of a Bitcoin solution. I mean, I get that everyone's very enthusiastic about Bitcoin, but for a lot of humans, it kind of annoys them, Bitcoin, and it would be nice for them to use Nostr. And then, you know, if you got like someone who hates Bitcoin and then they're using Nostr, but then inevitably they end up zapping people, and they end up, I mean, like Rabble, for example, like great developer, OG technologist, great ideas. He's the guy who employed Jack Dorsey in Twitter. He wasn't like a Bitcoiner or anything, but it was from using Nostr and from playing with Zaps, which made him realize how cool Bitcoin is now and how you can do these microtransactions. And I feel like that should be Nostr, one of its greatest things it can do is to introduce Bitcoin to people in a very usable payments way, without them being Bitcoiners. I feel that the clients need more of that traditional experience of when you install that in client, that you put in your interests and hobbies, and then it fills your global feed based on your interests and hobbies, as opposed to just suggesting a whole bunch of Bitcoiners as the people you should subscribe to, or auto-subscribing you to a whole bunch of Bitcoiners. But then, you know, as a permissionless development environment, any criticism, anyone lobbies against any permissionless development environment is actually a criticism against themselves for not building it. So, you know, it's like, I shouldn't complain too much and just be thankful for the great things that people build. What client do you use? I use Amethyst by Vitor. It's great.
I'm on Damus.
You're on Damus. How's Damus these days? Are you on an iPhone or an Android?
iPhone.
Yeah, Damus is iPhone, isn't it? How does it work these days?
Same as always. Sometimes the notifications are a bit slow. I did add some more relays, but it works. No reason to complain.
That's cool. Yeah. Again, like, there's not that many people working on this stuff. You know, like some of these clients, like Amethyst, there's like just Vitor working on it, a couple of other people. Actually, no, I think that's got a pretty good development community of some green open source developers PRing to it. But it's amazing what a handful of developers can build when you think about the hundreds or thousands of developers who work on something like Facebook, and how it's this huge, big, massive company corporation. And then you've got this thing which replicates like 90% of the functionality of that thing, except it hasn't got this huge, you know, expensive corporation behind it. An evil corporation, if it's in the Twitter example. Although, did you see that Elon Musk he's moving away from Trump now, isn't he? He's in the, I guess we should talk about him because he's in the thumbnail for this video, isn't he? But
yeah, he's watching us play on stage.
Yeah, but he's sort of distancing himself from Trump. I think he's moving away from the Doge thing, because the sales for Teslas have dumped in all these different countries. I think it's down like 60% in Europe right now. So I think he's got some external pressures to pull out from supporting Trump too much. But yeah, and he just shows,
think
like,
it's only because of sales of cars. It's also because the stocks of his companies have gone down.
Yeah, totally.
And Tesla was always decoupled in the sense that they're not selling that many cars, but they're trading like a tech company stock.
Yeah.
So, for example, Volkswagen or whatever, they're selling many more cars, but their stocks are not as valued by the market. But I think it has to do with the stock price. I think that he's gonna try to regain his image as this visionary who's building futuristic stuff, which
Yeah.
he has always been. It's just that he was more, how should I put it, involved, more partisan in politics.
I think he's always put across, this image of who I mean, everyone does, but I think he's always put across this image of who he is, which is counter to who the person. Because I know that, like in his companies, for example, there's a lot of the senior engineers that have non-disclosure agreements that they won't take any credit for any of the things which have come out of those companies, because he wants to kind of build this cult of the entrepreneur. So it's a very manicured image. I mean, it's very American, actually, and it's something which, because raising money for LNBits is something which I've kind of experienced, is they want to create this sort of cult of the entrepreneur type stuff, in order to, so it's like, oh, well, the reason we're raising money for this company is because the CEO of this company is a genius, and they're a genius, and they look at all the great things that they, like this messiah complex thing, where the reality is that, like, I think, like the answer which anyone should give for any good company anywhere is when they say, oh, how do you create such great things? It's like, well, we just have great people who work on the stuff and like are enthusiastic and they enjoy working on those things. And then ultimately, as a CEO, your job is to make sure that everyone gets paid. That's it. And sort of have a rough idea of the direction you're going in. But in America, they very much seem to have this cult of the entrepreneur, which often bites them in the bum. It's like the Sam Bankman-Fried thing. Everyone thinks he's this kid genius, but really he's just like an idiot, just fucking ripping off the company. Yeah, you see it in the US with the American companies, and I think Musk manicures that because he understands that's how you get the money from the VCs, and that's what people kind of invest in. But
I was gonna ask you this because one of our first conversations was almost 5 years ago, or I think it was 5 years ago. Yeah, something like that. And we spoke about the philosophy of anarchism, and you described left anarchism and all of your ideals, and now you're put in a position where you have to, I guess, swallow your pride a bit and just deal with this VC world.
Oh, well, yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, for me, it's all about where like private capital will end up in the future. And I don't like corporate private capital. I never really have. But I mean, it's centralization. I think we should rally against any centralization. So whether it be centralization via government, whether it be centralization via some evil corporation, which is taking control of all the resources. I know a bunch of people will say, well, the corporations wouldn't exist without the governments, but I mean, that's yet to be proved because we haven't had an environment like that before. So it's theoretical. But so I don't like centralization. And I think one of the better ways of not having centralization is by having a free and open source community, which is attached to your company, which you're beholden to, and you can't annoy too much. I think that creates a more honest form of private capital than if you've just got like that more feudal system of private capital, which is in corporations. And I see that's where it's all kind of moving, and for me, like the Nostr example, like Twitter shouldn't be owned by a company. It shouldn't have that level of centralized decision-making and development. It needs to be a permissionless development environment and act more like a commons where anyone can set up and run a business, but you can't try and co-opt those commons. You can't try and co-opt the resources. And I see that, we saw that in Bitcoin, when you had like private interests try and take control of the protocol, and you saw that the users kind of gave them a big bitch slap and said, no, wait there, this is something where it's within everyone's interest that this remains a vibrant, lush commons of resources where we can throw great ideas down and they'll grow into these beautiful projects. It's in everyone's interest that we have that, as opposed to just within your interest to be able to take control of those resources. So actually, more recently, I've kind of, and actually, no, there is some compromise. So, years ago, I was very much, I hate all private capital. But it's a naive stance in a way, because clearly there's forms of private capital which are really good for society, and they bring up people and they get people paid and they help culture innovation. And so I think that the way to look at it is more of a spectrum. The private capital is a spectrum. You have evil private capital and you have good private capital. And anyone who argues against that, it's like, okay, well, if you just support all private capital no matter what, then slavery is a form of private capital. So on one side of the spectrum, you've got humans owning other humans and killing them for fun. Okay, you got something that's really evil. And then on this side of the spectrum, way over here, you've got I don't know, some free and open source cooperative where everyone controls their own means of production, whatever. And then it's up to you, I suppose, where you place yourself on that spectrum of support. Me personally, I fall short of private corporations which are have a detrimental effect on the planet and all the resources in it, and they just want to create the cheapest products and sell them for the highest value to their customers, because they don't really care about the customers. All they care about is that profit. But that, to me, that's where I kind of fall short. And I'm like, actually, I think the ideal place for me, where I would say that I'm happy with, is like a corporation which has like a free and open source software project attached to it, for example, or at least I just don't like, or at least more accountable versions of capital, as opposed to just free, completely corrupt forms of private capital. So that's where I sit currently. And actually, that for me has been a dialectic. It has been something which I've had to come to terms with, is admitting that clearly there's good forms of private capital in this world, and then there's and I actually call it, it's a very utopian theory, because if it's true, then everyone's happy. If when you go into that future, you end up with, if you replace all the big evil corporations with cooperatives, free and open source projects, and companies and corporations attached to free and open source projects, then you get rid of all that evil capital, which then creates, so say in the Nostr example, which then creates a marketplace of private capital competing with each other, none of them growing too big or co-opting all the resources, because if they do, they just kind of get that bitch slap. So you end up with a proper free market, plus you end up with the big fat cooperative type free and open source capital, private capital as well. So it's a utopia where everyone's happy. The Austrian economists are happy. The lefty soy drinkers are happy. We're all happy. And actually, it's true. I mean, so Hegel had this great idea when it comes to the dialectic in general, that humanity moves towards greater liberation, greater freedom. Because I mean, like, the driving incentive of any human is more freedom. We all want more freedom, more freedom, more freedom. And that incentive, the power of that incentive far outweighs the power of any incentive for somebody to restrict freedom, which is why over time you see things like slavery disappearing, is because the overwhelming majority of people want more and more freedom. And that's the inevitable path for humanity, is more freedom. And I hope this is true. And I feel like it probably is, because over time people have ended up with more freedom. And it's like, how does that process happen? Well, and if you follow that thought, then inevitably, then people would be kind of more free when it came to their work-life balance and everything else. But it's the overwhelming incentive, and it overwhelms the incentive to co-opt and to take centralized control of something like Bitcoin, Nostr, whatever. Went a little rant then.
Yeah, that was pretty cool, because
I called it the Adam Smith invisible hand bitch slap, by the way. And the reason I call it that is because Adam Smith, when he talked about the invisible hand, a lot of people don't realize this, or they overlook it or whatever, because it doesn't fit whatever agenda. But Adam Smith's original invisible hand was very much that the British industrialists of that time, they had a vested interest in improving the lives of everyone in Britain, even if they were complete psychopaths. Just for their own security, they had a vested interest in improving the lives of the people around them. So it's like a contextualized form of private capital, in that you exist within that community, and you need to improve the lives of those people in that community to benefit yourself, even if it's complete self-interest. It makes sense. But when he wrote Wealth of Nations, this was kind of on the beginning of the phenomenon of the international evil corporations. So you had the East India Company, which was around at roughly the same time, but it wasn't really so well known what they were getting up to in India at the time. So you had these multinational corporations which weren't accountable to the society or the community which it existed in. So they could act very inappropriately and then just be completely for profit, and then just kill hundreds of thousands of people in India and rape all the resources without any recompense or without because they they existed in London and they were just funneling money back to London. So Adam Smith, very much when he spoke about the invisible hand, it was the guiding force which informed decision making based on the industrialist existing within a society of people or a community of people where they also live. And that is why the private capital existing inside a free and open source community is very similar, in that we're accountable to our free and open source community and they keep us in check. So even if we want to be evil, like we get a bitch slap from the free and open source community, which puts us back to, keeps us in check in our decision making, that we're always beholden to that community, which for me creates a very honest form of private capital, much like Adam Smith's original idea behind the invisible hand.
Also want to ask you, so it's slightly unrelated, but it has to do with your views on the state and taxation. What do you think about the situation of Roger Ver? I know that last year when I interviewed him, you're the person in the chat who really wanted to ask him a question and was telling him, come on, Roger, return to Bitcoin. You're always welcome here. You're great at what you're doing. We need you.
I like all the freaks, man. I want back. I want Roger Ver. I want McAfee, bring him back from the grave or wherever he is. I want all the weirdos. I want those weird corporate people who are in Bitcoin. But with Roger Ver, like he was important to the story of Bitcoin. I think that's why it was important that because you're a chronicler of Bitcoin's story, aren't you? That's what you do. And he was inevitably a very important part of the Bitcoin story. And he went astray for a little bit, and he got that invisible hand bitch slap, that Adam Smith invisible hand bitch slap, which is very important. The community of Bitcoin users said, no, Bitcoin.com can't control Bitcoin. And for me, and I think for a lot of Bitcoiners, that's when it really proved its value, that it couldn't be co-opted. Because it was always in the back of our minds that maybe some company or something would come along and take over this thing. And then that's when it kind of proved itself that can't happen. And that was the real value proposition. But with Roger Ver, he should have never have left Japan, because they've got a non-extradition policy and he would have been safe there. So his mistake was leaving Japan and going to Europe, because inevitably they're going to arrest him, because often with the those real hardcore libertarian types, obviously they believe taxation and theft, and that there's a lot of truth to what they're saying, and they feel morally that they can't pay their taxes because it's going to go on arms. It also benefits them, of course, because they have more money. But as a moral stance, as a protest, it's like a protest where they financially benefit from it. So I'm not sure how egalitarian it is, but anyway, he did. I imagine he did that, as most libertarians do, and we've lost a lot of very good libertarian Bitcoiners to that protest. But yeah, he did that protest, and then he left Japan, which he shouldn't have done, and then they caught him. What's going on with Roger Ver? Is he in prison yet, or on trial, or?
No, I think he's still in Spain. He's awaiting. I'm not sure if he's gonna get extradited, but I think that might be the next step. It's frightening, to live like this and to be in a foreign country where maybe you don't speak the language, and just wait for someone to knock on your door and say, "Okay, you're going back to the US now."
I liked it. I mean, a lot of people liked him, and they liked his energy in Bitcoin. And he was, putting in the legwork and encouraging people to use Bitcoin and spreading the word about it. So I think, I don't know. I mean, yeah, he did a bunch of stuff which people don't agree with, but I mean, again, Bitcoin's permissionless. I think one of the coolest things he could possibly do is just come back and just start building stuff for Bitcoin again. I know with Bitcoin.com, it's gone more Bitcoin centric. It's stopped sort of trying to push Bcash as Bitcoin. So, and it's, I wouldn't say it's admitting defeat if he came back or anything. I would just say that it's, he tried something, didn't work, and that's all right. That's cool. Come back. And we all need all hands on deck, don't we? And with Bitcoin already proving itself that these centralized parties can't take control, of decision making, like that's no longer a problem. So bring them all back, I say.
I think in a recent interview he said he's bullish on Bitcoin again, but the context is slightly different because he doesn't want to use Bitcoin on the base layer. He doesn't like Lightning, but he wants to wrap Bitcoin on a private network that enables for creation of tokens and basically trade this token of Bitcoin across other networks and make anonymous payments at low fees. So it's basically what he likes, but uses BTC as basically the token.
Yeah, I mean, you can build it, but I remember years ago he did like Lightning Network. But then because of the Ecash stuff, he started flooding on Lightning. But it's a shame because like the legitimate, I mean, before, I was accusing him of trying to co-opt Bitcoin, but I do see from his perspective that when he started using Bitcoin and then the businesses he built and the projects he built on Bitcoin were dependent upon there not being a fee market and ZeroConf working and being able to make really cheap on-chain transactions. So I can see that for them, it felt like we were restricting, unnecessarily restricting the use of Bitcoin, and it was breaking all of the things which they built for Bitcoin because of the way in which Bitcoin it changed, which it needed to have. It needed to have a fee market for Bitcoin transactions, and it works very well. But I can certainly see from their point of view how frustrating it must have been, and I can see why they went the way they went at the time. And then particularly as well how they felt betrayed when it came to the New York agreement stuff. I mean, like it shouldn't have happened, and it's a closed door agreement. But there was, under the agreement that, okay, we'll get SegWit in, and then we'll increase block size to keep you guys happy as well. And then I think pretty quickly people realized that that shouldn't be a decision which is made behind a closed door, and actually there isn't community support for, or there isn't a consensus among Bitcoin users to increase the block size at that point in time. So, but then again, I can see how they felt that was something of a betrayal from the developers as opposed to the reality, which was that it was the users as a whole who decided they didn't want this thing. But that's the sausage made in public, isn't it?
Oh yeah. Are you in favor of increasing the block size down the line?
Yeah, I mean, like hardware gets better. I mean, I'd probably be more in favor of decreasing the block size, to be honest. I think it's very important that obviously people can run the blockchain themselves. And yeah, I'm kind of in favor of, I'd be in favor of decreasing it more than increasing it. But yeah, I can see it makes stuff easier. It's a bit like I kind of want fees to be higher because inevitably we're building this thing which will have very high fees, and it needs to be like it needs to be built with it's like Lightning. Like I said before, like a lot of people became disenfranchised with Lightning because the on-chain fees went up so much, and it's sort of like, well, what did you think would happen? Like ultimately, an on-chain fee might cost thousands of dollars, and if it does, like we need smart scaling technologies, and it's a good that it does cost that much because it incentivizes mining, and the whole network becomes more secure. So yeah, what did you think would happen? And it's like, in order for Bitcoin to be more resilient and actually work in the future, we need high fees. So I'd be in favor of like halving the block size, having the fee slam up, and then I mean, this is the other thing. It's human nature to not address problems until they're critical, like scaling, for example. So when we saw the high fee environment, that's when bolts became super successful because people had like an easier way to balance their Lightning nodes, and it was like a nice cheap way to switch in and out of on-chain. And before that, they were struggling to get adoption of people to use that technology, which is great, to the point where I think they almost gave up. And then it wasn't until we had a high fee environment and it was critical that the service like that existed, that it started to exist. And this is what we've seen with, you see a lot more development when things are critical. So when scaling becomes critical, you have people working on scaling technologies, and then people more enthusiastic to try and build scaling technologies. It's this reason that channel factories weren't worked on for such a long time was Lightning just kind of worked because fees were super duper cheap. So yeah, in a way, I'd be in favor of halving the block size, increasing the fee value, and then more people work on scaling.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about that, because usually when we do this and Bitcoin becomes expensive, people search for other stuff to use. And that's how, for example, Litecoin has become super popular for payments. I think it's the most used on BitPay right now in the US, which is sort of crazy given that BitPay started as this business that was a payments processor to enable merchants to accept BTC payments, and now Litecoin is more popular. And Monero has seen a rise, I think, especially since the Samurai Wallet developers got arrested. It seems like a lot of Bitcoiners who are into privacy just went full Monero. And also, I also believe that the stuff happening on Solana and Ethereum, it could have happened on Bitcoin if we figured out scaling much sooner. And it's a bit disappointing because, once again, we talk about fees and people willing to pay them, but for Tether on Tron to be sent, I think right now the fee is like $4, and people are willing to pay for that to send USDT. And it's a shame that this action went on Tron, which I think is a waste of time, as opposed to happening on Bitcoin. And the question is, how do we get users back on Bitcoin, and how do we keep them? Because at one point they're gonna figure out that the fees are too high. They just want to fulfill a very simple task, which is sending money from point A to point B, and they're gonna find a cheaper network to do it.
I think for medium of exchange, which is a big driver, it's the reason I got into Bitcoin, was the payments technology as a medium of exchange. Stability. So, like, as I said before, good money, like the number one property of good money, right, despite what Bitcoiners think, is stability. That's what makes good money, okay? And then after that comes all these other things like privacy and everything else. So we need stability. And there was always this sort of naive assumption by Bitcoiners that the price would get to a certain point, that it wouldn't be so volatile, which is true. But I mean, it's a much bigger market cap clearly than where we are now. And we're at quite a big market cap. So until that happens, and it's almost a chicken and egg problem. It's like you need people to use it as money. So to get the stability, because you need like mass widespread adoption, and you need people it distributed enough that not a small collection of parties can push the price up or down. But then people aren't going to use it as money until it's stable. So it's not going to be stable unless it's money, but people won't use it as money until it's stable. So until it just inherently becomes stable because its market cap is so high, to me, the solution is just finding a whole bunch of ways in which we can have stability on Bitcoin. And I think Tether, they're doing the Taproot asset thing. So it'd be Bitcoin, but sort of it'd be like Tether on Lightning. That, to me, that's kind of encouraging, because like if you go to the unbanked regions of this world where there's a lot of very well-meaning Bitcoiners saying, yeah, you should use Bitcoin, look all the crazy things Bitcoin can do, and isn't it great? Initially they get excited, and then the price tanks, and then they can't pay their bills, and then they're less excited about it, and they end up using something like Tether in a way which is less elegant and doesn't have the crazy payment rails which Lightning Network has. So marrying the two necessarily isn't a bad thing in my mind. And then, like I said before, with Galloy, they've got the stable sats, which is based on the standard sats project, which is synthetic stable assets on Bitcoin. I mean, there's basically just Galloy working on that at the moment, but I honestly think that that's very, very important. And there's a whole bunch of other ways in which you can have stable medium exchange on the Bitcoin stack, which I think are important, and they will drive growth. So if you imagined El Salvador, and if the technology tool set was at the point where it was easy to build stable medium of exchange on Bitcoin, then everyone in El Salvador would have adopted it. Particularly if you could call it, whatever you're using, like an El Salvador dollar or something. This is something I've talked about and I've been very keen on, is that it's easy for people to build on the open source technology, the Bitcoin open source technology stack. So when you look at countries looking to make their own digital coins that denominated in their local currency, then the bigger players, the bigger countries which have central banks and have like a technology department in government, whatever, they're going to look at building their own thing which they can have full control of course. But then the smaller countries which don't have those resources, they'll look at the free and open source technology stack. And then actually probably some of the bigger countries might look at that free and open source technology stack as well. And I think it's kind of important that we have recipes for building some of that stuff on Bitcoin. And to me, that's how, because I want the whole world to be running on Bitcoin. Bitcoin's the backbone for the world's economy. Yes, of course, in the midterm, you're going to have some digital currencies, some soft currencies. We're not going to get away from them because modern society is completely dependent upon them. They have having soft currency functions. And to me, it's technology as well. I'm like, okay, so like some parts of having soft currency isn't necessarily bad. Like I said before, like being able to produce more if you want to produce fiscal stimulus, but it needs to be done in a way which is corruption resistant. And I feel like with the Bitcoin technology stack, we're kind of getting to the point where we have the technologies where you can have corruption resistant soft currency. So like that's how. So it's like everyone builds that stuff. You build stable medium of exchange on Bitcoin. Everyone uses Bitcoin either natively as sats, or they use it as digital US dollar or digital El Salvador dollar, whatever, or Turkish Lira or whatever. And then once everyone's using it, we then have the liquidity and the distribution of coins, which is necessary for then Bitcoin to become more stable. And inevitably over time, people will just move out of those things into just using Bitcoin natively. So it's like an important part of the journey, which a lot of Bitcoiners just inherently resist because they're like, oh no, you should just use sats and get used to a sat standard, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, okay, well, nice rhetoric. But like if you're subsistence wage earner in a poor country, we should actually really benefit from using this technology, which can bank on bank people. Like it's void because the price is too volatile. The Bitcoin price is too volatile. So I'm very excited actually over any stable stuff on Bitcoin. Because that to me is the path we need to take in order to actually get stability so people can use Bitcoin natively.
I appreciate your bullishness.
It just takes time, man. Time, dialectic and time. That's all we need. But I mean, the worrying thing is that because of the way in which economies seem to be going, the world might need this technology sooner than we're ready, and like I really want to have the tool set ready for it. But yeah, the El Salvador thing was a big letdown for me. Made me very sad. Put me in a dark place. But then I saw, some of the work which May's doing in Suriname. She's the Bitcoin president there. And again, that's another country which could totally make use of, it could like bootstrap their economy for everyone to be able to have access to digital payments. And they're not just digital payments, all the other technologies which come along with it, such as public key cryptography, Nostr, everything else. Like, it's only a matter of time until some of these smaller countries, they superpower themselves. They give themselves a massive bootstrap by making use of the technology stack of Bitcoin. I look forward to it. But as Bitcoiners, I feel like we fell short when it came to helping El Salvador. I mean, I think there was a lot of centralized decision making, such as Chivo wallet, which was a disaster, which would just basically scam people because it wouldn't verify payments, so you couldn't prove that payment went through or not. But which gave people a really poor experience paying in Bitcoin. But then also, like, I kind of assumed, like, within the first few months, when I heard about Blockstream working with the El Salvador government, I thought, oh, okay, cool, they're going to make some like liquid El Salvador dollar. It'll be federated and like to the point where, because we had it. So in the UK, we had this local currency called the Bristol pound, which was really successful. And it was a piece of shit. It was just a database, but it was a digital currency and it was just called the Bristol pound. And the reason it had such great adoption was because people could culturally associate with it because they lived in Bristol. And I kind of feel that would be similar with El Salvador, for example, if they created some sort of El Salvador dollar, and it could just be pegged to the US dollar, the euro, and I don't know, the price of coffee, something relevant to their local economy. That if the people who live in that country, they would have immense pride that they've now got this El Salvador dollar, and they'd want to use it. And particularly if it was stable, and if it was, but then it's using, Lightning Network for Rails, and it's all on Bitcoin, and they can easily just swap out into Bitcoin as well for their savings, and they'd want to use it. And when I first started thinking about this stuff was Bible, is that his name? The guy with the drums, the Turkish guy with the cat.
Oh, in Istanbul?
Yeah, in Istanbul. You were there?
Yeah. It was the Fulma workshop, right?
Yeah.
The hackathon.
And do you remember, because he's a blind guy, and he's really like proper genius drum guy, isn't he? He's like, but he's blind, and he's drumming on these drums, and he's like,
so he's talking about the guy who's singing while there was a juxtaposition of a cat that's just, what's this called? Vibing, shaking head? I don't know.
Yeah. It's like a meme of 2015 or something, very popular meme.
No, it's 2019, 2020.
2019, 2020. Yeah, I managed to. Do you see that? I got the video of me. I got him playing in the background of me.
Yeah,
popping my head,
banging your head.
Yeah. I managed to climb inside the meme. It was good. But the it was when he was going, I love Germans, because there's loads of Germans there, wasn't it? So he's playing his drums, and he goes, I love Germans. And everyone goes, hey. And then someone said, do you love Bitcoin? And he went, no, I love Turkish Lira because I'm Turkish. And like,
I remember that, yeah.
You remember
I think about that sometimes, because this poor guy got wrecked. Every time I see news about the Turkish Lira devaluing, I remember this guy, and I'm like, oh, poor guy.
But it was devaluing at that time. Like, it's a shit coin at that time. But that is such a poignant statement that he loves that because he's Turkish. Now, arguably, it's got nothing to do with him, the currency issuer of the Turkish Lira, but he finds, and we have it as Bitcoiners. We're like, oh, we love Bitcoin because we're Bitcoiners. So we have cultural association to Bitcoin. I think humanity has been trained over thousands of years of countries issuing currency with, the heads of state or whatever on top of their currency, that we associate and we have cultural identity with our currency. And actually, I think it's where a lot of people hated the euro when it first came out, was they lost that. They lost that even if their currency was crap, they still lost that pride they had in the fact that on their currency they had culturally relevant symbolism. And yes, we have it as Bitcoiners, absolutely. And I'm sure the rest of the world will eventually when they figure out Bitcoin's cool. But for now, you could just take this thing, it's Bitcoin, it's stable, and then you just stamp it with, okay, this is a Turkish lira, and this is the El Salvador dollar, and this is the whatever. This is the Welsh pound. There we are. And actually, so they would have cultural association with it. He would love it. If he was like, oh, do you love the Turkish Bitcoin dollar? He'd be like, yeah, I love the Turkish Bitcoin dollar. And he'd have a stable digital currency, and it'd have all these great functionalities, but he could have some cultural association with it in the Welsh context. So I'm quite keen on, Wales being separate from the rest of the UK. In that example, one of the big issues would be what we're going to use as currency. We're going to carry on using the British pound, which is managed by the Bank of England, may I add. It's not the Bank of Britain, it's the Bank of England. Would we carry on using the British pound? And it's like, okay, we'll make the Welsh pound. Well, have we got the skills to make the Welsh pound? Well, I don't know about that. I kind of feel that if you had a Welsh pound, which was developed and then built on the Bitcoin stack, and was done in such a way that maybe it's a federation, maybe it's an Ecash, maybe it's an Ecash federation, right? And it's done in such a way that it's hard to corrupt because the control is spread across different counties in Wales. Then people would start using it locally, and they start trading in it locally. And then as the users grow, they get to the point where they'd be like, well, we don't really need the British pound anymore because we've got this thing and it works just as well. It works better than that thing. And also it's Welsh, right? So maybe we can, so it might even be a driver of something which helps liberate some of these smaller countries from those colonial yoke of the bigger country. I think it's an inevitable thing which will happen, is that some of these smaller countries will make use of the technology stack we have in Bitcoin. And then hopefully they'll end up with the digital Turkish lira, and Bible, what's his name? Bible. I think his name is Bible. He can be proud of the Turkish lira. It's funny how you think about that as well.
It was a memorable moment that night that he played some songs, and then at the end people were sending him tips. And he said, I love Germans, because of course most of the crowd was German. And then people asked him, "Oh, do you also love Bitcoin?" And he did receive, someone set him up with a wallet. I think someone else, one of the organizers, was in charge of basically exchanging that Bitcoin for the local currency, which is the Turkish Lira. I guess he left happy. Maybe he bought himself something nice after that performance. But he got wrecked on the long term if he held any of that money. And if he kept some Bitcoin just for fun or whatever, he'd be much better off. So I do think about that.
That was an LN Euro Pay made on LNBits. That was the QR code people were sending tips to. Yeah, it was set up, and then, but that is a very nice way to get, yourself a bit of KYC free Bitcoin, isn't it? Is you organize an event like that, and then it's the cash in the bag solution, which I think Christian Russo came up with actually, which is you give someone, well, his idea was you would give a bar, say, cash in a bag, and you say, accept, you don't want to accept Bitcoin payments, but accept Bitcoin payments. And every time you take a payment in Bitcoin, just take the cash out of the bag and then put the cash in your till. And then actually the Bitcoin payments then just go to somebody else, like an actual Bitcoiner who wants the Bitcoin payments. I can't remember the exact reason he made that idea up, but I think it was because they wanted to hold a Bitcoin meetup in a specific bar, maybe in Berlin, and they weren't accepting Bitcoin payments or something like that. And it was a way for them to accept payments, but then the Bitcoins kind of like goes directly to another Bitcoiner. But then what the Bitcoiner gets out of it is a bit of KYC free Bitcoin. You get it sometimes if you go to a Bitcoin conference and then you have dinner with people, and then it comes time to pay the tab. And because fiat's so shit, you can't all just pay towards you have to split they only let you split the bill like two ways. They don't let you split the bill and each individual pays. They're just like, oh no, we can only take two payments. So then what clever Bitcoiners do in those scenarios is they put their hands up and say, I'll pay the whole bill and everyone pay me in Bitcoin. And then they get their nice little stash of KYC free Bitcoin. But it's excruciating when you see that and you're just like, God damn, this technology exists where even if it were pennies, I could pay for even if I just, I just bought a cup of tea and the rest of you had a $50 meal, I could just pay for my part and it would just be, an LN Euro Pay or something. And we're all just paying until the tab hits the right amount. It's just crazy that the technology exists and society's not using it really. But they will when we get stable medium of exchange.
Yeah, we got to stay focused on the goal.
Yeah, man. Yeah. And I was thinking about this earlier, like whenever it was, when we first had the Lightning first started going mainnet, and you had like YOLs and the wall. Do you remember that wall where you could draw on it and pay?
Oh yeah, like, I think it was called the Lightning paywall. No.
I racked my brain. It was some Satoshi wall, maybe.
It was the koala guy who built it. This was 2018. It was all the rage back then. You could draw on the wall and then you pay for every pixel. It's pretty cool.
It's mind-blowing. It was when you first did it, when you first made that payment, when you drew on it and it generated the invoice and then you made the payment and then everyone could see the thing you drew. We were all like, wow. Or like, unlocking a YOLs article, for example. And it blew all of our minds. And then I feel we get so used to it and we take it for granted. We're like, this thing's not that good really, is it? Maybe we need to build something else. And it's like, wait for the rest of the world to catch up. Because the rest of the world, they still need to have that YOLs experience. They still need to go and just like pay for an article on YOLs and have it unlock, like micropayments technology is huge. Just that on its own, just being able to send a tiny amount of money over the internet and then get access to some content, for example. So we get bored and stuff becomes, old hat for us. But, the rest of the world is still in, well, maybe I should buy some of this Bitcoin stuff stage, as opposed to, wow, look at what the crazy technology can do, Adam Curry stage. So it's, it's we shouldn't become too disheartened over these incredible tools we've built. And we should just like have more mechanisms for people to access the tools and access the experience and the technology and make those initial payments. That's the wow factor. The example, the wall example, was funny because it was my for years. You know, Bitcoin parents are like, they try and indoctrinate their kids, and they're like, oh, Bitcoin or censorship resistant, and they you know, your kids don't. Some kids care. My kid didn't care. My boy didn't care. He's just like, yeah, whatever, Dad, that's your thing. And then it was when I went onto that wall and I drew a penis on it, and then I paid, and he was like, wow. I was like, yeah, man, exactly. This is, look how good this is. That was his orange pill moment. What this technology is capable of.
Mind blown.
Yeah, mind blown. Yeah, exactly. And actually, to this day, if someone's like, oh, what is Lightning? I've very likely I might go on Yours and show them, like, paying for some content and unlocking a thing, and them going, oh, wow, all the newspapers use this. I'm waiting for that. I think this is something which I really want to see happen, is on like a significant date, maybe the white paper day or something, that the Financial Times has a an article about Bitcoin, and you unlock the article by making a Lightning payment. I think that would be cool, just as like a marketing thing, but then also just to celebrate the technology. And ultimately, like, you know, it's for me, I'll go to the Financial Times. I'm not subscribed to it, but there's an article someone sends me a link to, and I go over to read the article, and then I get paywalled, and I'm like, oh man, I got to get a subscription, and then I don't get the subscription, I can't access the content. And I would pay like 50p or something. I would overpay for what that article is actually worth. You know, if you look at subscription, then each article is maybe worth, you know, a penny, a couple of pennies per user, for the amount of articles people read. I would overpay for that. So yeah, all right, I'm not going to be making that monthly subscription payment, which is valuable to the newspaper, but I would overpay for that individual article, which I think is interesting, and I want to read it. So it's only a matter of time until that industry, that's just one use case for Lightning, just that industry, just the newspaper industry and journalism, selling pay-as-you-go articles. They need it, you know, they need to bring more money, and all these things are like loss-making. Although I did discover quite a nice hack, actually. You can just go on the Wayback Machine, because I think the Wayback Machine like pays for subscriptions for all of these papers. So if you take the article link and then just pop it in the Wayback Machine, you can usually get access to it that way. So just by them not having a decent technology solution forced me to move towards, you know, piracy.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought to have. But on the other hand, Apple Pay and Google Pay and all of these services have made it so easy to pay from your bank account directly to whatever service you're reading on your phone or even on your computer. And
yeah, but I mean,
I don't think Bitcoin has the better user experience anymore, or is not the easiest to use.
But you're restricted by Visa fees, basically. So like some of those companies allow you to make smaller transactions than $1, but really they don't want you to make smaller transactions than $1 because Visa is an expensive network to run, whereas Lightning Network isn't expensive. So you can make those microtransactions for a tiny fee. So this is why I quite like the value for value stuff. Now, it took me a while to kind of get it, you know, but I quite like the idea of crowdsourcing, making money via the crowd, via everyone making smaller payments. And it's not really possible in a sustainable way over Visa Network, particularly if everybody's doing it. So you could synthetically allow people to pay 20p to read an article at a loss using Visa Network. But then if the whole world's doing it, Visa Network would implode in on itself because it'd be too many transactions for Visa Network to accommodate. So like, it's just mad how like Bitcoin now has this thing which can do all the things. Because it was like back with the scaling stuff, it was like, okay, Bitcoin can do three transactions a second, and Visa Network can do 25,000 transactions a second. And then within a few short years, we built the technology to rival Visa. It's like we can do, you know, infinite transactions per second, essentially, depending on how many nodes you have in the network or whatever. Like there's almost no restriction on how many transactions per second you can do now with the Lightning Network. It was built within a few years, and then everyone's complaining about it because it's so hard. And it's like, well, hold on, like we've got to the point now where we've replaced Visa Network. Okay, yes, now let's make it easier for everybody to run and everybody to have their own Lightning nodes. But let's all take a moment and acknowledge how cool it is that we built something which outcompetes the predominant payments network on the planet, and it works better, and we can do everything they can do, but better. Let's take a moment to take that in first. Okay, now we make it easier for everyone else to access, and we are.
Yeah, I get that. But at the same time, I think Apple Pay doesn't charge every individual transaction. I think it's more like a layer 5 or something of the fiat system. So
it's
maybe
like
you make multiple payments and then you get billed.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, that's just, yeah. But I mean, okay, you can simulate it, but then you can't go out of the network, can you? So it's Apple Pay, you're probably doing an Apple Pay to an Apple Pay, I guess. And then just doing a database flip. What happened with, do you know, the company I never hear anything about, which got crazy investment, was Strike? Is it Strike? They got like
it's such a good question. I remember like 3 years ago, there was this presentation on stage by Jack Mallers, and he was saying
not Strike. It wasn't. Sorry, it's not Strike. Sorry, yeah.
Oh, I was gonna rant about buying Coke over Tor because he promised that you can walk into any supermarket in the United States and you can buy Coke. You know, this innuendo for Coca-Cola and cocaine. Basically, buy that with your home node that you run over Tor. And he promised that this feature was gonna come to the US and then Europe. Never came. It was just the promise. What's the service that you say raised a lot of money and disappeared?
Oh, Christ, I can't remember. It was one of the PayPal guys, and he raised 200 million, and it wasn't Strike. I got my names muddled up. They raised 200 million, and they were like a Lightning company. And it was the PayPal guys. Someone in the comments remembers what they are, the company they are.
Not Bottle Pay, right?
No. Anyway, I just hadn't heard anything of them.
What was it doing more exactly?
I think they were just piggybacking off the technology. This is always personally my fear, that someone will just take our stuff and just use it without the Bitcoin part. I'll just take Lightning and just decouple it and then use it without Bitcoin. That's always my fear. But it was, I thought for some reason I got it muddled up with Strike. Although I haven't heard anything from Strike for a while. But yeah, it's funny, the old VC world in Bitcoin. It's a strange experience to be exposed to it with the LNBits raise. It's insightful and frustrating because I'm not very good at the spiel, which is expected. And it's funny because I spoke to a bunch of successful CEOs who've raised money from VCs, and some of the tactics are so manipulative and so corrupt. I'm like, is this really what you have to do to raise money? They're like, yeah, that's what everyone does. It's something which I can't do because I'm not very good at not being dishonest, but being manipulative, I guess. But it's a funny old world. It's a funny old world, those VCs. They like investing in kind of the new fad, don't they?
Well, I wouldn't know. I never spoke with. I mean, maybe I spoke with a couple of them, but I never pitched them anything. I just interviewed them.
They're kind of wolves in lamb's clothing. They present themselves as being very cuddly and friendly, but then a lot of them are pretty shrewd or just mean, I guess. I don't want to speak too badly of them, but it's a funny old layer of Bitcoin which I didn't really have access to before, and then when you have access to it, it's so different to obviously the layer of developers and the development community, which is great. Feel very at home there. To then have to rub shoulders with some of those folks. Because everyone's kind of, a lot of them are playing, a kind of an angle or a game or whatever, and it's much more honest in the developer community than the VC one. But
okay, so I think you are referring to Lightspark.
Lightspark
by David Marcus, yeah.
Yeah. They raised 200 million. What are they doing?
175. Maybe
175.
25 in the previous round, but
wow,
it's crazy.
Real-time payments for the internet. Is there anything about Bitcoin on here? Go on the website, see if you can find anything about Bitcoin.
Well, isn't David Marcus the same guy who was trying to launch Libra, which was Facebook's stablecoin?
Is that the same guy? Yeah, he's one of the PayPal guys. He's doing that. Isn't he working with the US now or something? It's a flashy looking website. It does mention Bitcoin a couple of times, but it's like towards the bottom of the page. Lightspark. I thought it was kind of similar to LNBits, except they raised 200 million and it sort of came out of nowhere. But I guess he is one of the PayPal boys. They're an odd bunch, the PayPal boys. Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, this guy. Yeah. Libra was something which I thought would happen. And I was kind of worried about it in a way because I thought, well, everyone's just going to use this thing on Facebook and they'll get used to it and then everyone will stop using Bitcoin. But then for some reason it didn't happen, the Facebook Libra coin. I guess it was the regulatory side, which made it too hard for them to run. Are you doing a little research?
I recall very clearly that there were a bunch of companies announcing. There was something from Microsoft that they were going to do decentralized IDs, like identity on the blockchain. And I think David Marcus also had something like this, and MicroStrategy announced something like this, like a year or two ago. It seems like we have these weird use cases, like they don't make too much sense, but they raise a lot of money, and then you don't hear them, you don't hear about them anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's they're sort of piggybacking off all the good work which the developers in Bitcoin do, aren't they? And they're like, oh, we can do this with it, we can do that with it, and they raise a bunch of money, like you say. But then actually delivering those solutions is a lot harder than maybe they thought. But I remember the decentralized identity thing. It had some good. Christopher Allen, I think his name was. He was working on that. He's part of the Bitcoin. Oh, I can't remember what they were called. It's like a San Francisco body, but they produced a lot of good stuff. And he was working on the decentralized identity thing. Ultimately, though, it's probably key cryptography, isn't it? That's why I like Nostr, because it's you don't need a blockchain, but you can have an identity. But yeah, I think. Yeah, Microsoft's an interesting one because at one point they were gonna, was it Digicoin, Chorm's Ecash, they were gonna buy that, weren't they?
Digicash,
yeah, Digicash, yeah, not Digicoin, Digicash, and they offer, I think they were gonna buy it for like 100 million or something, but then the deal fell through. But had it gone through, then everyone would have had access to Ecash through Microsoft on their Microsoft computers, which is quite a crazy concept back in, I don't know when it was, 2001 or something.
I was thinking it's more like 97, 98, but
97, 98.
It was so early and internet commerce was at such an early stage, but I think we would be much better off if we made our payments online with Digicash with some privacy. Right now, people just got used to typing their credit card information on websites and making their browsers remember that.
Yeah, it's potty, isn't it? Yeah, but there was a drive years ago. Do you remember about keeping your identity safe and not putting your identity into too many websites because you might have identity theft? There certainly was in the UK, and then it's almost like everyone just sort of forgot that idea, and they're like, "Oh, it's okay, just throw your identity around everywhere on the internet."
I think Facebook sort of normalized this. Before that, I remember using more pseudonyms, but on Facebook, you had to put your real name, real picture, school you're attending, get found by your peers, and that was sort of the incentive to put your real information so your friends can find you, or you can discover this friend from school who moved into another city, or that's the way I remember it. Before that, I never put my real information on websites.
It's funny how like all those little compromises you make or people made on the internet. So they were like, okay, this thing is sacrosanct, I'm never going to do this thing. And it's like you make this little compromise. You're like, oh, well, I want access to this, so I'll give up my identity for this, I'll give up my identity for that. And then over time, they just kind of wear you down, and you make more and more compromises until you're completely doxed, and everyone's got all your information. You take it back. And the way we take it back is public key cryptography. and Nostr IoT, and all the great things we're building in Bitcoin. But there are two versions of reality in the future. There's a dystopian one where corporations, controllers, and governments, and there's one where people are free. And the one where people are free, requires us as humans to take control of the software and the hardware. And when people do, like, I think we see it as technologists, don't we? People who are like, we've been around other people who take control of software and hardware, and then we see them create these beautiful things because they're humans, and that's what humans want to do. So it's like it's that Hal Finney quote, isn't it? That this thing which can be used to control us can also be used to free us.
Yeah, I think Hal Finney even wrote some articles about this. And he was basically encouraging everyone to not use any form of internet money that has no privacy.
Yeah. Which would not be Bitcoin.
Yep. But that was one of his first tweets about, I think it was the second one about Bitcoin. He posted running Bitcoin. And then like a few days later, he came back and said, looking into ways to add more anonymity to Bitcoin transactions.
Wow. It's a bit like Lightning with payment channels, isn't it? It's like, oh, we need to make payment channels. Oh, we need more anonymity in Bitcoin transactions. And we're here now, and we still haven't got the anonymity in Bitcoin transactions or payment channels. What do you think about anonymity on the base layer on chain?
I love it.
For it. Yeah, same. I'm same. I think the Monero arguments, they what you get, what you benefit from, is far outweighs any worry about inflation.
It's a bit absurd to think that we have such advanced blockchain analysis tools right now, and there is no way to protect yourself other than a coin join, which is, it's just adding a little bit of doubt. But at the end of the day, you're going to spend that on some KYC off-ramp, and that's how they can trace back to figure out what you've been doing. Bitcoin has no privacy. It just has deniability, which fades the more you use it. And also, it's stored forever. So just because you don't know or someone else doesn't know who's transacting, it doesn't mean that they will not be able to know in the future.
Yeah, particularly with
that's
the
a bit
AI
frightening.
stuff. You imagine Chainalysis snitch with the AI added in the mix as well. Being able to figure out whose coins are whose. Yeah, the coin join stuff was always, it's cool that people have the technology for coin joining, but I always was worried it would add kind of more of a fungibility attack, because I honestly think that one of the best attacks people can do to Bitcoin, government-wise, would be to allow like clean coins to be used for stuff, but then not joined coins, because then you end up with coins having different value on the marketplace, and that would suck because you can't have fungibility issues in actual money. So I always thought that would be one of the best attacks. Like if the US really wanted to put a thorn in Bitcoin's side, they would say, okay, you can use the ClearNet coins where we can track the history of them, but you can't use the coin join coins, which they do, I suppose, to a degree. Like if you buy any real world good, like anything big, like a house or something, then often most countries want proof of where that money came from, like you're saying in Europe, and in the UK is the same. I think in the US is similar too, that you need to prove where those funds come from. I always feel sorry because sometimes you get the kind of the middle class Bitcoin enthusiast who buys a stack of Bitcoin on I don't know, Kraken or something, or some exchange, and then listen to an Odell podcast, shilling coin joined their coins, and then I don't know, a few years later it goes up in price. They want to buy a house with it, and then they can't because they can't prove where the money came from. So they've got all these coins now. They don't know what to do with them. And then they find that they have to end up laundering their own coins to give them a history so they can actually buy something significant with their own coins. I think that's always like a risk with just promoting coin joining without acknowledging the risk of coin joining, that at some point you might want to buy something with those coins and you might not be able to. And you might have to launder your own money, particularly if you bought them on an exchange.
That's why it's so bullish when exchanges support Lightning, right? Because you get your coin join Bitcoin on the Lightning network, and then it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well, arguably, I suppose you still need to prove the history of it when it came to buying a house or something, or some big asset. But I suppose ultimately, you know, that stuff goes away. But currently, that's the material world in which we live in. And the only way, one of the best ways for that stuff to go away probably is for anonymity on chain, on the base layer. It's funny. I remember, who was it? Peter Wuller. He did a talk in. He didn't actually do a talk. Someone else did a talk, but I won't mention them because it's too embarrassing.
I'm gonna interview him soon.
Who, Peter Wuller?
I wish. He's not interested, but the person giving the talk, I'm gonna interview him soon.
Oh, really? Oh, will that reveal who it is?
You told me the story already, but you should tell it.
Okay, yeah. So it's at the Chaos Communication Congress in Germany, Leipzig in Germany, and it's cool. It's like, you know, 50,000 hackers or something ridiculous. They descend on these aircraft hangars in Leipzig in Germany, and it's part of the Chaos Computer Club, and they're like legit hacker computer club, the ones who kept WikiLeaks going when it was being attacked. Anyway, so they organize this event, and all these hackers go. It's between Christmas and New Year's, and you have all these different assemblies, and it's kind of an unconference style. So every sort of discipline is just given an area. So it's like, okay, you're into, I don't know, 3D printing. This is your 3D printing area. Now build something, and the people build up an area, and they have their own talks and whatever. Anyway, so you have the Bitcoin assembly, which is embarrassingly small in this venue because a lot of these people are like anarchist hacker types, and they just kind of associate Bitcoin with the sailor ideology of whatever, of greed and gains. So they don't really like it. You know, they don't see it for the wonderful internet money it is. They used to, until, you know, the gains ideology kind of became the predominant, I don't know, way in which people viewed Bitcoin. Anyway, so you got this little Bitcoin assembly. It's a small table of like 20 or 30 people. And I remember there was this one year Peter Wuller was there, and there was someone at the assembly, and they did a talk on it. The talk was on how perfect Bitcoin is as it is, and how we don't need privacy on Bitcoin because we have coin joins, and that fixes the privacy. And I remember Peter Wuller, it was quite embarrassing because, I mean, he was sat down listening to this talk, and then he just stopped him in his tracks, and he was like, "Nope, I'm working towards zero knowledge transactions. I want to be able to send money to somebody else, and for there to be no way of knowing that I sent money to that other person. That's what I'm working towards." This is Peter Wuller, and the person who was doing this talk, they were quite young at the time. The person who was doing the talk, I was like, I would hate to be you right now, just to be like shot down by Peter Wuller, just to be when there's like 30 people sat there watching you. Like, and also Peter Wuller's such a nice guy, he's all fuzzy and, you know, cuddly looking. And then for him to like quite aggressively go after this person, I was like, oh crikey, could you imagine?
I mean, that's a badge of honor to get acknowledged by Peter Wuller. But at the same time, there's so much cool stuff happening right now. So Litecoin did Mimblewimble extension block, which adds some privacy with scalability. You get increased block size that's prunable with some privacy, which is pretty good. And what Zcash is doing is pretty mind-blowing. I read recently that they figured out a way to make transactions even smaller and make it more scalable. Their privacy is top-notch. It doesn't matter how many participants you have in the anonymity pool. You have the same anonymity set. From this point of view, it's superior to the ring signatures in Monero because you have the entirety of the supply that's available in the anonymity pool that gives you deniability. And then you also have confidential transactions that hide the amount and everything else. It gives me hope. It's like a very advanced research lab for Bitcoin. They started out in 2013. There were 2 papers that were published for making Bitcoin private. The first one was called Zero Coin, and that became Zcoin later on as an altcoin, and now it's called Firo. And the other one was Zero Cash, which turned into Zcash. The goal of this was always to make Bitcoin private. Yep. It's just that until recently they had this trusted setup, so they could only create the ZK snarks by having a bunch of people generating the private keys and then destroying their computers. I actually own Peter Todd's laptop from that era when he created the
You've
first
got,
version.
have you got that? Have you? You've got that laptop?
Yeah, I have it.
That's cool because there was the video where they were destroying the laptop, or the photos. I remember seeing the photos. Maybe
I bought it from Peter like 3 years ago.
Wow. There we
He was
are.
like,
See,
oh, I have this in storage. I want to get rid of it. I paid him like $1,000.
dude, that's worth it. Bloody hell. That's quite a cool laptop right there. That's quite a cool, quite artifact, Bitcoin artifact to have.
Yeah,
I always thought that
that's
was
what I
funny
thought.
because he was like, was he employed to work? I think he was employed, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, so he's classic Peter Todd behavior, where he gets employed to work on something and then he just does a whole bunch of talks afterwards, just fudding on the thing which he was employed to work on. Yeah, he was employed to help work on this thing, and then, but arguably he had a very good point. He then did a whole bunch of talks for years afterwards on how private is Zcash, because how do we know that the hardware wasn't corrupted inside the laptop and blah blah blah. And then that's when he showed the pictures. And I saw that talk a couple of times at different conferences. But it's always funny how they employed him, bring them to FUD on it.
Yeah. He spent about a year touring around the world speaking about the dishonesty of the Zcash setup. But to their credit, they actually made it work without the trusted setup. It took them like 6 years to get there. But
Wow,
now they have it. The problem is that Bitcoin culture is so Sailorized. I don't know how to describe it.
That's
so complacent in saying that Bitcoin is perfect and it doesn't need anything, that even looking into that and telling other people, this is cool, maybe we should reconsider this, see how far we can get. It gets you within that shitcoin territory where people put a label on you and they're like, oh, you're not pure enough, you should not hang out with us. We're not going to listen to your podcast now.
That's the no true Scotsman, isn't it? Is the no true Scotsman fallacy, which is no true Scotsman would ever do this, no true Scotsman would ever do that. And then it's, what is a true Scotsman? So no true Bitcoiner would, think that Zcash is cool. No true Bitcoiner would, I don't know, like the idea of a cooperative. Like it's a fallacy in that there is no true Bitcoiner. And what you do have is probably an asshole, like the ultimate boiled down version of whatever the no true Bitcoiner is by those who push that. Is whatever the true Bitcoiner is, sorry, by whoever pushed that is probably an asshole anyway, so you don't want to be them. Yeah, it's kind of an issue we've had. But I think with Bitcoin, like people don't realize people like they have realized they can't destroy Bitcoin. So now they think, well, how can we control Bitcoin? And it's okay, well, you build a narrative around it that it's not freedom technology. It's not something which is going to compete the USD. It's just something you can trade. It's just something, it's just some digital gold, some asset, some trading asset which you can use. It's not this free and open source magic internet money, which is going to replace the US dollar. And people heavily underestimate like how powerful those forces are and how far-reaching their tentacles go. And I'm always very distrusting when I hear of someone who's actively trying to position themselves in a place of power within the Bitcoin community and shape the narrative, and then start commenting on the way in which Bitcoin should be developed and how it should be ossified or whatever else. So I'm always very skeptical. I think we should all be skeptical of it. So like, for those, I mean, your listeners are well schooled on all this stuff, but the cypherpunks, they were like heavily infiltrated by the alphabet agencies because they were fighting for normal people to have privacy on the internet. And at that time, governments didn't want normal people to have privacy on the internet and access to cryptography. And then those people, those cypherpunk people, they create this new payments technology which exists to disrupt the traditional power bases in the world, and different countries control over money. And then there was kind of this weird assumption that it was only the cypherpunks which were infiltrated by these agencies, and that wouldn't then transcend into Bitcoin. And like I often say that like back in the day, it was the few random people who turned up at the conference and asked too many questions. They were probably spooks. But I would say that we shouldn't think that there's some people on stage who aren't probably spooks in Bitcoin, and who aren't trying to control the narrative, and who aren't trying to just restrict the growth of Bitcoin and its impact, because it's certainly within the interests of the people who would send out agency folks to position themselves within the Bitcoin ecosystem, as they do. So yeah, exciting times. Spooks everywhere, man.
Speaking of spooks and cypherpunks and Nostr all at the same time, I think it was one of the 21 guys in Germany last year. We had a conference. I want to say Stuttgart, but that's not where it is. In Frankfurt. So we were in Frankfurt next to the building of the European Central Bank. We had this proof of work summit, and Phil Zimmerman was invited to attend. And this guy from 21 went to Phil Zimmerman and told him, hey, are you on Nostr? It's this very cool social media decentralized application. You can get it on your phone. You can post. And then Phil Zimmerman started asking questions about it, like, so how does it work? You know, there are relays and nodes and blah, blah, blah. And at one point, Phil Zimmerman looked at him and asked, so how do you stop Russian disinformation? If anyone can post and there's no way to censor, and there's no way to block someone from posting, and there's no way from preventing them to run their own relay, then how are you going to stop Russian disinformation? And it was such a mind-blowing moment, because like 30 years ago, he had to deal with the same question. Like, how do you stop Russians from using PGP, from having private communications? And it sort of comes full circle. I don't know how I should interpret this, but it seems like even Nick Szabo, he went on stage like 3 or 4 years ago, and I watched that on live stream. He was saying that the future of Bitcoin is integration with PayPal, and it's going to become part of the mainstream financial system and stuff like this. And I was thinking, wasn't this guy a big fan of privacy? And now he's talking about basically integrating this revolutionary technology into something that is very much legacy and boring and trusted and censorship friendly.
I guess it's like there's a couple of possible reasons, but I mean, accepting defeat is a big one. People get tired and they're just like, oh, whatever, you know. And to his credit as well, like if you look at free and open source, the free and open source revolution, to begin with, the big proprietary companies, Microsofts and the IBMs and whatever else, they were rallying against free and open source, and eventually they had to integrate it, and it just sort of made its way into their projects, and they became free and open source contributors. And in that regard, he's probably not wrong. There's not going to be a bloody revolution where we all take out, you know, the banks are all destroyed by Bitcoin. The banks will probably start adopting it, and the Trojan will be behind enemy lines. This is not an attack vector, but this is, I mean, it is an attack vector, but this is a scenario in which we need to be careful, because obviously there's lots of these powerful forces which all want to kind of shape what Bitcoin is, and it is the community as a whole which decides what Bitcoin is and will become in the future. So if there's enough people who want it to be X, then it will slowly become that thing. So we all need to be vigilant as individuals. But I mean, this is that Hegelian dialectic again, in that the majority of users, they just want to be freer, and they can't be freer if this thing's controlled by the banks. So, you know, good luck to the banks trying to take control of it and it just becoming a mainstream thing. Either that, or, you know, they've been turned and they're just trying to like restrict. I'm not saying Nick Szabo's been turned, but they're just trying to restrict its growth, and they're on the payroll of something. But I mean, on the Nostr thing, like, you can't stop. It's permissionless. Anyone can go on there and say whatever they want and pretend that it's real. What you don't have is, like, you have, and I think we'll have more and more work done on this as well, is you can have control over the algorithm. So like, if you're using Twitter, you don't know what Twitter are doing to like push, or Elon's doing to adjust, you know, political sentiments. Maybe he's got a little toggle switch somewhere and he's like, okay, more violence, less violence, and that tweaks the algorithm into any direction he wants to take it. More support for Trump, push those posts, less support for Trump, whatever. Like, you don't know how he's twiddling the mechanisms which use for the algorithm inside Twitter. Whereas in Nostr, I think that stuff, it's like, it's just as Bitcoin made money into a clean word, because, you know, money's the root of all evil. Nostr can do the same things for things like algorithm. Algorithm, we think of it as this evil concept, this evil thing. But actually, a good algorithm is important for you to find access to content which you think is relevant to you. It only becomes evil when someone else controls it. And you have things like surveillance capitalism, which just tries to monetize you as a user. And then you have whoever owns the platform, and they're pushing whatever political agenda as well. So that's what Nostr doesn't have. So it's like, yes, you can have Russian fake news on Nostr, but if Elon Musk was a Russian asset, and if he had access to that little toggle switch to push Russian propaganda, I don't want to just say Russian, but what to push the ideology of that platform in any direction he wants to, then he can, because it's a privately owned company, a privately owned project. So he has control over where users are directed in. And it can never be like, so he's like, oh, this is now a free speech platform. And it's like, it can never be a free speech platform because we don't know what the algorithm is. So like for a while, I don't know if it's still doing this. And I said this to people and I sounded like some conspiracy theorist nutter or some like ego-driven conspiracy theorist nutter, right? Honestly, every time that I posted the word Nostr on any posts on Twitter, they just never got any likes. And I was like, this is, I post a post. I mean, maybe not so much these days, but when I was more active and I was posting good shit on Twitter, like videos or whatever, or demos, and they're all, cool things. I would tend to get, 10, 20 likes pretty quickly. And then if they were good posts, they would go up. But if I ever posted the word Nostr, I would get like 1 like. And I'm thinking, well, this isn't because people hate Nostr. And it was there was clearly some shadow banning over that word. And he was very aware of Nostr, because obviously when Jack Dorsey put his Nostr npub in his Twitter profile, Twitter released that sort of not cease and desist, but it was that they would potentially ban any users who promoted other social networks. There was like a day or two where they pushed this thing, and then they got loads of pushback from the community, from people on Twitter about it, so they stopped. But you don't know what words they're shadow banning. They can just have a collection of words and then they shadow ban it so people don't see those posts, and then they push other posts. You don't know what he's doing. So when it comes to, disinformation from wherever, like that happens through a centrally controlled platform. In Nostr, it isn't centrally controlled, and ultimately the users will have control of their own algorithms, so they can tweak those little toggles themselves to get access. Maybe they want more Russian disinformation, and they'll tweak that little toggle themselves to only, only see posts which have the word Putin in, or something. I don't know, whatever. But it's that's how it changes the flow of information quite significantly, and is actually a tool of the free press, which we should have said to Phil Zimmerman. That it gives the control over the algorithm to the users, as opposed to the corporation or company or government where that corporation is residing. So it could even be that, Elon Musk hates Trump, and he just saw Trump was going to become it's just, as a thought experiment, Elon Musk hates Trump, and he just saw him as the person who's going to win, and he wanted to cuddle up alongside him because he thought it would benefit him economically. And then for that reason, he pushed the Trump agenda on Twitter and then tweaked those little toggle switches to try and encourage people to vote for Trump, because that's who, he was backing. You just don't have that problem on Nostr. Like, you've got to say something valuable. People are going to seek out your information because it's good information. And there's no one you can coerce. If you're a government, there's no one you can lean on to push. You can try and push disinformation, but you'd have to do it in a more time-consuming way, rather than just trying to, co-opt the person who runs the platform.
I have to say, you're a very good CEO of Nostr.
Nostr's great, man. I mean, yeah. Why did I start calling me? I'm obviously not the Nostr CEO, by the way. Oh, that's because I had Nostr.com. That was it. And because, that's why I started calling myself CEO of Nostr.
Do you still own that, or did you sell it?
Yeah, man, I still own it. And to be honest, at that time, we were so busy in LNBits, and I was like, if someone Googles Nostr, they go to Nostr. Currently, they go to Nostr.com, and at the time, I was just like, it's such a piece of shit. Like, it needs to be better. So somebody with resources should be making this thing a much better landing page for people. And I still think that's the case. I still think it needs a lot of improvement and needs a lot more resources poured into it. Because if people, and arguably it's been something to restrict the growth of Nostr, which I feel terrible about. But it's like, it's time and resources. I've only got so much time to work on stuff. And we had a sprint over a week to make Nostr.com better. And that's partly why we're doing some services and products through Nostr, like the Nostr identities, for example, because that gives us a good excuse to work on the Nostr.com webpage. So I was like, if someone wants to buy this thing for a load of money, that'd be cool. But they didn't. So I was like, okay, I'll put it under the ownership of LNBits Inc. And LNBits Inc. can now use this to offer services which are useful, like the selling Nostr identities, the auction, and all that sort of stuff. And maybe some paid relays, like you could pay to spin up a relay, a Nostr relay. I think that'd be pretty cool. The story behind Nostr.com is it was we were in the Telegram group, and I saw that it was available, and I said, dudes, this URL's available, somebody should buy it. And then after a month or two, nobody bought the bloody thing. So I was like, okay, I'll buy it. And at that time, this was the most expensive domain I've ever bought. It was a $4,000 domain. So I bought, and this is when there was about 15 people in the Telegram group, or 30 people in the Telegram group or something. So I bought Nostr.com. That's how bullish I was on Nostr early on. I also got Nostr.org, and then I let the renewal elapse for Nostr.org, and a domain troll got it, and then I managed to get it back off them years later. And now there's a small group of people who have access to the repo to manage Nostr.org. But it's a funny one. URLs still quite centralized, the internet, isn't it? In that if you own the name for the thing, the .com name, then inevitably, like Bitcoin.com, you end up with a load of traffic going towards your site. But it's encouraging that Bitcoin.com has gone a bit more Bitcoiny and stopped being as Bitcoin cashy, because it got that Adam Smith invisible bitch slap to keep it in check. So same with Nostr.com, it's like we're beholden to Nostr, so the Nostr ecosystem, so it helps a lot. So like with Nostr.com, for example, everything we do on there, we consult Fiatjaf. And actually we had a conversation more recently because he wants it to be a better user experience when they first land on Nostr.com. To encourage people to use Nostr more. So we're having a bit of a redesign for that. We should be doing soon.
Yeah, right now Nostr.com is still pretty geeky, but I do like it. It explains everything in a way that is good for beginners.
Yeah,
maybe not dumb enough, but
yeah,
it's
good. This is the point. So like, I had Nostr.com, but like really that thing's needs like focus groups and stuff. It needs proper research on taking complete noobs, putting them in the room, showing them the site, getting them to navigate through it, and seeing if it actually helps them get onto Nostr. And currently I don't think it does. It's better than it was. And the reason it's better than it was is because my father-in-law said, oh, I'm joining Blue Sky because the Independent moved to Blue Sky from Twitter because Twitter's evil. And I was like, well, that sucks. You should probably be on Nostr. And he said, oh, how do I get on Nostr? And I said, oh, it's easy. And then I tried to explain it to him, and I couldn't explain it. It was too hard. It was like too hard to kind of explain in a way which he could easily understand. Just by pointing him at something and saying, go use this thing and you'll get on Nostr really quickly. And then he showed me the onboarding for Blue Sky, and it's like traditional kind of Twitter experience. You go there, just make an account, you're on. So it's like, okay, so you've got this self-sovereign platform where you take control over your data and your keys. How do you communicate that in a way which is like easy for noobs and easy for new people to understand, where it's not just going to scare them straight away? And I still think there's a bunch of stuff we can do to make it more appealing when you first land on Nostr. And I wish I'd done it. I wish that would be my regret, actually. When you asked before about regrets, it wouldn't be LNBits stuff, because I think everything's gone pretty damn well for the LNBits stuff. But my big regret would be with Nostr.com. Just, I don't know, like, it was just like time and resources, really, but just somehow getting the right people together to, I don't know, give it a real face as soon as the Jack Dorsey stuff happened, or maybe even just pinning down Jack Dorsey at one of those, like Costa Rica, and saying, help us with Nostr.com, let's make that like, a good onboard experience. Because when people Google this thing, that's where they're going to go. And currently it's just dead technical and confusing and scary.
How's the growth on Nostr? I mean, do you have any access to
Pardon?
statistics? How is the growth on Nostr? Do you have access to any numbers or statistics?
There are some, there's some statistics. It's free and open source growth. So we had a lot of people when the Jack Dorsey thing happened. We had a lot of people jump in, particularly because he was like chucking out sats. He was doing these, zapping people 1 million sats and giving out all this money to all these projects. He had all these people going, Jack Dorsey, Jack Dorsey. And then, so we had this sort of spike in growth of people. And then it's sort of trailed off like this. But it's, my friend, who was it? Dan Held. He's not my friend, but Dan Held made a post on Twitter about, how's Nostr going? And he had like a graph of the users, and it was like up and then sort of a slow trickle down like this. And then my friend George, who's like an proper OG Bitcoiner, he just posted up like, Bitcoin's growth when it came to users early on. And it was exactly the same. It was like up, and then people, like we said before, you get those. It's like a good free and open source model. Is you get spiking, a bit of a spike in growth, then it dribbles out, and then it starts ticking up again. And it was identical. And then subsequently, since then, I realized that Dan Held actually thought it was a shitcoin project, and it had a token attached to it. And that's why he's shitting on it. And I was like, oh, okay. He didn't realize it wasn't a shitcoin project, which I thought was quite funny. But the, so it's like that. It's kind of hardcore people and building stuff. And we just need to make it more accessible, easier to act. And Nostr.com being a bit more user-friendly is quite an important part of that for when people Google it. And then also just like the other
Marty
stuff.
Malmy, who was the first the first collaborator of Satoshi, and he's working on Iris, and he seemed so interested and so passionate about Nostr.
Yeah, if Marty Malmy is working on something, then it's good. Marty Malmy's legit, man. He's a good dude. Yeah, he bought that flat, didn't he? For whenever you feel bad about whatever Bitcoin you may have lost or spent, then go research Marty Malmy. How much he's bought.
At least it's not pizza,
Yeah, that's true.
It's an apartment.
Live in it.
It's something you can actually use on the long term.
Yeah, although he'd be a trillionaire now probably if he didn't, but there we are. No, that guy's great, and he's very measured, and he doesn't need to, he works on anything he wants to work on, and very talented guy. I mean, Bitcoin was lucky to have him early on, actually. But he's now working on Iris and with Kieran from Snort, I guess, because they sort of merged, I think. Iris for a long time was my go-to desktop. I've actually got a desktop client now, which I use, but for a long time was my go-to desktop client, and because it was kind of simple and easy to use, and it was like nice and straightforward. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, how do we get more users on Nostr? What do we do? Vlad.
I've seen all sorts of applications being built. I remember like a couple of years ago, there was something like a TikTok for Nostr. There was something like an Instagram that focuses on presenting you pictures posted on Nostr. There was someone just told me that he would have preferred if I also live streamed this using Zapstream. I've tried that one. It's pretty cool. You pay by the minute to live stream, but it's costly and it doesn't guarantee any sort of, I wouldn't call it return of investment, but it's an expense. And it's not the most convenient way to, or at least not the most popular platform. It doesn't get you too many views. And when you see the cost, of course, YouTube is expensive to run, but YouTube has figured out a way to monetize it with ads or whatever it is that they put in. They're a large corporation. These people running servers, I wish it was a more direct way to give them money for a subscription or something, as opposed to paying by the minute. But I did see that there were people, for example, playing Pokemon on the Game Boy. And the
Yeah.
only way to make a move in that game is to make a microtransaction. So
Yeah, no, this
people,
is how you get adoption. Yeah.
people could collaborate to make movements and beat the game. And I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, there's a because the interoperable thing. So I was speaking. This is Vital. I was talking to him about this one, and the Rabble guy too, because I think what did Rabble bought? It's like activism.com or something like that, or some sort of activist website, and he's currently sort of nostifying the website. So they've got like 500,000 active users, and he's nostifying it because then all the users in that site, they then can use all the clients to be able to communicate with each other. So it's like a benefit to the platform because they get kind of social media exposure by all those people who are on that platform talking about that platform in the wider social community of something like Nostr. And then I was speaking to the Vitor guy about it as well. No, Craig, it wasn't him, it was someone else. I can't remember who it was. Anyway, the idea of if you've got like some of these games, I don't know, like Candy Crush type games, which have got like 1 billion users or something, that it's fairly simple for them to integrate. I need to work out who it was I was talking to about this. It's fairly easy for them to integrate Nostr and then add a social media layer to their game, which then benefits them because their users are then talking about that game within that social network. And then, of course, all that data is interoperable with all the other Nostr clients. So basically, just giving them all Nostr accounts. I think it may have been Vitor I was talking to. Yeah, and so that process of Nostrifying games, Nostrifying communities online, that process then helps people build better tools for Nostrifying those platforms. So I think that's the way you bring users into Nostr, is really like, it's mutually beneficial. Like you Nostrify some platform, people speak about that platform on Nostr, and you add a social media, which is very powerful, social media layer to whatever platform or game or whatever you've built, and then it pulls in more users. And then you're talking about 500,000, or 500 million, 1 billion users being pushed towards Nostr. And then particularly if they're on multiple platforms and they can use the same key if they want to for those different platforms, while being on Nostr, then that's pretty impressive stuff. But no, that is the way of getting more adoption.
At the same time, Ben, you can optimize for adoption, you can make all of these plans, but I do believe that every technology has its time, and there will be a moment when there will be, for some reason, a mass exodus out of Twitter because of shadow banning, because of free speech infringement, or whatever reason. And people will find Nostr because they need it, as opposed to just because they want to use something that's cool.
Yeah, totally.
Because you don't have the marketing budget of something like Instagram or whatever to remind people all the time that you exist, to have celebrities to post on it. That would be cool, actually, to have some celebrities joining. But I think the adoption curve, or at least the initial onboarding experience, is maybe a bit more cumbersome than just using your phone, use your Apple ID, you sign up within like 10 seconds, and that's it.
Yeah, I suppose because currently you've kind of got two platforms now. You've got Blue Sky for all the lefty liberal types, and then you've got the Twitter for people who are kind of more on the right side of things. But then with them being centralized platforms, wouldn't be long until maybe Twitter, the shareholders of Twitter, boot out Elon Musk, and then they decide they suddenly need to appeal to the lefties more, which then pisses off their current user base. And then similarly in Blue Sky, it's quite centralized, the moderation of it. Theoretically, other people could use it, run these moderation nodes, but really it's just Blue Sky team running it. And if they suddenly start to politically go more to the right, then all the people who are currently on there feel like it's a safe space, because they're as lefties are embraced, but then the right people are kind of kicked off. Then then they'll also move from that. And then ultimately, like you need like a apolitical commons, something which nobody can control. And it's only a matter of time until these centralized platforms trip up, and then they lose users, and it drives people towards the apolitical solution. And it's so simple, Nostr, as well. It's such a simple idea. Relays, WebSockets, public key crypto. And it may even be that, Twitter see the writing on the wall, and they just implement Nostr. Who knows? Could happen.
Is your camera okay, or did you turn it off on purpose?
Yeah, no, it died. It died. It ran out of battery. It's pretty good usually. It just kind of like it's powered on, and it stays on, but for some reason it's died. Occasionally it happens. It's been a long one.
Are you using the Sony one?
Yeah. I think it's sometimes if I use like the extension cable with my wire, then I think it just can't draw enough power from the computer to keep itself to sustain itself. So I think the battery just slowly leaks, and then eventually it just caps out and dies. I could go pop another battery in it, but I'm not sure I've got another battery for it. So I'm going anon.
It's pretty cool, actually, when you think about it. My camera, which I'm using right now, needs to be plugged all the time. If I leave it on battery, it dies in like 30 minutes.
Yeah. No, it's all that stuff's great. It's so much easier now to produce content, like get yourself access to a decent microphone and a camera and start making stuff. Which again is another big driver, isn't it, for these like permissionless environments where people can contribute content like video content or audio content or whatever. There's no barrier to entry. Anyone can just hop on there and start making stuff. I mean, it could be as well. I mean, I hope it's not a driver of adoption for something like Nostr, but as the world becomes, definitely as the world becomes more politicized and more unstable, that people really question what's the incentive behind the thing which is providing them content on whatever platform they're on, and is it being driven by some political ideology or some centralized control? And I think that they'll start to realize that is the case with Blue Sky and is the case with Twitter. I mean, Blue Sky do a better job than Twitter, but it's still quite centralized, and it's pretty hard to not have it centralized as well. But also as well, like in Nostr, maybe it's not quite ready for the whole world anyway. Maybe it needs some, I mean, like we haven't even gotten around to making Nostr.com good enough yet. And it's, the development which has happened on it has been off the back of my father-in-law, watching my father-in-law try to use it. So maybe we're not quite ready anyway. So it's okay. We can bide our time and let other people use other platforms for a little while. And then when they're ready, we'll be ready.
Yeah, when you think about it, it's still very early. When was Nostr launched? Like 3 years ago? Maybe 4? I remember being there. I'm still upset that I lost my OG account. I was like one of the first 20, 30 people creating an account. I was using Brunle, BRNLE. And
so I made the first Twitter clone, and then that then became Brandly. Brandle, however you pronounce it. That then became, because I fell out with Fiatjaf over it, because I reversed one of his commits, and then he forked it and made Brandly, which was great for a while, but very sadly, this was such a painful thing as well, because it's such a great piece of software, but it was just a design decision. He had a local storage database system he used with it, which just didn't scale, and there's no way of knowing that. And this is one of the hardest things which you have in software when you're developing software, is you just pick like the wrong project to power your software. We did it in LNBits for a long time. So we were using Flask for our API, which is a Python API framework, and then there was a fork of Flask called Quart, and Quart did asynchronous, so you could do asynchronous stuff in it. So we implemented that into LNBits, and there was just basically no projects running it at scale. But when it ran at scale, there was just some fundamental problems with that framework in that it would just trip over itself, and it was kind of unfixable. So we tried to stick with it for a long time, and then we made some upstream commits and things. But by then, Fast API had kind of come into its own, and that was working really well. So we then had to refactor everything to be on Fast API as opposed to Quart. And it was like at that time, like we could have very easily, because at the time there was like Quart and there was Fast API, but Quart was closer to Flask, which we'd already used, and so we picked Quart. But actually, you know, it was just no one could have known which of those frameworks would have worked better in the future. But we just picked the wrong one and then suffered for it later on. We had to do a massive code refactor. And it was similar with Branly. It just had, there was just fundamentally at its core, there was an issue with the database, the local database stuff it was using. But yeah, that was the first, I made the first Twitter client, and then, which I don't think would even run now, but it was pretty cool. It kind of looked like Twitter. But the reason we fell out, me and Fiatjaf, was I literally cloned Twitter. And if you look at Twitter, it's got like the way it's split, the screen split in thirds. There's very specific ratios. And I imagined all the focus groups they had of users to find those ratios. So I was like, well, I'll just use that work they did. And I'll just use that in the Twitter clone. And then Fiatjaf went in and like a bull, he just split it into third. So he just made it 3/3 of the screen. And then, because I was kind of a bit of a noob developer, I suppose, I didn't realize how much of an insult it was. I just reverted his commit and pushed it to the repo. And then he forked, and he's all angry. So it's funny. It's like never revert someone's commit. But arguably, I mean, he did, revert my commit initially. So there we are.
I wanted to ask you, Ben, on, sorry for interrupting, but there's on Nostr.com this section where you can buy your @Nostr.com identity, which I guess is a domain for your account.
Mm-hmm.
You search for something, you see if it's available. You can get one for free, which has letters and numbers. But if you want like a vanity one and it's available, it says you can pay $5 for it. My question is, do you have to renew this annually, or is it permanent?
Yeah, it's annual for now. We were thinking about permanent, but it was kind of a case of we want everything to be sustainable before we offered that, because ultimately we don't want to lie to users and say you're going to have this thing forever, and then, the company behind Nostr.com isn't forever. But more and more it looks like it is forever. So yeah, we do want to be able to provide people. I think the other thing is as well, like, we need a mechanism for people to buy and sell their names. So I think the auction might push us towards it being forever. But currently it's annually. And actually, if you want a 3-letter vanity Nostr identity, it's expensive. It's like $250 or something. Which amazing. I was amazed that there's a bunch of people who bought them. But people like those vanity addresses. And I suppose, if you look at Fragment, which is where people buy and sell Telegram handles, some Telegram handles go for like $20,000 a piece. It's not something I would do, buy and sell a Telegram handle, but maybe there is some value in people getting some of those Nostr identities and then being able to buy and sell them. We've got high hopes for the auction. I think it's going to be pretty interesting.
It seems like if I want to get V at Nostr.com, it's $250. VL
nice.
is $100. So for 2 letters, you pay half.
Is Vlad's taken, I imagine, because we've got Vlad's done.
Yeah.
It's a shame, isn't it? What's the one you want then? What do you want?
It would be cool to get V, but at the same time, it's so meaningless. I would get something like Bitcoin Takeover, because at least that one promotes a brand. You understand?
Yeah. Okay, well, what we'll do is we'll give you the Bitcoin Takeover at Nostr.com. And we have an affiliate system which Vladstan's built into it. So if we give you the Bitcoin Takeover at Nostr.com, and then we'll give you an affiliate link, which is literally people use Bitcoin Takeover at Nostr.com, and then you'll get 20%. So we'll give you a 20% affiliate link. How's that? And then if anyone goes to Nostr.com and buys, it's not going to be active now, obviously, but by in a couple of days' time, if anyone wants to go get a Nostr.com identity, they'll get 20% off. Yeah, that's how it works. They'll get I guess they'll get like, I need to figure this out. Let's say they get 25% off. Yeah. And then we'll give you 20%. How's that? They get 25. No. Is that how it works? I don't know how it works. Okay. If anyone uses it, they'll get 20, let's say 20% off. And then you'll also get, there we are. You'll also get 20% of it, Vlad. Okay. So there's your affiliate link.
Wow.
That's pretty cool. So yeah, in a couple of days, try that. Go on there, and if anyone wants to buy a Nostr.com name, they can, and they'll get 20% off. Plus, Vlad will also get 20% of the purchase price.
So it seems like right now on Nostr I'm at Vlad, but I'm not sure Vlad dot what sort of domain I have.
I think that's because you're using Damus. So for other people, it'll be like Vlad at Damus.
Interesting.
Let me have a look.
I'm not sure if you can scan my QR from here.
No, I've got it here. Oh, it doesn't actually say anything. I think on Damus, it's just got your npub when I look at you. And then it's got your Lightning address, which is a Wallet Satoshi Lightning address.
Yeah.
What's cool about your Nostr.com identity, though, is you'll have Bitcoin takeover at Nostr.com, which people can get a 20% discount on, and Vlad will also get 20%. So it'll help support his show as well. But you can also use that as our Lightning address as well, which is kind of nice.
Fancy. The way in which I back up my private key, so let me also show something, is
show your
that
private key.
I got a crypto steal for it. They have these capsules, and you can put letters and numbers for any password. It doesn't have to be your seed phrase. So I put my Nostr NSEC inside of those. And if you buy one using BTC TKVR, which is basically the abbreviation of Bitcoin Takeover, you can get 10% off.
Why don't you get BTC KVR for your Nostr.com one?
I should, right?
Yeah, okay. So they scrap that affiliate link. We're going to call it BTC KVR at
TKVR.
Sorry, say again.
Takeover. BTC TKVR.
BTC KVT. Yeah, whatever you said. BTC.
It's Bitcoin Takeover. So
Takeover. Okay, yeah, I got it.
I also own the domain, the .com one.
There we are. So there we are. If you use that, I tell you another nice feature as well. Actually, is if you then go to let me get it up. I'll share screen. Yeah, we're building some cool stuff into Nostr.com. It's nice, and it needs to exist. But if you go to Nostr.com, and then I think if you do if I do at Ben Arc, no, it didn't work. There's a way in which you can, maybe it's just Ben Arc. No, maybe it's at Ben Arc. Nope, that's not it. It's a good demo, isn't it? Okay, I think usually I don't think it's working, but you have like an end jump page here, so it'll show you your latest posts, and you can just share the URL. You can also put an event in there, and it will show it as well as an end jump. But I think our end jump's broken. And then what we actually started doing as well is we've built in some caching stuff, because one of the which I think we'll make it as like an optional feature for Nostr.com users, so that, because like one of the things which is kind of annoying with Nostr is like, if I make a post on Twitter, I can go on Google and I can type in roughly the content of that post and I can go find it because it's being cached, whereas Nostr posts aren't cached. So I think what we're going to have is like a toggle maybe. So it's not there now, but maybe in Nostr.com you'll have a toggle and it'll be like cache my posts. And then when you make a post on Nostr, it will kind of publish it on Nostr.com. Well, not publish it, it'll just have the post on Nostr.com, but it'll do it in such a way that search engines can crawl it. And then people can Google it. Because like, yeah, I kind of feel that like that kind of holds back people finding Nostr as well. It'd be nice if someone searched for something and then knows like, oh, this is a post from Nostr about that thing. Because if you're posting publicly anyway, it's like, you clearly don't care about people accessing that content. So maybe it's a toggle. Maybe it should be a toggle in Nostr.com. But it'd be quite nice, I think, to have some caching. Yeah. So BTC
TKVR.
TKVR at Nostr.com. Okay. And you'll see it if you buy a Nostr identity, you'll see the little referral link bit where you pop in the referral link. If you stick it in there, you'll get 20% off. How's that? There we go.
Not that bad, man.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. And then maybe later on you can sell it on the auction.
There's also Christian from Mallorca in the chat. He says he misses us. He says, miss you guys.
Yeah, I miss him too. I miss Mallorca. I miss the blockchain days. That is for people, anyone watching, that is one of my favorite conferences of all time, is the Mallorca blockchain days. Because it's like a retreat and it's so intimate, and like you just get such a high density of cool people there. You get your Amir Taakis, you're swimming in the sea with Amir Taaki, that kind of stuff. And it's cool as well, like listening to, because I think Peter Todd and Amir Taaki were there at the same time, weren't they, last time? And they were talking about back in the day when they were in that squat in London, working on Bitcoin stuff back in whenever it was, 2012, I guess. So you get some insights into some of Bitcoin's history. And we were saying as well the some of the people you get there. I mean, you had Roger Ver turned up, didn't he, at the bar last year?
Yeah, but not because he was happy to be there on vacation.
Just randomly. Oh right, yeah, because he's stuck.
He's on exile. Yeah,
he's on exile. Yeah, shouldn't have left Japan. Did you know they have a no extradition policy in Japan?
I had no idea, but I think they negotiate this. If you're super valuable to the US or whatever, they just say, okay, you can have him.
Well, there's the example of the cannibal guy. You know the cannibal guy? There's this Japanese guy. He was a student in Paris, and he met this girl, started falling for her, a good friend, and they're hanging out all the time. Anyway, he really started to like this girl, so he ate her. And then he flew back to Japan before they could catch him. And because they have a no extradition policy, he was completely free. And he became like this celebrity in Japan, the cannibal guy, and they would have him on like morning television, and they would just have a video of him eating stuff on television. But he was actually a legitimate cannibal, a free legitimate cannibal who'd eaten some poor French girl. So yeah, so they got a pretty strict non-extradition policy. I'm sure Roger would have been safe had he not left and gone to Europe.
When you say eat, you mean ingest, right?
Yeah, he ate her. Like he just ate her. All of her. Just ate her.
It's not a funny topic, but somehow it sounded funny.
Yeah, he just ate her.
Ate a French girl.
Yeah, and then get away with it. It's madness. There's a good documentary about that. But there's some good adoption actually of Bitcoin in Japan while we're on Japan. I guess there's always been, isn't it? Because you had MT Gox was there, and yeah. But no, I was speaking to some Japanese business dudes a couple of weeks ago, and they're getting more and more adoption happening. It's pretty cool. I was told that Nostr adoption in Japan was high as well, but I went to the Nostr conference there, and there was no Japanese people there. Well, there was a handful, but it wasn't as high as I thought it was.
I remember that event. I wanted to go, but Japan is so expensive and takes so long to fly.
Yeah.
Sometimes, if you're doing business in Nostr and you're the CEO of Nostr.com, of course you have to go. But if you're just this guy who likes Nostr and wants to go to Japan, you have to really weigh in the cost and be like, probably better off going to Prague once again.
I took my son because he's like a teenager and he's sort of interested in all that Japanese culture stuff. And as am I. I mean, it's on the bucket list of everybody to go to Tokyo, isn't it? Of course. It's got some cool stuff there. Anyway, so I book because it's quite expensive, Tokyo, and I'm a bit, I don't like spending too much money on accommodation. It's one of those sorts of cities where you can spend like $1,000 a night on a hotel or whatever. So anyway, I find this relatively cheap hotel, and I'm like, okay, this looks all right. It's kind of in central-ish Tokyo. So we'll book that. So I booked it, and we get there, and it's this tiny little hotel room, and we're all jet lagged. So I'm like, hey, do you want to go for like a little walk? Go see Tokyo at night. And my son's like, yeah, cool, let's do that. So we go out of the hotel, and then we're walking around, and there's all these women keep jumping out at us and saying hello. And then I realized the hotel was right in the middle of the red light district. And I'd just gone and booked a hotel in the middle of the red light district. And it was like the most embarrassing thing. And I was like, just avert your eyes, son. Don't look. Just get on the bus and go out of here.
It happened to me too in Frankfurt last year, but the red light district was not exactly what you're describing. It was more like junkies in the street. And it was
there it's
horrible.
funny because it's kind of like, it seems to be quite accepted. So you have like a nice restaurant with families and stuff eating it and eating dinner or whatever. And then next door, you'll have like a brothel. And then after that, you'll have like a newsagents and then, something else, then a brothel. So it seems to be kind of a more accepted way of life. But I kind of found it quite hard to be. Obviously you like Japan because it's in Tokyo and stuff, because visual, and it's on the bucket list, and it's an incredible place. And we went to Kyoto as well, and that was cool. But the rules, because it's such a rule-based system, I found that quite hard, and particularly kind of the politeness side of it. So you'd like go into a shop to buy some chewing gum, and then the girl serving you would start bowing because you bought the chewing gum, and I'm just like an asshole. You don't have to bow at me. I don't like service people having to feel that they have to be nice. Always, if I go to America and people are super nice because they want to get the tips or whatever, I don't like it. I want the kind of, going back to France, I want that French experience that I'm just like treated like an asshole, because I am an asshole, and I found that quite hard, and I was kind of happy to get out for that reason. It was just all the kind of the rigidness and the politeness of it all. But yeah, cool place. And the Nostr Japan, it was good, but it was like, it wasn't, because before we had the Costa Rica one, the Nostr Rica, that was really good. Because that was in kind of like a yoga retreat, and there was just some great developers there. And it's very exciting when when you have like this new thing, like we had it with Lightning as well, you get this like new protocol, infinite possibilities, everyone's building great ideas, and you're meeting people for the first time. I think that's where I first met Marty Malmy. I stayed in an Airbnb with Marty Malmy, that was it. And I just had a really cool, like really nice vibe to it, which I didn't really get so much in Japan, but there we are. I don't know if there's any Nostr conferences on the horizon.
I was going to ask you, which conferences will you be attending this year?
I've cut way back because they're not very productive. I don't like, there's a Welsh word, hiraeth, which means it's like a longing, like a heartbreak, like a longing for something which you've sort of lost. And it's what we sort of use to describe how sad it is when you go away from Wales. And I always get it. I'm like, I can do about 2 days of being away somewhere and enjoying it until I start to feel really sad. I just want to go home. So I'm not doing that many. I'll do some UK ones, but I'm blockchain of days, of course, in Mallorca. I've got to go to that one. But yeah, that's probably it, to be honest. I don't really want to do any traveling. It's not productive either. Like it takes weeks out of, if I look at my GitHub commits, it's pretty busy. And then every time I go to a conference, there's like a month of like pretty weak contributions on GitHub. So I'm going to cut way back and just do maybe local ones. How about yourself?
I don't know right now. Obviously, I'm going to the Mallorca one because Chris invited us and he's very nice. So look up Mallorca Blockchain Days. I think it's one of the most underrated events of the year.
Yeah, totally.
I'm not sure if I might be going to the Warsaw Film Fest. It's a film festival with Bitcoin content. I don't know, there's a lot of hopium in that cinema. But if I manage to finish the manga with my girlfriend, we're doing a manga about the first year of Bitcoin. If we are able to finish that on time, then I think we should maximize the number of events that we attend so that we present this to as many people as possible and popularize the concept. Because it can be very educational and it can help people who otherwise don't care about Bitcoin learn something about Bitcoin, even if maybe they're not going to get it right away. So I have high hopes about this. I don't know. So far, the only certainty is Mallorca. I might go to Warsaw, I might go to Prague, even though I'm sick of Prague already. I've been there so many times. I could maybe walk to Parallelnipolis with my eyes closed.
Yeah. It's something of a mecca though, Polis. Isn't that closing down soon, Parallelnipolis? That's what I
They
heard.
closed it. Now it's
Did they?
called Second Culture. It's basically the same, but they're trying to move away from the crypto anarchy philosophy and make it more web-free, NFT-friendly, because that's where the money comes from. And now they also accept credit card payments. That's a major change for them.
It was always sad in Prague because like Prague was one of those hotspots of activity and adoption, and people like, you know, like Slush, you mentioned Slush before, he's from Prague. And there were all these great companies and projects which came out of Prague early on in Bitcoin. I think because they had the polis, like when you have like a real world meet space where people can come and hang out and discuss ideas and set up things. You always tend to get good projects coming out of that. And they had that very early on in Bitcoin. And then also maybe the culture as well. They got a good hacker culture, a bit like in Berlin or something in Germany. But then there seems to be all this infighting among them. And it was like, we're not big enough for you to have infighting. So it seemed like some people were against the polis and some people were for it. And there just seems to be a lot of kind of infighting, which was a real shame because like, yeah, we're not big enough to have infighting, I don't think. And also, particularly when it comes to, you know, the sort of hacker scene, we need the hacker scene to be strong and united. But ultimately, I suppose Parallelnipolis is like in quite a gentrified area now, and the rent's probably pretty high on the building, and they need to make it sort of profitable. So I can see why they've had to do that rather than close it. But it's a shame. It's a bit like, you know, Room 77 going away. Remember when Room 77 closed? That was sad.
Yeah, but that one had more to do with the owner getting sick of running Room 77 as opposed to not being profitable. I think he was still having daily customers and the business was not so bad. Maybe he closed it during the pandemic when it seemed absurd.
Yeah, but it wasn't because, you know, for other reasons, people closed in the pandemic. It really was. I mean, he'd made his contribution. He kept that thing going for many years. You know, it was the first bar to accept Bitcoin, and where the first Bitcoin phone wallet was created, wasn't it? In Room 77.
Actually, and this is information from the manga that I'm working on. I found this guy, his name is Double C from Bitcoin Talk, and he was able in 2009, I think it was in December, to create the first mobile wallet for Bitcoin that was running Bitcoin D. And it was being operated on a Nokia N900.
Oh, damn son.
That's actually the first ever mobile wallet. The one that you're describing is by Schildbach or whatever his name is. Andreas, I think. And that one was built using Electrum Tech, SPV.
Yeah.
This one built on the Nokia was actually a proper full node phone, and it was running the client that was ported for that operating system. I think it was running Linux anyway, so someone just figured out how to do this and sent the first Bitcoin transaction to someone else on Bitcoin Talk. I think it was like 0.42 BTC to the other person. And this was December of 2009, very early. And most people don't know about this.
Crazy talent. That must have been so fucking hard to get Bitcoin running on a Nokia phone in 2009.
Well, to their credit, it was N900, so it was a very high-end phone, which was designed for this sort of applications.
Yeah.
It was, think about 2009, back in the day, Android and iOS were very much at the beginning. Nokia had most of the market share. BlackBerry was still a big thing in business.
Yeah. People don't realize the amount of, honestly, they're just, when they're using Bitcoin, or I don't even when they're criticizing the Bitcoin toolset, they don't realize the blood, sweat, and tears which goes into making these things. Developers staring for hours and then to their eyeballs are bleeding trying to get something to work, and they finally get it to work. I can only imagine how, I know it was a higher end phone, but still, I can only imagine how hard it was to get that to work. It's kind of ruined the story for me, though, that they developed the first phone wallet in Room 77 because they were fed up of taking their laptops to the bar to pay for their beers. So they developed the phone. Andreas developed the first phone wallet. It's ruined that story. So thank you, Vlad. But it's also very cool to give acknowledgement.
That's also where they had to develop QR codes for addresses. Because they had to type the addresses before that.
It's insane, isn't it?
It is.
They're proper enthusiasts. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Anyone who's kind of involved in Bitcoin before it was this crazy profitable thing to be involved in, you just got to have respect for them. And this is partly why I got a bit of respect for, Roger Ver, because he was in Bitcoin before it was this guaranteed kind of profit-making Ponzi scheme. He was like, he was balls deep in Bitcoin and dedicating his life to it. So, but it is sad that
it has a lot to do with your background, because he came from this libertarian background. To him, discovering Bitcoin made a lot of sense, just like it made a lot of sense to someone like Ross Ulbricht to use Bitcoin for the marketplace. It's maybe something that these guys have been looking for a long time, and they just found the right tool for the job. And that's why some of them, like Eric Voorhees or whatever, they can't be Bitcoin only, because to them every piece of technology is means to an end. They're not emotionally attached to the technology.
Yeah. They didn't get involved when there was a sort of pre-baked ideology or whatever. They were just using what was useful at the time. But I think Marty Malmy's story is similar, wasn't it? It was like he actually had a use case for it, and that's why he started working on it. But yeah, I guess there's a lot of people who just wanted like internet native money. And that's why they started working on Bitcoin, obviously, early on to begin with. But it is kind of a shame that, like, I know a lot of developers in Bitcoin who feel a bit disenfranchised at the moment because of the Saylor stuff, the Saylor ideology, and then all the users as well who are kind of on board with it as well, just the medium of just the store of value use case. They care less about the free and open source internet money. So I spoke to a few great developers in Bitcoin. I won't mention them, but who just feel a bit like, ugh, really? There's this new billionaire who's going to tell us what Bitcoin is? Great.
Man, I'm looking at the Nokia N900. It was running on this processor that could go up to 1.2 gigahertz if you overclock it.
Wow.
600 by default, so 600 megahertz, 32 gigabytes of internal memory, which was a lot. I remember when iPhones had 8 and you had to delete pictures to take a new one. 256 megabytes of RAM, 5 megapixel camera with double blitz,
Pretty
Wi-Fi,
cool.
GPS, Bluetooth, basically all the features of a modern phone. But it was before the touch screens.
Yeah, crazy. I think I remember that phone.
It had sort of a, what do you call this? Like a keyboard that pops.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I remember it.
Slider phone.
Because I remember I got a phone on contract at that time, and I had it was that or the LG Prada phone.
Oh, fancy. You had the LG Prada?
And I went for the LG. Do you know why I went for the LG Prada?
No.
Because it was the first touchscreen phone without buttons. iPhone ripped it off. Apple ripped it off. Everyone credits iPhone for like coming up with the touchscreen phone, but they didn't. It was the LG Prada, which looks very iPhone-y, by the way. And it used to blow people's brains out when I was like, I get my phone out and they'd be like, what's that? And I'd be like, it's a phone. I'd be like, but where are the buttons? Like, it's got no buttons. It's just a touchscreen. First Synaptic touchscreen phone. It was sick. And then Apple, in their usual Apple way, they did it with the mouse as well. And then also, what else was the other thing? The iPod. They would just see another technology out there and then create a slick version of it, and then somehow people credit them with creating the thing when it's not, it's somebody else who created it, and they just kind of, I suppose, they marketed it for mass market. Yeah, but the LG Prada. But I almost bought that one you're talking about, but I remember it had too many bells and whistles, and it felt like it would break easily, so I didn't go for it. But I should have, because then I could have maybe found Bitcoin a little bit earlier and put a Bitcoin node on it.
Yeah, you could be like, so what can I do with this? It's overkill. It's more than I actually need. and then
I
you
know.
find some nerds on Bitcoin talk.
Yeah. I Google it. What can I do with this Nokia? And it'd be like, oh, you can put a Bitcoin node on it. There we are. But yeah, Room 77 came out of Room 77. So Ethereum, that was Vitalik going to the. He made it in Room 77, didn't he? I think we started making it in Room 77. That's where he was hanging out when he was building Ethereum. Jeremiah first started talking about local Bitcoins in Room 77 at the meetup. There's a whole bunch of cool shit which came out of Room 77. Just a little dirty rock and roll bar in Berlin. So the meet spaces are important. You get less meetups now, don't you? Bitcoin meetups, I feel, than you used to. That used to be a big part of the Bitcoin ecosystem, was the local meetup. I haven't been to a Bitcoin meetup in ages. I know one in Cardiff has sort of slowed down.
I can think of some attempts locally to do meetups. It's just that I guess people are lazy and they don't want to. There's also this concern by OGs. They don't want to show up in some place where people can follow them home afterwards.
Yeah.
And I guess we also deal with this uniformization of Bitcoin culture where you get high priests like Saifedean or Michael Saylor or whatever, and they tell you exactly what you should think. You buy the book, you read hope.com, which right now is a Bitcoin website, and you're supposed to be in tune and up to date with whatever everyone else thinks about Bitcoin. So there's less interaction, plus you have a lot of podcasts.
Yeah.
So if you just want to learn while driving or washing dishes or whatever, you just start one of these recordings. You're going to get some new information.
God, that's true, isn't it? I suppose at that time, there wasn't all this content you now have for Bitcoin. So I suppose people felt the urge to seek out other Bitcoiners, whereas now they can find them online easier. I didn't know about this hope.com thing.
Plus, you have the conferences, right? That's where you meet people.
Hope.com is like Michael Saylor. Does he own it or something? It's like
Yes,
michaelsaylor.com. Oh, it's got his face all over it. Ugh. Yeah. I don't know what we're going to do about these billionaires.
Well, I'm not concerned about their wealth. I'm just concerned about the fact that Saylor stepped in 5 years ago and he took control of the narrative of what Bitcoin is. A year later, so he has only been around for 1 year, and he was establishing the North American Mining Council, and he was on calls with Elon Musk trying to get him to accept Bitcoin on Tesla. Saying, so how can we please you, Elon Musk? Please tell us. Let's do this. Let's talk to all the miners in the US. Let's be carbon negative or whatever.
Yeah.
How do you go from just being this guy who tweets in 2013 that Bitcoin is going to die out just like online gambling, which, by the way, never happened in both examples?
Is that what Michael Saylor did early on?
Yeah. There's this 2013 tweet from him, and people circulate it. And he's also famous for appearing on the page of a financial newspaper from the US. In 2001 or something, he became the CEO who lost most money in one day with his company.
Wow.
So I honestly hope that MicroStrategy never implodes, but in the way that it's managed, they just borrow more money, they buy more Bitcoin.
I mean, it's a glitch in the system, but what it does do is you have loads of Bitcoiners who had equity or whatever in on Vanguard or some provider, and then they weren't able to, or maybe in their pension funds, and then they wanted some access to Bitcoin in a pension fund, or they wanted to switch their equity from one company to another, and then so they ended up just buying MicroStrategy, and then they made a lot of money on it. So it's kind of hard for them to be critical on MicroStrategy because they filled their bags up. And I know some pretty influential Bitcoiners who kind of had that experience, that they did quite well with the MicroStrategy stock. And now they're just buying and selling MicroStrategy options. And it's, I know a couple of them who, they're completely aware of Saylor's, I don't know, of the sort of person he is, but then I know others who kind of buy into it maybe a little bit too much. But no, it's, yeah. any billionaire who tells you anything, you should probably be questioning their incentives, particularly at some point if they lost all their money and then suddenly magically got it all back. You know,
I don't know. What's weird to me is that he came up with these analogies and terms that were not part of the popular discourse in Bitcoin. And he took this mission very seriously to educate all the newcomers. He bought domains. He got on every podcast he possibly could. He came up with these crazy bullish narratives. It's going up forever, Laura.
He didn't come up with those now. I mean, so a lot of those talking points he has, they're just like a boiled down version of the talking points which, you know, a lot of people had over the years, but he just kind of summarizes them quite eloquently on these talking heads news pieces he does.
Well, I don't think anyone spoke about digital energy before. Like, hey, Bitcoin is digital energy, whatever that means. Bitcoin is a battery for electricity. That's stupid.
Yeah. But the it's a funny one. It's funny because it has impacted the culture of Bitcoin, all that stuff.
And then he refers to Bitcoiners as the hive mind.
I think that was done before. I swear I've heard all these talking points before, way long ago. And he's just picking up on them all, repeating them, regurgitating them. Yeah, but there we are. Each to their own. He found a glitch in the system and he's exploiting it, which is you can't really have the fiat currencies and debt exist in the same chamber as Bitcoin. He's made a lot of money. Well, I say he's made a lot of money, but no, that's fake news, wasn't it? Someone posted a post about him having to sell some Bitcoin because they're over leveraged. But I think it was a bit of fake news right there. But it's like we always have to just rally against any form of centralization, don't we? And I think you get some people who really do want to kind of steer a narrative and seize control and power over Bitcoin, and I don't know, have like power just within the network, and then you should treat them like suspiciously and take everything they say with a grain of salt.
It's not resistance money if we don't resist whatever is the popular narrative.
Yeah.
And it's so easy to just rage quit and say, okay, I'm out.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah. We lost some good Bitcoiners to that. Particularly as well, I think that I know quite a few Bitcoiners where, you know, they may have had quite large stacks, and then they spent it helping grow the network, and then. But I suppose it's like, you know, it's the recourse of your own decisions and your own behavior, whatever. But for them to have someone tell them what Bitcoin is, I think can be quite frustrating when they were there early on, burning through their stacks to, you know, someone like a Malti, like, you know, breaking new ground, buying a flat, showing that this thing can be used as actual money. That's the sort of sacrifice he made to get us to where we are now. And there was a bunch of folks who did that. And I think that can be very hard for people, though, psychologically, knowing the amount of value which they separate themselves with. But I mean, you can only make decisions based on the information you have at hand at that particular point in time. And for a good while, there's only, you know, I can't remember what it was, I suppose maybe 4 or 5 years ago, that people used to always say, oh, you know, yeah, buy some Bitcoin, but it may implode in on itself and go to zero. There was always this caveat. And then somewhere along the line, people stopped dropping in the caveat because I guess the thing became stable enough not to have it. So for those, you know, people who did spend their stack early on, it was based on, there was always this idea in the back of their minds that this thing could implode in on itself, and they've done pretty well, you know. And but I can see why that, coupled with then kind of a shift in ideology, can frustrate people into leaving. But yeah, Saifedean guy. Did you ever read? Did you ever speak to Dominic Frisby? You ever had him on the show?
No, I haven't. I
He's
wanted to interview him when he was supposed to come to Mallorca one time, and he was listed as a speaker, and he didn't show up.
Yeah.
This was like 2 years ago. He's very interesting, but I think he did so many interviews that it's hard for me to come up with anything new, you know?
Yeah. He's kind of out of touch as well. I mean, he knows a bit about Bitcoin, but I think he's kind of out of touch of modern Bitcoin, I suppose. But he wrote that really good book. It was Bitcoin, the Future of Money. And if you read that and then read the Bitcoin Standard, you realize how much of the Bitcoin Standard is just plagiarized. And then the bits which aren't plagiarized from Bitcoin, the Future of Money, are like the crazy, superfluous, like not superfluous, the weird assertions and crazy ideas, which are actually safeties. But the good stuff is a lot of it's taken from Bitcoin, the Future of Money. I tell you what was cool about Dominic Frisby is I said that to him. Me and a couple of people who'd read his book. We sent it in Romania when we were in Cluj.
I remember that. Yeah.
We said, oh, this guy's like plagiarized most of your book and is now making a killing selling it to Bitcoiners as this great thought leader. And Dominic Frisby's reaction was, whatever, cool. He wasn't even asked that this guy had like ripped off all his ideas, which I thought was pretty impressive to not be annoyed by it.
Well, I think you win in the moment when someone picks up your ideas and takes them further than you could possibly ever could.
You didn't say he didn't do that, but there we are.
Well, he did. He has his own podcast. He tells people every week to buy his book. He elevated the knowledge within the book to Bible status,
Yeah.
If you own the Bitcoin Standard, that's how you prove that you're a Bitcoiner. You put it on the shelf behind you as a background, and that's how you signal to the others that you're well read. You quote it, you complain about everything around you being fiat, and that's how you signal that, oh, you must have read the Fiat Standard, which is the follow-up to the Bitcoin Standard. And you know what's coming after the Fiat Standard? It's the Gold Standard, which is a work of fiction in which he's describing a world where the Gold Standard never went away. Yeah. And with the benefits of modern technology that we have had since 1971, all the prices are actually going down. And I listened to his presentation. I was in Slovenia at a conference organized by NiceHash. I think this was in November. And I raised my hand and I said, how are you going to have the same amount of innovation in housing, for example, if you don't have a fiat standard to incentivize investors to put their money into something as opposed to hoarding them?
It breaks the model, doesn't it?
It does, because most of the technological innovation that we had is owed to the fact that money is losing value. So the people who are rich need to move it around, need to invest it somehow.
Yeah. It's always one of the worries about something like a Bitcoin standard is that how do you actually have investment, and why would banks ever loan any money if they just have this thing which can always goes up in value? And actually, I mean, it is something which we're kind of experiencing with the Sailor ideology in Bitcoin. I mean, obviously, like I said before, we're doing a raise, and the money raising environment for Bitcoin now is so much harder than it was before, because the people are kind of just doing that thing with the Sailor. They just want to keep the coins and have that go up in value, and then not actually produce value with the money. And this is why I say that, soft currency, because, it always kind of frustrates me when people are like, well, soft currency evil, hard currency great. And you're like, well, but really they're just technologies. And soft currency has these technologies which are sometimes are pretty useful, and you can argue against this, but like with the Great Depression, for example, the way in which we were able to wiggle out of the Great Depression was creating fiscal stimulus and the New Deal, and flipping the money printer switch on, and the sort of Keynesian economics of post-war Keynesian economics of buffering out up and down cycles in markets. The whole idea was to create more stability. And then people will argue, well, no, because with a gold standard or a Bitcoin standard, then companies will be resilient, so they'll have reserves. So if there is ever a crisis of any sorts, that they'll be able to weather the storm. But that's just not how that's just not how profit making works. Like, you take the profits you can at the time in which you're running, And there's, like look at the 2008 crisis. There's a whole bunch of really successful, great companies which have been around for 20, 30 years. And then, there's 6 months, a year, which they needed to weather in order to continue to be successful for decades later. When you destroy businesses and capital, yeah, some stronger businesses are going to survive, but you're going to lose a lot of great businesses, which could just be helped. And anyway, that was the idea of the sort of Keynesian economic model. And I still think there's room for that in the future economy. It's just, it needs to be that obviously the people who control the money printer aren't corrupt, and they don't just enrich themselves. So there needs to, this is why it should be a federation or something else. It should be really hard to kind of like turn on that money printer and only be in a but the reality is with the gold standard is like, if you've got a Great Depression event where, your children are starving and you've got 50% unemployment and the economy's tanking and you're probably going to have another war, like the people will rise up. Even if it was a people's revolution to create a Bitcoin standard, the people would turn around and say no to the governments and say, no, you need to turn on the money print. You need to do something. You need to get us out of this horrible situation in which we're in. And I think that I just don't feel, I can't see that you're going to get out of that just by Austrian economics or whatever. Like, and I think there's always going to be room for some capital creation to create fiscal stimulus. And then also, like you say, like you need to be able to, encourage technologies to develop by having money accessible by people, by it being loaned by banks who are then going to get interest on the loan, as opposed to just sitting and hoarding the underlying asset. But yeah, if you look at the past century, arguably a lot of the advancement was through there being cheaper money. But then on the other side of that, on the flip side of that, I suppose it does incentivize a lot of, I don't know if it does. Because sometimes, I mean, like the money creation issue gets blamed for the modern form of like consumerism and capitalism. Whereas the reality is like, something like planned obsolescence and having things break, that was always something which came out of the private sector as a way to get you to buy more stuff. Because if they sell you something which is going to last, then you're not going to buy their latest iPhone. So they got to get the iPhone to tank after X amount of years. You're not going to, yeah. So there's mechanisms within private profit seeking of profits, which aren't, I don't think, necessarily blamed on how the money is created. But that's yeah, but you got to have the companies who push the technology. So most technology is advanced in a laboratory or a university somewhere, then gifted to the private sector, and then the private sector. I mean, if you look at every part of the iPhone which exists inside an iPhone, at its root, that stuff was probably developed somewhere in academia, and then they have a bunch of engineers who work on it and then paint it and a bunch of things to then end up producing this iPhone. But where were we? What was the question? What was the thing he said again?
Well, there are two parts of his comment. First, he says, you are wrong. Ending the war and retooling our wartime economy towards productive ends got us out of the depression. The growth was stimulated by technology advancement in spite of the money printing.
Yeah, but I mean, you're not going to have companies producing things and get companies having investment unless banks are going to lend them money to invest. So we're going to loan the money to actually build the things and create the advancements. So you need the capital there. It's much slower. Like development of technology is much slower if you don't have soft currency. I mean, which might be fine. Maybe that's a better thing, and maybe the way. I mean, clearly humanity is having a pretty detrimental impact on the planet, and maybe a big part of that is access to cheap money, and maybe that's an issue. But yeah.
Ben, are you aware that we've been going for almost 5 hours?
Yeah, I'm starting to be aware. Yeah, I'm starting to flag a little bit. The brain's not working. When you start talking, when you start shilling canes, you've gone too far in your Bitcoin podcast.
Canes?
Keynesian economics, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
thinking of sugar canes, you know.
yeah. I got a bit of a soft spot for Keynes. He gets too much flack. I like in the Safedine book, who's like Safedine called him a pedo. There's no
Yeah,
evidence to call him a pedo.
that's horrible, you know, because he could have gone into dialectics or try to debate his ideas, you know, try to explain why
Yeah.
he believes that he's wrong. But instead of doing that, he just slandered him. He said, "Oh, did you know that he was sexual? How does he describe him? Libertine, I think that's the word. And that he used to like very young girls."
No,
Like,
it was boys, wasn't it? He said that he was a pedo, and he's got evidence that he was a pedo and all this stuff. Whereas he wasn't. He was part of the Bloomsbury set like art group in London, which was they're all kind of arty farty types, and they're all banging each other. And he was a homosexual for a long time. And then the other thing which Safedine said as well was that he never married, so he wouldn't understand traditional family values, which is a very kind of right wing comment on its own. But he did marry later on in life, married a ballerina. So he does that was the sort of assertions in that book, which I got to, and I was like, where's he going with this? It was after all the Bitcoin, the future is money plagiarisms, which was, was all right. And then it got to that bit about Keynes, and I thought, this doesn't sound right. And like you say, we're all ad hominem as opposed to actually debating Keynes's ideas and seeing value as well. So like Keynes came up with the Bancor, the idea for which is what he took to Bretton Woods. So when you had the Bretton Woods agreement, how the future economy was going to be shaped and the US dollar was going to be the world reserve currency, Keynes on the other side of the table was arguing for an apolitical world reserve currency, because we had it with the Brits, if you have a country which controls the world reserve currency, then there's this horrible incentive for that country to dominate all these other countries. So he's like, no, for more stability, so we don't have another war, because we've had two of them, we want this apolitical world reserve currency, which would be a basket of assets which countries could trade between each other in a sort of federation. Obviously, the technology wasn't really there at the time, but I always think that as much as Bitcoiners hate the man, I would be like, he's probably be a Bitcoiner. Like he loved the idea of very political money. He thought it was great, and actually died. That's when he died of a heart attack. Meeting Harry Dexter White to try and push for an apolitical medium of exchange. But then obviously the Americans at that time were like, no, you Europeans have pulled us through 2 world wars, so we're not going to believe anything you say. You could just use the dollar and shut up. And like 50% of the world's currency was dollar anyway. But yeah, we're getting to those times again, aren't we, where the power bases are all shifting around the world. And
I think we're living times of renegotiation where
yeah,
the world powers are trying to establish where they're at and what their roles are going to be moving forward. I think China's gonna have a lot to benefit from this. I'm not super happy. I don't want to start learning Chinese. But they've done a pretty good job. And even in the case of Bitcoin mining, it's much harder to pinpoint to moments when they were horrible to Bitcoin miners. Because once most of the mining started happening in the US, they came with regulations and everyone wanted to get a slice of the pie. And they wanted to add censorship and OFAC lists and whatever. China, I think they were just announcing, okay, we're gonna ban mining. And then they're running their machines again in some village where no party official is coming. And it was until 2021 that it went like this. And afterwards, I think it became more decentralized on one hand, but we also got behemoths like Foundry. And Foundry is zoned. So basically all the miners that are hashing with Foundry are owned by the same company. It's not a proper mining pool where people put together their hash rate. It's just one company, one entity.
they mine a lot of blocks too.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you watch the mempool. No, it's kind of one of my fears of China is obviously they have a managed economy and it's been very successful because it's a managed economy. And it's kind of one of my fears that perhaps, I mean, particularly, you know, because my viewpoint would be that markets are inherently unstable in that you have periods of overproduction, which then result in crisis and potentially things like depressions. And we have somewhat of a managed economy in that central banks can fiddle interest rates to encourage or stop money lending. And then they can do stuff like quantitative easing and fiscal stimulus in times of crisis. But the Chinese, they have like a full managed economy. And it's kind of one of my worries that that's the more stable form of markets is there being that sort of centralized management of it. And that other countries see that and see the success of China and they want to kind of emulate it. And then we end up with less free markets. And then just generally more control, I guess. But it's food for thought that if another Bretton Woods scenario was to happen again, where there was, you know, like you said, there's a adjustment or change, that now Bitcoin exists, that someone like Keynes, he perhaps wouldn't have suggested the Bancor. He would say, well, we should just all use Bitcoin because if we want peace and apolitical money, and that's a good step towards peace is having apolitical exchange, then perhaps we should be exchanging in this thing which is apolitical inherently and already exists and works as well. You know, the Bancor was just a theoretical concept at the time, but it's kind of an idea that probably, I think that's where humanity will end up heading, is that that will become the apolitical backbone of the world's economy, Bitcoin, and that's what everyone will trade in. Because it makes sense to have a world reserve currency based on Bitcoin as opposed to the dollar or the British pound. And the Brits were far worse than the US ever were when it came to them having the world reserve currency.
Well, that would be nice, but I don't see these people using BTC. Maybe that they would use Bitcoin, the network, and just issue their own token and establish that one's going to be used and you can trade it for BTC.
Well, it's a bit like BRICS. It's a bit like the BRICS thing. It's only a matter of time because they're like, okay, we want to make some non-US currency thing we're all going to trade in. And then, you know, they'll task their technology teams to be able to build that thing. And then we shouldn't underestimate the problems which Bitcoin solves and how hard they are to solve those problems and how much work has gone into solving those problems. Because these technology teams, which are tasked with building these things like CBDCs or whatever else, they'll look at the Bitcoin and the Bitcoin stack, and they'll be like, well, look, there's this thing which exists and it works. So why don't we just use that? Because the thing we build, it could break. And that would be bad if it breaks. So yeah, I think it's only a matter of time until BRICS or whatever else, they just start using Bitcoin. Particularly those interests which just don't want to use the USD anymore. You know, if China, you know, they're like, okay, we want to use the yen, and Russia want to use it. There's an incentive for these countries, instead of using someone else's currency, to use something which is apolitical. All they want really is weakening of USD.
I'm also concerned that the European Union is going to have its own CBDC this year. And they're already talking about, oh, this amount of money is being held in private accounts and we're trying to phase that out to make it unusable because we're going to switch to a different kind of money, which is traceable for us, which only has privacy for small amounts.
It's kind of Gresham's law, isn't it? That like, yes, there's going to be a whole bunch of countries which do that and it will suck, but the good money will be used, you know? So the money which is private, the money which is doesn't require trusted third parties or sensitive resistant, that's the money which everybody's going to end up using eventually. So even if you just have like all these countries competing with their own CBDCs, and this is the John Nash ideal money, that those monies competing, you will end up with a good money by that competition which happens, which is why I would have loved it if like El Salvador did the El Salvador dollar built on Bitcoin, a stable medium of exchange pegged to a couple of currencies and maybe some products produce as well from their country. Because if a smaller country does do that and they do it in such a way that it's like corruption resistant, then other people will start using that money because it's stable, and that'll be a huge driver, and it'll be good for that whichever country builds it. And I kind of want to see that built from one of the poorer, more plucky countries, as opposed to the European Union or the US or China or Russia or whatever else. One of these little countries needs to build a stable coin on the Bitcoin stack, and then the markets will end up using it, and it'll be good for that little plucky country.
I'm not happy about this war on cash. I don't really understand what the end game is. I mean, I do understand at a very high level, but it's very silly. For example, in my country, you can't withdraw more than 3,000 Romanian lei, which is like 600 euro in one day from your account.
It's not your money, that's why.
You can't make payments larger than 2,000 euro in cash. If you're a company, you can't make payments larger than 1,000 euro in cash. So
it's not your money. It's the bank's money. As soon as you give your money to a bank, it's theirs. And then they just, by their grace, let you have access to the numbers in their database. This is why Bitcoin's important, because then it is your money and you own it.
But it's important to also not turn Bitcoin into this super custody DTF asset, because there is no way to verify that the paper Bitcoin you're buying actually exists.
Oh, right. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. More people need to have, yeah. Which is why we need decent scaling solutions too, of course. Which we'll get one day, Vlad.
And self-custody, because if you have scaling without self-custody, it's sort of pointless.
Yeah.
But it's mind-boggling that we haven't been able to figure out a convenient and secure way for people to store their keys. The best one that we have is about writing 12 words on a piece of paper. And even that seems to be sort of a roadblock because some users don't care.
Yeah. Well, maybe, I mean, I wouldn't worry about that, because there is only one direction for general adoption of public key cryptography, and that's for everyone to use it. And it'll be a shorter time frame than you realize. Like, captures are getting too hard and passwords are getting too long, and public key cryptography solves it. It would be pretty cool, actually, to take some of the research which is happening in the Nostr space, like with the hardware Nostr signing device, and then use it for on-chain payments as well. It could be maybe it's used by a Bitcoin exchange when they're sending out those on-chain payments. They just have this little device plugged in from that hot wallet. It's signing the transactions and publishing them to the mempool from the device. But then it's pretty easy to kind of turn off that device and stop it from doing that if you need to. But I'm sure there's lots of use cases for that little gizmo to be used actually in Bitcoin land. But yeah, no, the world needs to get used to public key crypto. And it's not, some people think that people are incapable of doing it. We have a lot of dumbass Bitcoiners out there, and they can figure out private keys and public keys. Like, you keep one of them private, the other one's public. It's not that hard. Yeah, the general populace can figure it out as well. And they will over time. Just got to make the tools a little bit easier, but yeah, they'll be driven to it. Everyone will have to use it.
You also see this in Nostr, right? With people who can't save their NSEC.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. And yeah, well, this is why it's kind of cool. We got this staging ground, this sandbox where you can experiment with all these tools for, public key crypto native environments like Bitcoin and like Nostr, where honestly, I think the things we're building, the whole world will end up using sooner or later, probably sooner, because in order to verify who you are, public key cryptography just makes sense.
This is the cypherpunk dream, right? Having cryptography to replace trust, at least trust in institutions. So you replace structures of power with just cryptography, which I think is beautiful.
Yeah, it's that Nick Szabo social scalability stuff. It's true, and it can happen. Yeah, we can build it. The tools are there, and we are, and that's why we should be proud in the sector in which we work in, because humanity does need it, particularly with all the AI shit as well. Like to be able to prove that you're actually you, to sign something. So this is actually me producing this content. That's pretty important.
It is right now. So I use this AI tool for transcribing my interviews. And there's also an option to add my voice or any custom voice to all the text.
Wow.
Which is insane. And
Yeah.
it's so accurate. Sometimes I'm concerned that we're going to receive phone calls from people who sound an awful lot like our family members who will ask us for stuff. Like
I think someone had that. I think someone went there. I think someone experienced that. They, yeah, we were talking about it on the Bitcoin group. There was someone who had that. They had a phone call from someone who sounded like a family member asking about their Bitcoin. Or maybe one of their family members had a phone call from them. It might have been Josh. And because there was so much content of their voice out there, that this thing was able to replicate their voice, and it sounded a lot like them. But I mean, it does drive people to maybe some more real world relationships, because that's not necessarily a bad thing. If you can't trust everything on the internet, then maybe we'll all go back to having more real world relationships. But I did think about that with maybe the podcasting thing as well, and content, that these hairless monkeys trying to come up with profound ideas and discuss topics might end up ultimately just being replaced by AI, very nice sounding AI, which does a much better job at communicating those ideas. But then I suppose there is the viewpoint of experiencing it as a human, which does have value in itself.
I can imagine Joe Rogan's show with some politician who's a guest.
Yeah.
And everything is scripted, and basically they typed everything into the AI, and it looks so genuine, so real. It's not hard to pull off with today's technology, and maybe in 5 years it's going to be truly indistinguishable.
Here's a thought I had, because Trump, who's kind of an early adopter as a politician on the social media stuff and spreading the campaign via the social media stuff. I was thinking, is he an early adopter of AI? And he's just got some crazy AI bot, and he's like, how do we make America dominant? And the AI is like, well, you need Greenland, get that. You need Canada, get that. And then he's just regurgitating what the AI is telling him to do. I mean, if it's not him, there will be I'm sure all the politicians are using AI for decision making. But then I wouldn't be surprised if there's some politician which all their decisions, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's Trump as well, are coming from some AI bot.
And then you discover that this super intelligence is actually plotting for destruction of humankind or something.
Yeah, potentially. But I mean,
advising all world leaders to make all the wrong decisions to get us into nuclear war or something.
Well, I guess the next step on from that is when we're like, well, why are we having these corruptible humans making decisions? We could just get rid of, maybe, there shouldn't be 4 people with their fingers on the nuke trigger. Maybe government should be much smaller, and the decision making which happens, maybe that should just be AI. And then we get rid of the politicians, and the AI just makes the decisions for us.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Sometimes even being able to corrupt humans can be beneficial. Such as, for example, I've heard this story from Sergey, the CEO of Bitrefill, and he told me that his grandparents were in a in an extermination camp, in a Holocaust camp in Romania. They're from Russia, and they were brought to Romania to get killed. And they were able to escape because they could bribe the security guards. And I think this bribery was actually humanitarian, even though maybe the security guard did not think about the humanitarian side of it. It's just that sometimes the fact that you can turn away the political decision factor or stir it into a different direction can be beneficial. Sometimes. I'm not saying always. It's like a 0.1% case, maybe 99.9%. It's a good idea to have objectivity as opposed to human bias.
Well, that's an argument for the AI, isn't it?
It is.
Maybe, I mean, because you could say, okay, well, humans, we all want to be free, and we all want more liberty, and we want a full belly and enrichment. And we want that for everyone on the planet. AI, make that happen. And the AI will be like, okay, well, stop this, stop that, stop this. And then I'm sure it gets to that point where we replace world leaders with the AI. But before that, they'll probably utilize it and pretend it's their own ideas.
But how do you make the AI not generate the kind of Soviet Union communism where there's mass starvation and you have food rations and...
Well, I mean, arguably that was a human making bad decisions, wasn't it? That was Stalin trying to predict the prices of toothbrushes, and Mao deciding that he thought birds were making too much noise, so he got all the peasants in the fields to catch all the birds, and then they had a famine, mass famine, because of all the insects which the birds were eating. Suddenly, there are too many insects. So, I mean, these are all humans making bad decisions. It's kind of like, because to me, the fear would be that the AI wants to kill us all because it sees humans as a threat to the rest of the creatures on the planet. But I think the reality is the AI will just realize that we're pretty simple creatures. As long as we're, happy, healthy, cultural enrichment, and we can hang out with each other, and that we generally just want to get along and do our thing. And then it's just a case of, resource allocation. But yeah, it's almost like the ultimate commie leader is some AI which doesn't make those split decisions, where it wants to just get rid of all the birds because they're making too much noise in the field. Yeah, I think that's where we'll probably end up. Sadly, well, not sadly, I don't know. I mean, I don't like politicians. I don't think I can trust any of them. I kind of almost think I could trust AI more than I could trust a sleazy politician. He's probably like, scumbagged his way to the position they're in the first place.
Well, as long as you can choose your AI as a citizen, as in vote with your feet. If you're not happy with a certain AI, you can go into another land, just like you choose restaurants,
Yeah, but you've always had I sometimes I don't like the freedom of movement argument for kind of asshole behavior, because a lot of people will use that. They'll say, well, as long as you've got freedom of movement, you've got freedom of choice. And it's like, yeah, I mean, you've had generations of people living somewhere and they don't want to leave. Like, yeah, because I mean, yeah, that's also often been the argument throughout history as well. People are free to leave if they want to. But yeah, maybe we'll have elections for different AI agents. But then I suppose it's who's behind the curtain, isn't it? Like, can you trust wherever the AI is operating? I don't know. I hate the AI conversation because it's this thing we're all on the precipice on as humans, which we're just going to have to kind of wrap our heads around. It's going to radically change everything. And I kind of I'm like, I like The Simpsons, everything stays the same for decades. No one ages. Dog doesn't die. That's what I want. I want everything to just stay the same. I don't want change. Not radical change either.
Oh, but that's sort of dangerous, right? You never get any new ideas if you don't get generations to change.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think that's been a big part, actually, of Nostr's success, has been that now it's easier than ever to build software. And like Cashu as well, and some other projects, which have kind of come out, and then there's suddenly a whole load of different software solutions for them. Is people are using AI to help them develop. I mean, it's like, I think it's heavily like blown up using AI for development, and the reality is that it's not as advanced as everyone thinks it is. It is when it comes to quite superficial stuff, but if you're doing anything quite complicated, then AI's can just get in the way and actually send you on all these red herrings. Whereas, so it's not quite at the point where it's going to replace us yet. But yeah, it's certainly going to have impact, isn't it?
Unrelated, but I just saw the news that Ripple has acquired Hidden Road for $1.25 billion, one of the largest deals ever in the crypto space. And Hidden Road is this prime brokerage firm clearing $3 trillion every year for 300 plus top financial institutions globally. I read this and I was like, okay, so I guess we get a Ripple pump. I refreshed CoinMarketCap and I realized that the entire market is tanking. Thank you, Ripple.
Yeah, there we go. I don't really stay abreast of the movements of Ripple. I mean, they sort of buy their way in. I mean, they'll just pay some company to look at integrating Ripple, and then they'll create all this press about how this company's decided to implement Ripple, but really it's just Ripple paying them. So I don't really pay them too much attention, but that's a lot of money, isn't it?
It is.
1.25
Makes
billion.
you wonder.
Yeah, crazy. There's plenty of money out there.
Imagine these Lightning companies, they talk about, 5 million, 2 million.
Oh, yeah, it's nothing. It's
20
nothing.
million. It was a lot of money for that David Marcus company, Lightspark, 175 million. But then you get 2.1 billion and you're like, okay.
Yeah. It's funny because it's a bit like with the OpenAI stuff. Some of their raises have just been eye-watering amounts where you're never going to recoup that money. It's too much. But yet the VCs are throwing money at them anyway. I guess Ripple's kind of different because they, have this shitcoin money generator, which generates the money. But yeah. Do you think that Bitcoin will ever be replaced by something better?
That's actually a good question. I think Bitcoin is built on cryptography from the 90s mostly. Libraries that were available maybe in the early 2000s, early to mid 2000s. If someone figures out a way to solve the double spending problem without a blockchain and without servers, I think that might be the holy grail. Because the compromise right now is this wasteful blockchain construction, which only gets bloated. There are some designs like Mimblewimble, which are prune and gold transactions, and basically you have blocks that only have 2 transactions inside of them, because all you need is the input and the output data. You don't need to know what happened in every transaction. But if someone figures out a way to do it better, I think that might be the Bitcoin killer. Or maybe it's going to get launched in a way that you can redeem your Bitcoin 1-to-1. So
yeah, that's possible. That'd be a big way to drive users. Although I'm sure people just kind of see that as a shitcoin, and although quietly, I suppose probably they'd redeem it anyway. But no, it's the complexity of Bitcoin. I mean, obviously, I'm dedicated my life to this thing and built a lot of stuff on top of it and put a lot of time into it. But it's the complexity of Bitcoin which sometimes makes me think, well, maybe one day something will come along which can do the same thing, like you say, in a less kind of wasteful way. It's kind of the thing which makes me really bullish on the Nostr stuff, in that it's just such a simple topology. It's so simple that the general architecture of it, I can't really see how you could make anything better for just signing information and spreading it and sending it to people who subscribe to you. Because it's just so simple. But with Bitcoin, it is quite complicated.
yeah, or maybe it takes the next generation to step in, and they're gonna look at it like it's natural, like they're not gonna have the same onboarding difficulties.
Yeah. But then arguably, if like Bitcoin just adopted everything throughout its life history, then it probably would have broken. So it is important that there is some conservative decision making, but then it can't freeze to a halt and not improve.
No, I mean, everything about ossification is just silly.
Yeah, it's stupid. Yeah.
You can't expect something to remain the same way forever in a world where you have improvements maybe every couple of years.
Yeah.
Of course, you should consider very well what you're going to add to this, but don't basically hinder potential use cases and call anything. So I do see a lot of potential in DeFi, for example. You're able to swap assets. Maybe right now it's shitcoins, okay? But you're able to swap assets using protocols as opposed to institutions. That's sort of a big deal. Or all of these privacy protocols that are much more scalable now. I think the average Bitcoiner, when they think about privacy, they consider confidential transactions, which were made 10 years ago by Greg Maxwell and Adam Back. It was more than 10 years ago, almost 12. They don't scale. They make transactions larger. I think Monero has been using that, but Monero doesn't care about scaling. It's just going along with whatever works. But these people don't consider that for the past 12 years we might have had improvements in cryptography. And that this whole blockchain industry, even though there's a lot of, you find a lot of Ponzi schemes floating around, and it's dangerous to some extent to recommend this to the average newcomer, it does produce some research. So it does pay for academics, it does pay for computer scientists who are interested in pushing the boundaries of what's possible with current designs. There used to be a time when Bitcoiners paid attention to this and they were interested in it. Maybe it's overwhelming at this point because you have like 2,000 projects, but there are at least 5 of them which are interesting to Bitcoin.
I would say that we should also not underestimate the talent which is working on Bitcoin, though. Because, I mean, we have some of the greatest minds in, that space, of course, because it's the main event, isn't it? But of course, some of those other projects have produced good work, and hopefully Bitcoin will adopt them. Yeah, the funny one with me is always when people say, "Oh, well, we can't make this change because there's unknowns," and you're like, so your argument is, well, nothing really. I mean, your argument is that there might be something which you can't predict, which will happen. So we shouldn't make the change, which I suppose did happen with SegWit and some other updates. But there's also unknowns in inaction as well, like not doing anything. There's unknowns. There's always unknowns. That's the whole point.
Yeah, I guess ordinals have made a lot of people feel, what's the word for it? Disillusioned. Or maybe
I think it's more that
disappointed.
Yeah, but it's whatever the code permits, really. So you can, if you can build it on it, then you can build it on it. Like I've never messed around with ordinals or whatever, but the world clearly likes that stuff, and people building it on Bitcoin is sort of interesting. People see it as like spamming the network, but it's a very dangerous, slippery slope to label any interaction which happens on Bitcoin as spam, because you could be spanning the network, just making on-chain transactions, just sending value from one person to another. Like, you can't define things as spam, really. But we'll get there. Something will be merged in where governance or whatever else, where it powers Bitcoin up a little bit, and then hopefully, when the double spend problem gets solved without a blockchain, Bitcoin will embrace it as opposed to sticking to its dogmas. Because I really feel there's nothing in Bitcoin that can't be changed. And this is always quite hard for some, because particularly people who kind of base their self-identity around what it is now. And they're like, well, it will only ever be this, and it'll only ever do that, and it'll only ever do this. And you're like, well, it can basically be anything. It just depends on what the majority of people want it to be. That's what it'll become.
I think it's silly to only understand Bitcoin through narratives.
Yeah.
Someone made up this narrative that it's digital gold, and therefore you should only look at it through this lens, or that it's like TCP/IP or whatever, and that it took the internet a long time to switch from IPv4 to IPv6 or stuff like this. It's a money protocol, and people use this every day for stuff that maybe banks are not willing to deliver. We should think about the users. We should care about whether or not Bitcoin is competitive, because I believe that the edge that was given to Bitcoin was granted by the Lightning Network, which is very advanced. Maybe it's a bit ahead of its time.
Yeah, good way of putting it.
You strip Bitcoin of the Lightning Network and everything interesting that's built on it, and basically it's not distinguishable from Dogecoin anymore, except for the fact that it doesn't have a known founder, and it has maybe a much fairer distribution, and that's where it ends. But technologically, it's like Dogecoin. So I think Bitcoin should always have this experimental layer where people can build stuff. And it shouldn't be only altcoins. It should be on Bitcoin somehow. Not on federations, not on mints. I think they're a distraction and something that's made for short-term profit, but defeats the purpose of Bitcoin. It's not trustless. It's not 100% non-custodial.
Bitcoiners always want a band-aid. They always want some like magical solution, which is going to fix the problems it has. They're like, oh, okay, we've got this new thing, and that's going to go fix all the problems which Bitcoin has. And it's like, no, it's not probably going to fix them. You need to do the hard work.
The only guarantee in terms of Bitcoin upgrades is that we're going to have something against quantum computing maybe in the next 10 years. And that's going to have to be a hard fork, because if it's a soft fork, then everyone has to transfer their coins to a quantum resistant address. Like, imagine all of Satoshi's coins being left behind.
I'm not necessarily sure that's a bad thing. Because if whoever Satoshi is suddenly comes out of the woodwork, and that's a lot of coins to be able to impact Bitcoin. I'm
not sure if the first person because it's not one person, but the first entity to build a powerful quantum computer to crack ECDSA should be able to access so many coins.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. But no, we are going to have to shift to quantum resistant. But I think that's a ways away. Do you remember Snigirev? Stepan Snigirev?
Snigirev, yeah.
Snigirev, yeah.
He was on my show
Specter.
like 4 years ago.
He's a great dude, man. He's a cat. I mean, that's someone we shouldn't have lost from Bitcoin land. What a genius. He's building quantum computers. And I was chatting to him about how hard it is to build a quantum computer. But he's building quantum computers. And it's we're a long way away from having to be too worried. But I always kind of feel that maybe by the time we get there, it might not have to be a hard fork.
Well, if it's not a hard fork, then every user must voluntarily move to the new quantum-resistant addresses.
Oh, I see. That's what
if you forget about your Bitcoin or whatever, and you're caught by the moment when quantum steps in, you might just lose your coins to someone else. You're gonna have them stolen, and I don't think it's convenient.
No.
And also, it doesn't scale for everyone to transfer their coins to a new address.
No.
And it's also a privacy nightmare. You're not gonna be able to have. You're gonna have to consolidate all of your funds in a few transactions. Sort of sucks when you think about it. It needs to be a hard fork for it to be 100% untouched.
Yeah.
Because the consequences of soft forking and leaving behind some users who maybe don't access their coins urgently are much worse. And even the ones that do access their coins, they're gonna have to send them and consolidate their funds and basically give a lot of information to blockchain analysis.
But I suppose, like, if you've got your gold in a vault somewhere, and then you're aware that those vaults are now able to be compromised, that the onus is on you to then move that gold to a better vault. So there is some kind of user responsibility there, isn't there, for moving the funds to something more secure. But no, it's again, this is why I don't want things to change. I want everything to stay the same. I want the Simpsons. I want every day to be the same. Nothing to age. Humans to be able to work on solving the problems before the AI overlords take control. Quantum computers not to exist. No World War III. Something predictable.
And a pony.
And a pony as well. Yeah, that's what I want. Then I'll be happy.
Arthur Pog in the chat says, thanks, Vlad and Ben. Might join you in Mallorca.
Yay. Yeah, Mallorca's great. I think tickets are restricted because Chris likes it being quite intimate. So he's not that keen on it being a huge crowd of people. So if you can get a ticket, I would go and grab a ticket for Mallorca Blockchain Days. We're like proper Mallorca Blockchain Days shills, aren't we? We should have an affiliate link. You should have an affiliate link from Chris.
Yeah, we should be making money off of this.
Why else would we do it? Why else would anyone do anything? No.
No, we want our friends to stick around, hang out.
It's such a good spot as well, that hotel. Just jump in the sea, go watch a Bitcoin talk, have a beer. It's good stuff. Well, I'm definitely going to see you there, I suppose. When is that?
I'm checking their website now. It's July 10th until July 13th. So
yeah, sweet.
April, May, June, July, in 3 months.
Yeah, I'll definitely see you there. And I guess just keep building stuff and hope for the best. It's the way we work in Bitcoin, isn't it? Keep building things which are useful.
Did you know that you're listed as a speaker?
Oh, there we are. I'm definitely going then. Oh, look, I'm going to be at Cheat Code in Bedford as well in a couple of days' time. That's Peter McCormack's conference with the football game afterwards. He's got the Winklevoss twins turning up.
Well, he has been sponsored by Kraken and Gemini for most of his podcasting career.
Yeah.
So I'm not surprised.
Yeah, it's funny, like, that his team's got such crazy high-profile sponsors. Yeah. But I think they're doing quite well. I'm not a football person personally, but it'll be fun to catch up with everybody. And it's not too far away to drive either. And we will be doing a little hack space there, bringing the hack space ruckus, probably in the bar afterwards. Me and BC going to bring some electronics, build some Bitcoin switches, hardware wallets, Nostr signing devices. So if anyone's about and they want to pop along, then pop along to that one. It should be fun.
Ben F wants to know if we are live now or if this is just a recording that's being broadcast. We are live, sir.
Yeah.
Can you say Ben F? Ben?
Ben F.
Yeah, this is proof that we are here and we are
hopefully
reading
in
the comments.
The Bitcoin Bang group. We've got the Bitcoin Bang group. I haven't checked in on it for a while, but it's pretty impressive. We've got like 40 members in the Bitcoin Bang group. That's a true Bitcoin if your name's Ben. No true Bitcoiner isn't called anything but Ben. So I applaud you, Ben F.
I remember you met someone in Nashville and you were like, oh, your name is Ben. Let me add you to this group.
Yeah. We all kind of get along as well. There's something about the Bens. We all like each other. But yeah, there's some great people in there. BTC Sessions, Ben DeVol, Ben Weeks. Got some good Bens. Yeah, I was going to dox some people then by saying their real names, but no, I won't. Right, so I think I'm brain. I think my brain is completely and utterly annihilated. I don't think I can speak anymore. So.
You're thinking this is easy to break Amir Taaki's record?
I don't want to break Amir Taaki's record. I think he beat me. Yeah. What's he working on now? He's working on
Dark. To our
Fires.
credit, we have been speaking for 5 hours and a half. No toilet break. I just had 2 cups of water, and that was it.
Yeah. Yeah. I haven't even had a cup of water, so I'm going to shoot pretty soon. But on the LNBits version 1 release, everyone should check it out. When it's released in a couple of days' time, I'll do a whole bunch of tutorials and videos and stuff for all the great new extensions we have, and then all the functionality we have as well. So keep an eye out for that. And then everyone should join Nostr. Also use the BTC takeover Nostr affiliate link on nostr.com.
Is that live?
Not yet. No, it's going to be in a couple of days. So don't use it right now because it won't work. But, you know, in a couple of days' time, go to nostr.com, bag those Nostr identities. And then shortly afterwards, you can trade them on the, well, I shouldn't say the word trade. That's probably got some legal implications. You can buy and sell them on the Nostr auction place, on the Nostr identity auction place on nostr.com. But yeah, it's, what am I excited about? Have you looked into the Suriname stuff much with the mayor?
No.
President? Have you not? She's running for president. She's like a Bitcoin president type. She wants Bitcoin to help bootstrap, you know, the economy with digital payments, and there's some pretty interesting use cases there. I don't think that was good for the Bitcoiner psychology as well. You know, the builder psychology for medium of exchange, money stuff. The fact that El Salvador just withdrew and stopped, and it stopped being used for, well, it wasn't used for payments there anyway. Because I think that we all saw that as the beginning of Bitcoin being scaled for people, for the unbanked people, to be used as payments. And it was, you were there, weren't you, in that first Adopting Bitcoin conference?
No, I wasn't. I was supposed to go to the second one, but then I got sick and I couldn't travel. I got ripped off by the hotel and the flight company anyway.
Mm.
I remember it was very funny. I asked the hotel, okay, so do you accept Bitcoin for the room? And they said no. And I was thinking, should I invoke the clauses of their Bitcoin law and be like, oh no, you should accept because it's legal tender and blah, blah, blah. But I was cool about it. So yeah, fine. It's your choice.
It's kind of the elephant in the room. You know, like no one wanted to use it. It's such a shame, man. If only they had the El Salvador dollar.
Well, when they were in front of a camera and they could promote their business, everyone wanted to receive Bitcoin. But I think it was only the settlers, the ones who decided that they want to move to El Salvador, that built this local economy, like the beach on El Zonte. But I think they messed up big time with the Chiva wallet. And there were some bad decisions along the way. It's not great when you go to a Spanish country and you're a gringo either. Spanish speaking, I mean. I mean, of course, the locals are happy that you buy stuff from them, but you'll never be one of them. You have to understand the culture and you have to adapt to it.
It's a beautiful place, and like it is a lot better as a country than it was before. And it was, you know, I spoke to people outside of just the Bitcoiners, and clearly the country, and it wasn't just on the Bitcoin front as well. Like Bekele opened it up as a surf resort and pulled in a lot of surfers as well. So there's a lot of, you know, good growth for the country, but it was a shame. And I know a bunch of Bitcoin businesses which set up there as well because it was a little bit more friendly on the regulation side, and I think they're still there. And then maybe hopefully we'll get there with the adoption of it being used for payments, but they've got to make the El Salvador dollar. But yeah, Chivo wallet was a real mess.
And also there was something similar that was happening in the Central African Republic. Not too many people remember. A lot of the people involved want everyone to forget that this happened, but The Central African Republic was the second country in the world to ever accept Bitcoin as legal tender.
Yeah.
It's just that the political situation there is so unstable that it's hard to get anyone to commit to anything. And they could not make it happen. I wanted to write, so I've been working on a book about Bitcoin in Romanian, and I wanted to write in it that, you know, Bitcoin is already accepted as money, and I was gonna use this forex argument, right? Because if countries accept it as legal tender, then it's no longer just internet money, it's also a nation's money. So
Yeah.
you should view it accordingly and maybe establish exchange desks for this. Like where you go to exchange your dollars for pesos, you should also have the option to get Bitcoin. But then I discovered that the Central African Republic is no longer accepting Bitcoin, and they gave up on it very fast, I think in less than 1 year. And then El Salvador, it's just disappointing. So you're saying that Suriname is the new battleground?
Yeah, I mean, potentially, hopefully. So Maya, who's a presidential candidate, she's a Bitcoiner, and she's got some very good ideas for how Bitcoin would really help the economy there. And I had a couple of chats actually. There's this great guy, Theo, and he runs these IoT labs in Suriname. And they do a whole bunch of kind of courses for people on helping them, you know, learn to code and develop, and then also they see them through to developing businesses as well and help them and support them through that. And they've got like a whole bunch of these hubs around the country. And we were speaking to them just about, you know, what potentially Bitcoin and Nostr could offer them. So they run a course on IoT, for example, and we were talking about Nostr IoT, and they really like the idea of that. And it's just another example of there's a lot of friction in their economy, like the people who live in the jungle, because I think it's got the highest density of rainforest for any country. Per capita, it's got the lowest carbon footprint, in that it's negative carbon footprint because it's just so green. But anyway, there's a bunch of people who live in the jungle, and when they pay bills, they have to get on a bus for like 10 hours or something to go pay a bill, and then they get back on the bus and go home. And it's all kind of great. Like they have mobile phones out there, so they're just unbanked. So if there were, but I think it's kind of the country itself. There's some politically, it can be quite dangerous. And she's the first woman running for president, and some of the people she's running against are quite dangerous. So yeah, I think she kind of needs a bit of support. So we've been speaking to a couple of people over there, but for me, I was like, okay, there's an example of where Bitcoin might actually be useful for unbanked people. Yeah, so it kind of filled me with a little bit of hope and invigorated me in my work, because for a while, you know, you're watching the dialogue change on Bitcoin, and then you're working on payments technology, and you're just kind of like, oh, this thing, it's not what I thought it was. But then seeing her talk about it, it made me realize that there's still some hope for one of these countries who actually needs access to digital payments to access them. So I think she's running this year. I think it's this year that she's running. So good luck to her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And since we made it so far, like it's 5 hours, 42 minutes, we should have like a secret word for people who listen. So they can write that in the comments, and we're going to know that they listen to all of this recording.
What, like Nostrification or something?
Nostrification?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nostify the things.
Dream of Nostrification.
Dream of Nostrification. Yeah, that should be it. So if you made it this far, mention Nostrification.
Where can people follow you, Ben? And I don't mean follow you home and hit you with a $5 wrench. Yeah,
I'm in Wales. Come. No. I mean, so I'm on Nostr. I mean, to be honest, I'm not really on the social media that often these days. But I
you haven't retweeted.
Yeah, exactly. I haven't retweeted, and I haven't sent renoted. But on Twitter, it's Ben Arc, Is it Ben Arc?
Arc BTC.
Arc BTC at Twitter. And then on Nostr, it's Ben Arc at Nostr. And then if you're interested, if you've been playing around with LNBits, pop in on the LNBits Telegram group, which is just LNBits. We've got the Makerbits Telegram group as well. That's a fun group. It's all the hardware dorks fiddling around with hardware stuff. That's always worth popping in on. And yeah, that's pretty much it for me. It's the easiest way to kind of contact me. You can always just DM me on Telegram as well if you want. I'm pretty reachable.
And we're 2 days away from the launch of LNBits version 1. So April 10th, make sure you try that out. Yeah.
And it's been 5 years. And thank you to all the people who've developed and helped, all the developers who've helped us get to this point, and all the people in the community as well. Because like a free and open source project, I tell you what we should end with, Vlad. I tell you what we should end it with. We should end it with that video. Yeah, thank you for all the people who've helped us to get to where we are. And it's all the community members, all the people offering support in the group, in the Telegram group, the Darth Coins and the Leos and the Hamishes and the vets out there in this world. Here we go. And, oh, can you hear that?
No.
Oh, it's all right. Look at this. This is the beauty of free and open source right now. Look at this. This is when it begins. And all these little things whizzing around, these contributors contributing to the code, and all these little nodes, files in the LNBits repo. This is when we used to have all the extensions packaged in with LNBits. That's that big blob you see there on the end on the right-hand side.
This is amazing. And once again, people on Spotify, you're not going to be able to see this. Check out YouTube around the 5 hours, 45 minutes mark.
Right, you see that point there? That was, oh man, the little stop sharing things in the way. We'll bring it over here. So this is when all the extensions were packaged in with LNBits, and then we pulled them all out into their own repos. So now you install them, you're actually pulling that release from the different repos, and they see them go, and they all turn into their own little projects. It's crack, isn't it? And then some of the hardware projects there as well. Where are we up to? 2024, 2025. There we are. So that's 5 years of commits.
Impressive.
Yeah, man. Sick. I love free and open source. It's a real pleasure to work on something like that, on a project like that, with all such esteemed peers building such great things. Every day, you know, I wake up, I go on the LNBits Telegram group, and someone else has come up with a great idea, or some LNBits extension, or they've committed some great PR, or put a PR in for some great commit. So yeah, it's a real honor to work on the project. And it's almost like now is when the fun happens, you know, like up until now has just been grinding, getting it to out of beta. And now we've got there. And now is when the fun happens. So let's see what we can build.
Or now is when the stress happens.
No,
you have to fix a lot of stuff.
No, I mean, that's kind of the point of version 1 is, I mean, of course, there's always fixes to be made. But we're at the point where the software is stable and we're happy with it. This is why now the fun begins. Like for me, for example, my favorite thing is just to knock out extensions on LNBits. Is just have an idea, sit down and bang out an extension. And before, you know, just working sort of generally on the core software would always get in the way of that. Whereas now we can actually just build the things, build the extensions, build the products, build the things, improve the hardware projects. So it really is when the fun begins for us.
Yeah, maybe one of these days I'm gonna come around and maybe, just maybe, turn my magazines into extensions. Even though I think it's a bit silly. You can just get the magazines from the Bitcoin Takeover website. They're open source. They're also on GitHub. But maybe some people will see that and read them. I don't know.
Yeah, that's, I mean, I think it's important to give people ways in which to support you. And if in that LNBits install, they can pay for an extension, and it's got your Bitcoin Takeover magazine in there, and they can flick through it as a PDF or something. That's a pretty cool idea. You should do it. Once you've made one of them, then you can just each magazine could just be its own extension, couldn't it?
Sure. But is it gonna be like a paywall, or what do you mean by extension?
Well, you could. I mean, you could offer it just for free, and then people could just install the extension, then and you have it for free, or you could have it that it's got a, or you could just have a donation link in there, I guess, or maybe something extra, some extra little feature which you get from the extension, or you could just have it as a paid extension. So maybe for someone to enable it and open it up, it's 1,000 satoshis or something, like not much, but enough that they know that they're contributing to you and your work.
Yeah, I don't know. My biggest problem, honestly, is that I create stuff and then I move on and create new stuff.
That's not a problem. That's great.
I don't. So there's someone like Seyfedin, right? He wrote the Bitcoin Standard, and then he started a podcast about it, and then he spent a few years marketing it, and then he hyped his new project using maybe the fame that he accumulated from the previous one. And I don't get to that point. By the time I finish something, I'm already thinking about how I can make something else. I already have ideas to create something new. Maybe I need a marketing person, or
I don't know, man. I mean, I think it's important to reward and exercise that part of your brain. The part of your brain, the part of you which summons up good ideas and helps you create new things. If you don't reward it, it's like a muscle. I think it just you'll just have less good ideas if you just focus on one good idea. And I don't think there's anything wrong in being kind of a rolling stone. And this is why I love Super Tesla or someone like that who just does that. That's his life. Is he just comes up with something, makes something, and then moves on to the next thing. Comes up with something, makes something, moves on to the next thing. And for a while, I was like that. But then with software and hardware, for example, you then need to maintain those projects. So you end up having less and less time just to roll out new things. But I think as much as possible, if you're someone who has ideas and like good ideas, as much as possible, you should nurture that part of yourself of just building things. And yeah, I always admire someone like Super Tesla who he accepts that's what he is and accepts that's what he does, and he just builds a new thing, moves on to the next thing, builds a new thing, moves on to the next thing. And it's a great way of existing, I think. But yeah, I think this is probably why, because Fiatjaf's very similar in that builds a thing, wants to move on, builds a thing, wants to move on, but then you end up accumulating this backlog of projects you need to maintain, which then takes time. And then you've got the other part of your brain just summoning up all these great new ideas you want to work on. And actually, this is the thing I love about LNBits, is it allows you to go full ADHD and be like, oh, I'm going to build an extension for this, I'm going to build an extension for that. And each time you build an extension, it only takes a few days. And now, because DNI has done such great work making the extensions model led, so now the extensions are getting to the point where they're much easier to maintain. And cleaner as well, so it's easier for people to review code, and that will only get better as time rolls on. But ultimately, yeah, you want to be able to just build something, move on, build something, move on. And I think Bits is going to help us get to that point when it comes to software. But no, you shouldn't. You should nurture that part of yourself, lad. It's good.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess we all want what we can't have, and we get jealous sometimes thinking, oh, I wish I could spend more time advertising. Even with my podcasts, I mean, I'm very grateful for my listeners.
Yeah.
And I do understand it's a huge commitment to listen even to 2 hours a week. And I produce more than 2 hours a week. So I have a lot of respect for the ones who do listen. I did hear from some people that they prefer to use double speed or something to navigate through the content. I think now with AI, it's easier than ever. For example, if you listen on Apple Podcasts, it generates a transcript automatically because they integrated ChatGPT in their application suite. So you can just search for keywords. If there's only something particular that you want to listen to, you can find that. Which is overall bad because they don't get to listen to my advertisements, so they minimize the impact, but it's good for spreading information. And that's why I do this podcast, because I'm curious myself, first of all, to find out new stuff. I'm happy I'm not subjected to some sort of community that can tell me what to do, who to interview, and who not to. And I've had a bad experience last year with the Rojava interview, which sort of marginalized me from some events where I'm no longer welcome. But
That's
at
stupid.
least I still have the freedom to pursue whatever I think is interesting.
Yeah, I
And
mean, hats off to anyone who doesn't do the audience capture thing, because then you just become like an echo chamber. And I honestly think your podcast is like the best podcast. It's great. I love the sort of diversity of people you have on here talking and sharing ideas. And I've watched you yourself become so knowledgeable that you do have to do something with all that knowledge, and it's important that you produce things like the magazine and the new comic you're working on as well. Because you just have access to people like Phil Zimmerman. It's incredible. But I don't know why anyone would. It's just stupid. The Rojava thing was stupid. I was really surprised at kind of people's reaction to it.
it's fine. They built their own cult, and it revolves around purity, and they want to be the high priests of it. And to them, it's not about the ideas being shared. It's only about themselves maintaining control. And they see Roger as this guy who has the resources and the ability to undermine their authority. So if Roger comes back to Bitcoin, they're screwed, because he's much better at talking, doing interviews, promoting all of this marketing stuff. And he has a lot of money to do whatever he wants. So maybe they do perceive him as a threat, and they don't want someone like him to get on conference stages, because there are only so many spots on the stage, and guys like who, I'm not gonna say the name of the Italian guy, but they do try to sort of monopolize the attention because they're sort of narcissistic, and they come up with memes.
I don't know who you could possibly be talking about, but yeah, it is.
No idea.
No idea who that is. But no, there's some very eloquent kind of speakers who give an entertaining talk on a stage. But when you actually kind of look at their agenda, it's kind of weird. Like it does feel like a lot of power grabbing and control and stuff. And yeah, and then I'm not sure exactly what they're bringing to the table beyond like ostracizing people and I don't know. I kind of hate the narrative that Bitcoin is this, Bitcoin is that, and no true Bitcoiner would do this, no true Bitcoiner would do that, because you're just marginalizing this technology, which is really useful for everybody, and you shouldn't be allowed to do that. You should. It's so. Yeah, it's whatever. It's just something we've learned to live with in Bitcoin, isn't it?
I mean, I've learned so much over the last year, and I would never go back to trying to step in line, and never cross a certain boundary, because I'm afraid that the mob is going to cancel me. I established my own moral compass.
Yeah.
And sometimes, it's funny. I said something nice about Zcash, I think last week. Feels like such a long time ago. And the Monero people ganged up on me, and they were like, what do you mean this and that? And it's so tribal. And whenever they see me acquiring an interest in something else, they assume I got paid or something or compromised. And I'm like, okay. They live in this world where everyone, if they have an idea, it must be paid. It must be, people are bought by default. So if they believe in something, they must either have a large investment in it or else get paid by it. And there's no middle ground. There's no way anyone can have opinions outside of these two models. And you know what sucks the most in this space? That people cannot think beyond their bags.
No.
They think, I bought this and therefore it must be the best. And if it's not the best, I'm going to tell everyone that it's the best anyway and get them to buy it and hold it and use it how I tell them to.
Yeah,
like, the most hardcore libertarians, they're like this.
There is some, I mean, yeah, as soon as you accumulate something, then you do have that vested interest. But there is some power in rhetoric and establishing some rhetoric. But yeah, I'm much more of the dialectical type. I think discussion, conversation, and progression rather than rhetoric. Because then you're in danger of ossifying your own thoughts and ideas about things, aren't you? Whereas reality is that, it's a cliche and cheesy, but it's true that, we should, the smartest person in the room thinks that they know nothing. They're the person who seeks out knowledge because they assume that what they know is probably wrong, and is welcome to new ideas. And I kind of feel that that's, it's like, remember that meme, are we the baddies? I think throughout history, like human beings, often all our assumptions, everything we value as common sense at any one period in time in the zeitgeist is usually wrong. What we think is true, we're usually wrong about it. And then years later, we're proved wrong, and future society looks back at us and thinks that we're like Luddites, uncivilized Luddites for having such backward assumptions. So if we look throughout history, most of the time humans have been wrong about whatever subject. We can only assume that we're probably mostly wrong about any subject now, and that you've just got to be open to kind of new ideas. Or else you're going to lock in. You're going to lock into some ideology, and you're not going to improve. There's going to be no improvement. So you're not just trying to ossify something like Bitcoin. You're actually ossifying your own growth.
Well, I can tell that you're more of the dialectic kind of guy because we've been talking for exactly 6 hours now.
Wow. I feel like we should just carry on until version 1.
Right now, I think you are the guest who has been in one episode for the third longest time. The record is held by John Carvalho and Eric Voskill. And honestly, there are two guys, so it's easier for them to pull this off.
Yeah.
They can take turns in talking.
Yeah, I don't know about the content, though. I do feel like I flowered a little bit at certain points in the conversation. Low blood sugar. I haven't eaten enough. But
then there's Amir Taaki on the second position. And
did he chit chat the whole time? He was just talking and talking, old Amir.
Oh, he was talking and talking. At one point, he had this pull-up bar behind him and a rack with barbells, and asked him, "Can you please do some pull-ups while I present my ads? Because I don't seem to catch a break to make the sponsors happy."
Wow.
And he went there and he did like 20 pull-ups in perfect form, and I was like impressed.
Yeah, he's been working out, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Did he talk about the Rojava stuff much?
The what?
The Rojava stuff with the Syria, northern Syria?
No, he didn't mention it too much.
It's like the most interesting. Well, it's not the most interesting part about Amir, but it's certainly something I'm interested in.
He sort of avoids that if you ask him. He's like, yeah, I did that before I went to fight in Syria, and then I came back, and then I started working on this DarkFi project. He's sort of, so in his life, maybe that he views that as some sort of black hole where he put a lot of time and then he came back and he became disconnected from what's happening. He missed the block size wars. He missed a lot of the conversations around the time. And then he came back and found this fragmented world where Gavin Andreessen is gone, and that used to be his arch nemesis for a while. But there's also a lot of money on Ethereum, and Vitalik, who used to be his coder for Dark Wallet, is now this celebrity and is bigger than him. I don't know, it must be weird for someone like Amir to look around and see that he missed out on some opportunities.
I mean, the guy's a legend. He's BIP1, isn't he? Go to BIP1, look at the author. He's the reason we have BIPs. So,
but you know something? Melvin Carvalho told me that he was the guy who onboarded Amir.
Wow. It's pretty sick.
And that guy is... I gotta get the door. Just a second.
Yeah.
Can you keep talking for like 10 seconds?
Yeah, no, I will. I think that good old Amir Taaki as well, when he was doing the Rojava stuff, in northern Syria. I think that he probably like plowed a lot of resources into helping the cause because obviously he's a Kurd, and it was very important for the Kurds at that time in northern Syria. But I think it was him and Harry Hapkin, wasn't it, who went out there? And they did a lot of infrastructure, and it was interesting for me because they were a kind of the Kurds were sort of geographically split, but they wanted to kind of have a nation, but spread across different geographical regions as opposed to one geographical blob. So then the idea would be how can they coordinate that? And I think that's why he was interested in using some of the Bitcoin stuff to coordinate it. But also like democratic and federalism, it's a lot like anarcho-syndicalism, which is something I find quite interesting, the anarcho-syndicalist stuff. Like the revolution which happened in Spain, where people can basically organize and society doesn't implode in on itself. Human beings can actually coordinate themselves without centralized control. So I think that's why I always wanted to speak to him about that. So that's why I wondered whether you covered it in your chat with him. What are you laughing at?
I'm sorry. My girlfriend, so basically she cooked lunch. I told her, okay, just eat without me. And then she went to university and had this 3-hour class. And now she's back and she realized I'm still here.
Yeah. Well, you don't want to miss dinner as well, so we should probably call it a day. I don't want to break Amir's record.
It's all good, Ben. You're really good at this, and I'm happy that I was able to capture some of your ideas. I'm gonna make sure that I generate a transcript from this, which maybe is gonna be like 90% accurate, but thanks to AI, we're still gonna have that. And I'm happy that you're around and you're building stuff and you're not compromising on your ideas, because I see a lot of... So I had this conversation with a Romanian guy today, and he told me that he's gonna be deleting his Twitter and leaving the space because he feels like the ideas got diluted and nobody talks about separating state and money anymore. And it's just about buying stocks and MicroStrategy and ETFs, and it's hard for him to identify with this community, and he wants to give up. He said that maybe it's time for me to move on, just do something else with my life. I've spent 7-8 years doing this, and maybe now it's time for me to go.
Well, this is the sentiment which I've also experienced a bunch of other great Bitcoin developers stressing as well. And it sucks, man. It's super sad because this is a great technology and can make the world a better place, and will make the world a better place. But it is, yeah, it's just a shame that like these knobheads can have such an impact on people's kind of well-being. And yeah, I know TikTok and Bitcoin doesn't care, blah blah blah. But when you see a great mind leaving Bitcoin, such as a Snigirev, or your friend, then they're people who are contributing to making Bitcoin better, and they shouldn't be leaving. They should be embraced and encouraged. And yeah, it's a shame. It's a real shame. This is why having some real world examples of people using Bitcoin for what we signed up for, like banking the unbanked, for example, that's why they're important. And that's why those examples are important. And yeah.
I think about Stefan Snigirev, and I remember the interview that I did with him when I felt sort of like an idiot, like half the time. But I've also learned a lot from him. And maybe I should feel proud that I was able to capture that moment when he was still part of this community. Obviously, he had a background in quantum computing and physics. He came into the space, he built the Specter DIY, which, according to some security people, is still one of the best hardware wallets that you can use. Even if I don't think it's actively maintained, but maybe it is, I don't know. The last time I heard about Specter, it was bought by Swan.
Yeah. Yeah, that was more, I think, the software side of it, I suppose. But it's the libraries. He lives on in his libraries, and he still contributes to them as well. Like we use uBitcoin and MBit in LNBits. We use it in the hardware wallet, and then we also use it in LNBits core as well for doing some Bitcoin stuff. So yeah, he's still very much around. The soul of him is still very much around in the libraries he produced at the time. But well, I don't know. I need I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it's the Nostr stuff, but maybe there's something which will drive some Bitcoin being used as money examples, which we can all get excited about again. And then maybe Sailor will just fuck off eventually. If Bitcoin goes down in price, that's what we need. We just need a proper bear market and shake out all the bloody people piggybacking off our glorious technology stack for their own profiles and lining their own pockets, shake them out. And then, yeah, a nice healthy bear market. Bring it on.
That's going to be fun. I think I would still be here doing the same kind of work. I don't know if I'm still going to have sponsors. I haven't thought that far ahead. Maybe I'm just going to get a normie office job, but I would still enjoy interviewing people and learning more about this, and maybe Bitcoin would be more interesting with more development happening. I have water, thank you.
Well, I remember the last couple of bear markets. To me, it's when the most amount of development seems to happen. It's the most interesting time in Bitcoin is when we have a bear market, because you just get rid of the noise and you get rid of
That's also the best time to make friends, because you realize, okay, these people are serious about the project. They're not here for the good times.
Yeah, man. And you look around, you go to that meetup or you go to that the Bitcoin conference, and you look around the room, and you're like, okay, these people are in the trenches with me right now. You know, they're here for more than just the gains, because most of them have lost a bunch of money on Bitcoin. It's healthy. It's a healthy thing for the community. Maybe this bear market will. I mean, I think it's going to be a pretty severe bear market. So maybe we'll have that same experience again, and hopefully you won't use any sponsors.
David Bailey tweeted that we're going to have a new all-time high this month.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, no, we're probably not.
But the question is, all-time high in what?
Yeah. Well, he's perma-bullying, isn't he, I suppose? I think some people think they can tweet out that they're predicting an all-time high and some high price, and then the price will follow. But no, sadly, it doesn't work like that. I think when you got the president, quote unquote, shilling Bitcoin, the president of the free world, and the price still goes down in price, that's probably not a good sign.
Well, I think about this a lot because Trump did something interesting. He launched his own meme coin, and within 24 hours, he was in the top 20 on CoinMarketCap or CoinGecko, whatever. So what does this signal to all the investors? That pretty much everything is overvalued. If one meme coin that is only being traded on the Solana DEX is able to go into the top 20 after one day, it just means that the price of everything is too high. I think that's what started this bearish moment, when market participants realized that prices are too high, so they need a correction, they need a readjustment. Plus, there was the whole fiasco with the Melania coin, and then the Argentinian whatever.
It was people coming to terms with the fact that he's a complete lunatic. Everyone was bullish on this strategic Bitcoin reserve, which effectively was a strategic Bitcoin theft stroke, just not selling it. But it's everyone just lost faith in him, and all the markets have. I think the only thing which could have pulled the markets in general out of this huge dump which is happening would be that he has some success in something, such as, stopping the war in Ukraine, or proving in some way that he's not an idiot. And that's yet to happen. So the markets are just reacting to that. And with Bitcoin being so volatile, and it is a for most people, it's a speculative asset. So they take their money out of things like that and put them in gold, where it's nice and safe. But anyway, like, this isn't the adoption we want. We don't want like adoption being strategic Bitcoin reserves. We want adoption to be bottom up, like people actually using the technology, empowering people who need to be empowered, and banking the unbanked. That's the sort of adoption we want.
Oh, I agree with you. But at the same time, we are witnessing these events and we have to become part of them. And it's also interesting, you mentioned that the president of the free world is telling everyone never to sell your Bitcoin, but the opposite happens. It doesn't become bullish for the price. When you think about it, Elon Musk was tweeting about Dogecoin 3 years ago, and he was able to get it in the top 10. And now he built a government department that's called Doge. He got the entire press around the world talking about Doge, but it does nothing to the price of Dogecoin.
Did it really? Did it not go anywhere? The price of Dogecoin? I thought that would have pumped Doge. I don't pay attention. I thought that would have really pumped the price. It didn't. That's interesting.
It made no difference.
Wow.
And it's just like right now when Saylor announces that he bought like 10,000 Bitcoin or whatever, it no longer pumps the price. 4 years ago, it was a major event. It was taking us to the next level in terms of price. Now, there's no reaction. It's almost like the market was desensitized. There's nothing except for maybe some FUD about wars or maybe a stock market crash. Right now, Bitcoin... So for the longest time, we have been saying, Bitcoin is a hedge, not a hedge. Like your salvation from the stock market, from fiat money, hyperinflation, blah, blah, blah. And then you see that we have taken this financial asset to the point where it pumps and it dumps in coordination with the technology stocks and the high-risk assets. And that's when you fucked up, because they're correlated. They're no longer... You might as well buy stocks at this point.
I mean, I guess it's part of the traditional asset class in that regard. And then obviously that's completely excluding all its properties. It's free and open source money, which is actually why we're here. So ultimately, it is obviously important, the price of the thing, but ultimately it's not as important as building out the technology stack and making it better, and finding use cases and it being useful for people, whatever purpose, whether it be value for value zaps on Nostr or banking some unbanked somewhere or remittances or whatever else. Like, this is an incredible technology. And a good healthy bear market will shake out all these hangers on, and you'll increase that bedrock of hardcore Bitcoiners who stick with it. And I'm not sure on investment whether investment is tied to... No, it is. I suppose it is somewhat tied to price fluctuations in the Bitcoin price. But there's always this thing, it's like when it's going up, the VCs and investors don't want to invest in Bitcoin projects because Bitcoin price is going up. And then when it's low, they do. Well, maybe when it goes down, they want to invest. I'm not sure. I'll report back on how the VC scene is in Bitcoin after I've done this raise.
There were like 1,423 people who listened to this live stream during its 6 hours, 17 minutes. If any one of the 1,423 is a VC and has a lot of money to invest, then please contact Ben.
Also, we're going to be on Thunderfunder. I like Thunderfunder. That's cool. So that's Lightning Ventures platform, new platform. And kind of their concept is, okay, if the VC community is holding onto their stacks and they don't invest in companies, then the traditional kind of VC companies, you've got all these great Bitcoiners out there who've made a big stack and they want to contribute back to the ecosystem by investing in some of these companies. So they make a really nice, easy platform for kind of crowdsourcing investment. So we're going to be launching with them in a couple of days as well. And I actually think it's a great platform. It's like a great crowdsourcing. So, people can invest and get some equity in a company or a project they like, which is great for us because we have like a big community of people who are very enthusiastic about LNBits, and it's nice for them to have some way of having some ownership of LNBits, the company. But that's something I'm super excited about. I should have probably showed a little bit more on the show, but that's a scary amount of people.
We're still on the show, sir.
Yeah, well, I mean, no, you blew me. I didn't realize you had 1,400 people listening. That's pretty impressive.
I'm not sure if they were simultaneous, They
yeah,
just
still,
joined and dropped out.
Yeah, that's good. Crikey. Well, I wish I had something interesting to say, but I think I've run out of anything I could possibly say. Yeah, let's stick with it, Vlad. You'll be there when we rock bottom in that bear market. When we're in the gutter, you'll be there looking up or looking down at me or along looking at each other in the gutter. And we'll be better for it. There'll be no Trump then talking about Bitcoin. I think probably the next big crazy bull cycle will be countries using it for medium of exchange, apolitical medium of exchange. And actually, that's, when it comes to adoption, I'm all for bottom-up adoption, but I think there is something very powerful about Bitcoin being used as a political medium of exchange between countries to get around, political money and using the petrodollar, for example. So I think that'll be probably the next big driver if people care about price.
I sure hope so.
Or it will be some government who just does a micro strategy and sells government bonds, buys Bitcoin, sells government bonds, buys Bitcoin. The speculation being that the price will go up in 10 years. So those government bonds will be worth more money. That could also happen.
Crazy. When you think about it, such a small and humble open source project that gets launched on the internet is reviewed by only a couple of guys before launch.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm shilling my manga about the first year of Bitcoin. But when you realize it's only been like a dozen people who bootstrapped the project in its first year, of course, there was sort of a community forming on Bitcoin Talk. There were people talking on the Open Source Foundation forums or the cryptography mailing list, but there wasn't much happening. And it started from there. And Marty Malmi, the way that he described to me that Satoshi couldn't have been the CIA or NSA or any seasoned cryptographer or super experienced programmer. He said it was comical how much Satoshi was struggling to set up WordPress.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, it was a piece of shit software when Bitcoin first came out. But that's kind of cool because it's another example of, it's like, if you have a good idea, then get your hands dirty, try and build it, put it out there in the world. And if it's a good idea and if you've made some effort, then other people are going to pile in and help you with it. And I always encourage people just to get their hands dirty building. And Satoshi would be a good example of that. A pleb developer who, changed the world and brought about free and open source money. It's pretty great.
Lately, I've been falling down the Dan Kaminsky and Len Sassaman rabbit hole.
Oh, the mathematician guy.
Yeah, there's certainly something there because these people were before the current class of Bitcoin core developers, before Gavin Andreessen, they were talking about this. There are security experts. Both of them are dead now. Dan Kaminsky actually was the guy who inscribed the portrait of Len Sassaman in ASCII on the Bitcoin blockchain. And this was in 2010 or 2011.
we're never going to know. I mean, I think, and that is the genius of Satoshi. Like, okay, he's a pleb developer and here's a piece of shit piece of software, but it's so hard to remain anonymous, especially with the amount of content and data that there is on the person by the amount of postings that they made. So that's, you know, that's a real credit to them, that it's there's still this huge mystery, and I think part of it is all these breadcrumbs leading in the wrong direction, you know, and all these possible people who it could be. And I imagine that was part of the strategy to remain anonymous as well, is to sow some of those, or throw some of those breadcrumbs on the ground leading in the wrong direction. But that is the real genius of it, and why it's such a fun mystery. My favorite, there's a bunch of great contenders for it, but my favorite used to be Peter Todd, but now that's like because that was my own. No one else seems to have that theory except me. That it was Peter Todd. That's why it was my favorite. And then I had all the reasons in that documentary. I would say those about the, you know, him returning to the Bitcoin forum like a couple of days after Satoshi left and whatever else. But and I also quite like the idea of Satoshi just being this obnoxious troll, just going from conference to conference, trolling people in plain sight. But now that's kind of a mainstream idea. I don't really like it anymore. Did you hear that some people were saying it was Jack Dorsey? He was the Satoshi. That's the new Satoshi theory. Yeah, it's ridiculous. I like the John Nash stuff. But I don't think it would have been him. But yeah, I like the idea. I like to think of John Nash as potentially being one of the cypherpunks, the anon cypherpunks. Because certainly a group he would have been aware of with his obsession of money.
Well, when you think about it, the first two people that were contacted by Satoshi are Adam Back and Wei Dai. So it must have been someone who was very acquainted with their work or from within their circles.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. The reason I like the John Nash theory is just his life story is so interesting. And also did you ever watch that film, A Beautiful Mind?
When I was much younger, maybe I should watch that again because I don't remember much of it. I remember the schizophrenic.
Yeah, there's loads of things in it which are kind of bollocks, which is weird. It's like him taking medication. That was something he never really did. He never took medication. But they used that in the film as an excuse as to why he stopped doing maths, because he was on medication, which was odd because he didn't take medication. And then his schizophrenic episode was him moving to Switzerland because he wanted to be closer to better money, because he believes that they had good money in Switzerland. And he was obsessed by the idea of better money throughout his entire life. And it wasn't even mentioned in that film. That was his main interest. It's bizarre. But
they gotta shill Big Pharma somehow.
Maybe, I don't know. I think because it was made by Ron Howard, and Ron Howard, if there's ever going to be a spook in Hollywood, it would be Ron Howard. Is it Ron Howard? Or is that the porn guy? Yeah, no, the guy from the Happy Days, the ginger guy. That's Ron Howard, isn't it?
The ginger guy.
Is that Ron Howard?
Ron Howard. I'm not even aware.
Was it the porn guy with the mustache? Ron Howard. No, yeah, there we are. Yeah, it's that guy from Happy Days. Yeah. And it's definitely like a little rabbit hole worth going down, the John Nash rabbit hole. And he has some great ideas anyway, like his paper on ideal money, which I mentioned a couple of times, I think. Mind on Strike as well was another one of his great ideas. And yeah, it's just interesting how that film didn't cover any of the money stuff. Like they were trying to cover it up, not thinking conspiratorially, but it was odd.
Yeah, so who's your favorite Satoshi candidate right now?
I'm going to say John Nash. I mean, it's a ridiculous proposal, but I'm going to say John Nash just because I can't do Peter Todd anymore. It's too mainstream. There was something about the reason. So the reason I thought it was Peter Todd, it was the way in which Hal Finney his communication with Satoshi was very much like an older person speaking to a younger person. And also there's something about, you got all these cypherpunk greybeards, and there's all this technology, and it kind of takes a young person's self-confidence and gumption to smush these technologies together and create something like Bitcoin, that kind of brazen confidence, which I think you sometimes have when you're younger. So I very much like, because I used to be a teacher, and I could very much see the tone of that conversation. It felt very much like an older person speaking to a younger person. Maybe it was the respect which Satoshi showed Hal for being like an OG cypherpunk type, but yeah. So there was the fact that it was crap software, the confidence was just smushing shit together, and then also the tone between Hal, Finney, and Satoshi. And then also when I was in room 77 once, I had this thing in the back of my head, and I'm like, so I was asking everyone if they wanted a beer at the table, and then I turned around to Peter Todd and I went, Satoshi, do you want a beer? And his face, he like kind of went white, and he looked at me all shocked, and I was like, holy fuck, it's you. That was a while ago. But whatever. No, he's not my choice candidate anymore. Probably Nick Szabo, or John Nash, just because I like John Nash.
Yeah, but the question is, which one of them is actually a coder? Because Nick Szabo, as far as I know, doesn't code.
You haven't got to be a coder. You got to be a shit coder. And Nick Szabo is very capable shit coder. I mean, he could do it. He could have built it. There was that. He did a podcast with, I can't remember who his name was. Like
Tim Rose.
Podcast. Yeah, huh?
Tim Rose, and I think he was invited with Naval.
Yeah, maybe that was it. Yeah. And in it, there was a moment where Tim Rose turned to him and said, oh, so what you're saying is you came up with the idea for Bitcoin with Bitcold, but you couldn't code it, so you didn't code it or something. And then Nick Szabo was very defensive, and he went, no, I could have coded it. I know. He was like very defensive about the fact that he could have coded it, to a point where it was like, oh, what are you saying here, Nick Szabo? Are you in fact Satoshi? You know that any conversation's gone on too long with Bitcoiners when they get onto the who Satoshi conversation. And that's where the 600 billion meme came from. You know that?
No.
You don't know the 600 billion meme? It's good. The 600 billion stickers, have you seen those pasted around every single Bitcoin conference, which runs nowadays?
I think I have like a handful of them.
Yeah, there we go. So it was my friend DNI works on LNBits. And he was at a conference, and he's a legit developer, very legit, very clever guy. And he was at a conference, and there was this like older guy at the conference, like with a literal grey beard. And he was talking to DNI all about Bitcoin. He was just having a sort of private conversation, and DNI became really interested in this guy because he knew so much and about the early days of Bitcoin and the cypherpunks and everything else. And this guy knew everything, you know. And then so my friend DNI's as he's getting drunker and drunker, he's like, this guy's fucking Satoshi. No one knows who he is. He knows everything about Bitcoin early on. There's this random old Scottish dude with a grey beard. And then he got onto the price of Bitcoin. Yeah, so that's the next step, isn't it? When you go from the who may Satoshi be conversation is also the what would the Bitcoin price eventually be conversation. Anyway, so he then said as a joke, he was just like, oh, so what do you think the Bitcoin price will be eventually? He said that to the old Scottish guy. And then the old Scottish guy turned around to him dead serious and just said 600 billion a coin, $600 billion a coin. And then my friend DNI was like, $600 billion a coin? And he went, yep, $600 billion a coin. Dead serious. And then it stuck with my friend DNI. And because, you know, all his developers are a little bit on the spectrum, he kept going on about, he was like, because he's Austrian, he kept going, 600 billion a coin. He kept saying it to his friends. And then eventually his friends were like, they made the 600 billion. So he kept saying 600 billion, what the fuck? 600 billion, what the fuck? So they got 600 .whatthefuck.wtf. I think it's 600 .whatwtf. And then it became something of a meme. But I quite like it because, you know, when you have these dickhead billionaires like Michael Saylor who get in the paper for saying that Michael Saylor predicts the Bitcoin price will be 1.5 million. And it's like, no. Because there's always that news cycle of you know, Max Kai said predicts the price will be $200,000. Michael Saylor predicts this and blah, 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 predicts this. And it's always like, no, $600 billion a coin will get the fuck out. And ultimately, you know, when USD is making its little death rattle because Bitcoin has won and we're living in a future utopia of world peace because it's the apolitical medium of exchange between all these countries, and all the unbanked people are now on the same level playing field as everyone else because they have access to digital payments because everyone's using Bitcoin. Then at that point, the last trade between US dollar and Bitcoin, the Bitcoin will be worth $600 billion a coin.
I'm not impressed. Like, what's a hamburger gonna be worth? Or how much are you gonna pay for eggs? $1,000 per egg?
No, but I like it though, because it's just 600 billion. 8 zeros. No, sorry, 12 zeros. There's something about it. I think it's kind of like, I don't know, it's a little more subtle as well. You know, if you see a Bitcoin sticker, but if you see it's like an orange sticker with 600 billion in it, there's something about it.
Yeah, I think I got that from Jainun 20 guys. They carry a lot of stickers.
Yeah, there we are. Nice. Are they drunk Austrians by any chance?
I don't think so.
Oh. My favorite sticker was I think it was at Chaos Communication Congress, and it's a Bitcoin with a red cross going through it, and it just says Bitcoin 9 danke. And then it was so Bitcoin no thank you. And the sticker was stuck on the bin in Chaos Communication Congress. It just says Bitcoin 9 danke. So I peeled it off and put it on my laptop, and I was like, yeah. So that's probably my favorite sticker. Just the hatred towards it from the developer, the anarchist developer, where they actually went to the effort of producing a sticker and sticking it on a bin.
And there's also r/botcoin on Reddit, where you find criticism, which sometimes is legit from all of these people, but at the same time, they're so butthurt, and if they spent half the energy just hedging against their belief, like saying, okay, let's buy some just in case. You never know.
Yeah.
They would be much better off, like David Gerard or whatever his name is. He's such an asshole. And he's a moderator on Wikipedia, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm.
And he was sort of a pain when adding stuff to the Bitcoin Wikipedia page.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is why I like the subtle exposure that something like Nostr gives people to Bitcoin, because they actually see the technology being used. And they realize, and then it opens, they're like, oh, wow, you could, like with Rabble, like, what can you build with this thing? Like, what can we build? Now we can send these app things. What can we build with that? Whether it's like unlocking content or maybe unlocking notes. You know, I think this is something my friend Simon's been working on, is potentially, you know, you have a post, Lynn Oldman produces a post and you can read the first couple of paragraphs and then you unlock it by sending a Zap or something. Like, there's some really interesting use cases for something like Zaps. And people, because for a lot of the developer community and the sort of anarchist lefty hacker types, they just see the Michael Saylor shit and the Trump shit, and then they just completely discount Bitcoin as for the technology, which is a real shame because it completely aligns with all the stuff they're interested in as technology. This sort of digitally native value transfer, which you can like bring into all your projects. It's like me and the hardware stuff. You're just marrying up like DIY hardware with Bitcoin payments, really. Like, what can you build? You know, sending microtransactions to turn stuff on.
I can attest to the fact that I was not aware of how much affordable hardware you can buy from AliExpress. And it's actually pretty powerful, and you can do so much with it. I've interviewed you like 4 years ago about the Bowser wallet, which you built.
Yeah, that was cool. We need to bring that back.
It was a hardware wallet that doubled down as a gaming system for deniability.
Yeah, it was like a Tetris game.
Yep.
It was called Bowser's something. I think it's spelled Bitcoin, the name of the game, but it was kind of subtle. Oh no, it's spelled BTC. Browser's Tetris Chaos or something, wasn't it? Was the name of the game. But yeah, you went in, when you turned it on, it was just a Tetris game. But if you pressed the right buttons at the beginning, it would go into a Bitcoin hardware wallet. It's very cool, actually. I made a little. I got an issue with Blockstream over this one, because I made that on the M5 stack, ESP32, and then it was about 6 months later that Blockstream came out with the Jade, which was built on the M5 stack or the M5 stick, and there was no mention of the Bowser wallet. And it was only a couple of people, Bowser wallet enthusiasts, who were like, holy fuck, they just like totally ripped off your idea. So, but then obviously Jade now is a great wallet, and we stuck it on the LNBits shop, so can't grumble too much. But yeah, that was cool. But yeah, if you go to AliExpress, it's Aladdin's cave of cheap microcontrollers. And the coolest thing about buying a microcontroller on AliExpress and then turning it into a hardware wallet or some Bitcoin device is they don't know that's what you're using it for. You know, if you go anywhere and buy a Bitcoin wallet, the company knows, you know, has your details, because you've put in an address to send it to, and you've made a payment to get the thing. So the company often knows, like with Ledger, you know, and they had that huge leak. The company knows that you're a Bitcoiner, and that's a bit of a honeypot of identity there, right there. And then the factory which is producing those hardware wallets, they know that you're a Bitcoiner, and it's not the hardest thing in the world to slip in a corrupt device into the supply chain somewhere along the line. I would say that the hardware wallet provider which I have the most faith in, and I think is really the best, is Trezor. I think Trezor's it's just a fantastic company. And I know that their manufacturing supply chain is pretty tight, so they can be trusted. But it is important for the existence of kind of a DIY hardware wallet where there is no supply chain attack. You know, these things they're producing millions of these little microcontrollers every month, and they have absolutely no idea that you buying it, you're going to turn that thing into a hardware wallet. And I think probably the sweet spot is maybe a multi-sig setup, which I want to do with a Trezor at some point, is with our hardware wallet, is that we have some sort of multi-sig thing. Because then I think you get the benefit of both. You have like a secure element and a professional hardware wallet, plus removing the supply chain attack. And by using it as multi-sig, you're then removing the supply chain attack from the actual hardware wallet.
I think Trezor also, so it's an open source project. You can build your own. They have the bill of materials. I think that's what it's called, BOM, on their GitHub page. But also there's the PyTrezor project, which means you can run, I think natively when you buy the Trezor, it runs on ESP32 hardware. But if you have a Raspberry Pi, which once again, it is a very general purpose machine, you can run the PyTrezor project, which is a port of the Trezor codebase that runs on the Raspberry Pi hardware.
Yeah, that's cool.
So there's a lot happening. It's the most tested codebase out there for this particular use case. It's been around for longer than a decade. They sold millions of units around the world.
Didn't they make the first hardware wallet?
They did.
I think.
Yeah,
they did. Have you
there
seen
was
the
also
Kickstarter?
BTC chip that was trying to do something similar, but it was more like what you see today in Sato Dime or Sato chip. It's just a smart card with banking technology. When Ledger launched their Nano hardware wallet, I think I read recently a review by someone who got one around the time. The Trezor was like $200, or you could pre-order for 1 Bitcoin around the time. And the Ledger, the original one, was like $20, and it had no screen. It was running in this web application, so you had to open everything in your browser. It was very different from what Ledger is today, where you have the Ledger live application and you have a screen for verifying transactions. And I think their newer machines are also using the e-ink technology. If I understand correctly, they actually
Oh
got...
yeah, no, I saw those. They were dope, and you can stack them on top of each other. They were kind of cool. They had a nice form factor. Yeah, I saw those. There was a Ledger guy at the last cheat code, and I got to have a sneak peek.
They got the guy who created the iPod, if I'm not mistaken, like the designer who made the iPod to work on their Ledger e-ink device. Because right now Ledger is the market leader, and they also see themselves as a fashion company because they're French. I don't know, it's hard to explain. They try to get people to wear their hardware wallets on a hat. They're trying to make all sorts of accessories to wear your Ledger around your neck. I think there were some boxers or wrestlers or something that stepped into the ring wearing their Ledger. And there are also movies. Like, I remember when I was at my mom's place, I remember I caught her watching a movie. I saw like this glimpse of it. And there were people talking about some millions of dollars stored in this digital wallet, and they were using the Ledger. So it's become sort of a cultural phenomenon to have a Ledger, except that it's possibly the worst choice that you can make. Maybe not the worst. There are some terrible devices out there, and Ledger, to their credit, has not been hacked, at least not physically, to break the chip. But comparatively, it's worse than a Trezor. But yeah, you should bring back the Bowser wallet, Ben. I was actually hoping that what you find on the LNBits shop for a hardware wallet for 20 quid, I was thinking that's your Bowser wallet, like in a more evolved form factor, but it seems like it's something else.
Yeah, I mean, so we stripped, obviously, the more code you have on your hardware wallet, the more risk there is. So with the current hardware wallet, it's like a really stripped back, simple version of a hardware wallet, which Vladstan worked on, with the idea of it then extending it. But I would like to bring back the fun little game thing, like I did make a Flappy Birds version. So with the current hardware wallet, it's the TT Go, LilyGo TT Go. It's a nice little ESP32 board, and you can, I could put a little Flappy Bird game on it because I quite like that idea that you could just pretend that this thing is a game or something. But obviously, the more code you have on a hardware wallet, the more risk there is of having some corrupt code on there. So really, you just want the bare bones, minimal amount of code on there as possible. And then also because we use a web installer, so you can, if you want to, so you can go buy the hardware and then flash the software yourself using the web installer. We kind of wanted it to be like a quick and easy upload. But we got one of the cool things about the hardware wallet is we have the on-chain wallet extension in LNBits for managing your hardware wallet, and you can do it a couple of ways. So you can do it with like an SD card, or you can, if you want, you can plug it in and use web serial, like a Trezor. And we also have Trezor support as well on there. But we think that maybe at some point the on-chain wallet will be added to Core, LNBits Core. I'd quite like that. I'd also like, what are your thoughts on Liquid? I think I like Liquid quite a lot. How do you feel about Liquid?
Not a huge fan, for the simple reason that it doesn't do too much. Like, I would have, when you have this federated chain that is objectively more centralized, I would expect it to do more experimentation for Bitcoin, but it doesn't. It just has a couple more opcodes and confidential transactions and faster blocks, and that's pretty much it. And it's funny because it was intended at one point, after it got built, to serve the purpose of tokenizing Wall Street assets or whatever. But Wall Street doesn't like regulations either, so they went to Ethereum, Solana, whatever.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I guess for me, it sort of feels like a nice layer between, a nice sort of complementary layer to on-chain and Lightning. So particularly when you have things like subatomic swaps with bolts. It's just pretty useful to have. I mean, we even have, so if you look at like the Aqua wallet model, where underneath it you have a liquid wallet, and then you can do Lightning payments in and out of it. And then those payments are settled using trustless atomic swaps. And it's super fast. So we have in LNBits, one of the funding source options is a bolts funding source. So you can actually fund your LNBits with liquid, and then have the money go in and out of a liquid wallet. And there's something kind of cool about not running a node, but having your liquid wallet in your pocket, receiving payments over Lightning, and then it being automatically, trustlessly swapped out to liquid. I feel like it's just part of the tool set. And I kind of feel that as well, like enough time has passed that liquid has proved itself as being kind of a dependable technology, and yeah, it might not have all the bells and whistles which they initially intended, but maybe just as it is at the moment is pretty useful for swapping in and out of Lightning to, improve your Lightning channels or whatever else.
Yeah, I don't know. I do see some utility from this point of view. I do see some, for example, Federation members, when the fees are high on the Bitcoin blockchain, to enable users to withdraw their funds on Liquid and then open Lightning channels and wait for the fees to get lower before they return to the base layer on Bitcoin for cold storage or whatever. Also, the Jade, which you say is using the M5 stack, which you used for the Bowser wallet, is also good for storing coins or assets on the Liquid sidechain. I think that's why they made the Jade, right? Because there was no hardware wallet that supported Liquid, and they wanted something for people building tokens on Liquid to hold in cold storage. So they made that one. It's just that it feels so stagnant when there's an entire industry of building stuff and experimenting with stuff. You have this layer that's more centralized, and you don't even try, I don't know, like side chains on a side chain or
Yeah, I mean, I guess for them, they just don't really want to rock the boat. Like, they have users who use it for what people use it for now, and they don't want to mess around with it too much because there's an inherent risk of breaking something. But yeah, I think it's like, it just sort of fits nicely, as a federated blockchain where the transactions, got 1 minute block times. I just think it fits quite nicely with on-chain and Lightning. And it's really, it was being able to play around with the bolts funding source, which really turned me on to Liquid. But I was just thinking at some point, because I'm quite kind of bullish on the Liquid as a technology, and I like Blockstream a lot. I was thinking we could have the on-chain as an option in LNBits. So when you create a new wallet, it could be Lightning or on-chain. And then I was thinking maybe Liquid as well. So you've got a way of just being able to like swap between the different layers and then also have it in LNBits core. But I mean, I suppose our problem and what we don't want to do in LNBits, and this is why we have the extension framework, is bloat the core software. So just like I said before with the hardware wallet, the less code you have on your server, the better. So with LNBits, we verify and vet all the extensions, but the less code you have on your money node, the better. So, install the extensions which are relevant to you, and then you reduce that attack vector of things which could possibly go wrong. So for us, it would be maybe an error to bloat the LNBits code base by having too much built into it. But I think the on-chain wallet extension, there's not kind of much to it, but it does a lot. And the code is very well reviewed and written. So I feel like that could go into LNBits core. It's something we've been chatting about now off and on within the LNBits team. I just wanted to get your thoughts on Liquid and what you thought.
It can be useful for scaling Lightning, and Lightning is chain agnostic, which means that you can swap assets between blockchains using it. I'm actually surprised that other chains have not integrated this. I know that
Yeah, it's
there's
weird.
a project called Portal BTC. I think that's their account on Twitter. And they were able to run Lightning on Bitcoin and Raiden on Ethereum and do swaps between the two chains using the Lightning infrastructure. And they're trying to extend that to as many chains as they can. And they're funded by Coinbase and a bunch of other large exchanges, which I think is impressive that they were able to tap into this capital. I just don't see it happening because it competes with exchanges that make a lot of money from fees, from everything happening, as long as they are the middleman. But I do see why the same middlemen want to be ahead of the competition and have this technology ready just in case.
Yeah. No, it must be a nightmare running an exchange. Particularly if you're doing all the shitcoinery and just trying to stay abreast of all the different, choices out there which people want to make when they use the new exchange. But the I mean, you can run Lightning on top of Liquid too. So I always thought that would happen sooner than, I always thought that would have been something which would have happened more by now, that people would be running Lightning on top of Liquid. But I definitely feel that, like, perhaps on-chain isn't the optimal layer for Lightning to sit on top of. That maybe there could be something else, like a more optimal layer. And that was kind of the interest I had in drive chains, was that you could have like a layer kind of really optimized for Lightning beneath it. But yeah, Liquid would be more optimized because you got the faster block times and it's cheaper. But then I suppose with use that would go up. But that might be the other reason they don't want to do all the token stuff on Liquid as well, because they don't want to have too many transactions on it, because they don't want the cost of it to go up. And it still be able to be accessed for what people currently use it for.
Do you know anyone who's running a Liquid node?
What, part of the Federation?
Yeah, like a user node.
You have to, this is what impresses me about, I mean, people don't give Blockstream enough credit for this, but they spent millions like keeping that Federation honest. And in order to join the Federation as a signatory, like a guy gets on a plane with a custom piece of hardware. You can't be too geographically close to another signatory on the Federation. And then they like plug in this custom piece of hardware. It's like quite the process to keep that Federation honest, because Federations are really kind of easy to Sybil attack and they're hard to keep honest. So Liquid do and Blockstream do a really good job on that. And they spend millions keeping that Federation honest. This is why I was very skeptical of the Fedimint's claims of, okay, we solve these problems, we'll just run a Federation. It's like, well, actually running a Federation is really hard, in a way which is honest. And often, say, if it came to like a custodial solution, I would prefer to trust the person I trust. Like trust the, I have a relationship where I know the person in real life who's running this service, and I prefer to trust that as opposed to them joining a Federation, which may in fact be corrupt, or the majority of them be corrupt. So this is, so I was impressed with Blockstream taking that. I mean, of course, they're gonna put the effort in to keep it honest, but I was impressed with the Blockstream Federation, how well it's done.
I'm a bit disappointed that they had this 2015 or 2014 white paper about sidechains. They raised a lot of money to build this, but what they delivered was a federation. And I've heard so much cope about building a trusted federation as opposed to a real sidechain. Maybe they rushed it or something, but at the same time, it did take them like 4 years to deliver something that can be used. But
the problem is,
I've heard this cope from Luke Dash Jr., and he was part of the Blockstream team, I guess, initially. And he said that it's better in case someone steals funds from you or rugs you or whatever, to be legally liable so that you can sue them, as opposed to having miners in control, as in the case of drive chains. And you don't know exactly where to go if the miners are dishonest and they steal funds from one of these chains. But at the same time, it's also silly because this is not part of the cypherpunk future that some of us envision. If your security model is the nation state giving you justice, then you haven't really built anything revolutionary.
Well, I mean, it's a lot easier just to fall back on the institutions, the legal framework which you have in order to secure. But yeah, it's totally not the thing which we're supposed to be building. He's a funny character, isn't he, old Luke Dash? Did you have him on the show? Luke Dash here.
I've tried many times. Right now, I think I basically destroyed any chance of ever having him, because during this whole debate about ordinals, I was saying, we have been promoting Bitcoin as a permissionless network. Why do you care how people use it as long as they pay their transaction fee?
Yeah, that's correct.
And Luke was very much against this. He reported ordinals as a CVE. He was trying to say that they're an attack and there is a vulnerability that's being exploited. And then he created his own mining pool, but this was after he lost like 200 Bitcoins and tagged the CIA and the FBI on Twitter. And then he got like everyone who went to a conference in Atlanta in the US had to be searched because Luke suspected that it might have been one of the people in that room. Crazy. Like, my point is that I would like to have him on my show.
Yeah.
But the chances of him agreeing to be on my show are very thin.
Yeah. But I kind of thought that maybe that very public "I've lost all my coins" thing was like a public boat accident, because there was a period where he was always kind of pleading poverty and asking for donations so he could give his kids dental treatment and stuff.
Yeah, she actually had that on GitHub. So let me see if that's still up there. So GitHub.
I mean, like I sent some money to that donation address, and then to hear that he had like 200 Bitcoin when they got stolen, I was like, that's not poverty.
That's more than I'll ever have. So he has tiers on his GitHub. $5 a month is ramen. Probably not the healthiest meal, but I eat cheap food like ramen, yogurt, and such pretty often. This tier should cover a quick meal once a week or so. It almost sounds like he eats once a week. $10 a month, meat. Humans, which I happen to be, are omnivores and need meat for a healthy diet. It's not really measurable, but I probably could better eating meat regularly. You can cover the cost of a steak once a month with this tier. $25 a month. Water. Everyone needs water. Unfortunately, it isn't quite free. I think this tier should cover a good chunk of my water costs. $70,000 a month. Hosting. My dedicated server mirrors many Bitcoin projects and releases, monitors the overall network health, prepares and shares stats thereon, etc. With this tier, you can cover my hosting costs. I think this is the most reasonable so far. Like, you would want to finance this guy to run servers. $225 a month, phone/internet. LT is currently the best option for internet service where I live. I guess you should try Starlink. Includes amortized phone/equipment costs. Code doesn't do any good unless I can publish it, so it makes sense to keep me online. $450 a month electricity. No, I'm not using it to mine, smiley face. I live in Florida, so my air conditioning needs to be running a lot, especially in the summer. Some bills hit $600 per month. I don't work very well in extreme heat, so covering my electric bills will help me productive. $750 a month. Health insurance. Actually, just a healthcare sharing program to save money. It doesn't really cover anything, but if I don't have it, the government will force me to pay even more in taxes. Sad sad emoji. $1,050 a month. Why is it 1,050 and not 1,000? School. I'm an advocate of homeschooling, but unfortunately it's not very practical for me right now. This tier covers tuition for one of my children and helps keep me free to spend more time on Bitcoin. So
Is that the last one?
What?
Doesn't it go any higher?
No. So
And then,
he seems to have 16 current sponsors, 105 past sponsors. He says, as the longest contributing Bitcoin Core developer, I've been working on Bitcoin since the start of 2011, primarily involving ongoing development, but also including research of possible future improvements, community education, handling security issues, etc. If you wish to sponsor me half or full time, please contact me privately. Arrangements can include things like participation in your company's meetings if desired.
well, there we go.
Yeah.
And then he goes and drops his coins off the side of a boat and tags the CIA.
200 Bitcoin.
200 Bitcoin. Yeah, we've got some interesting characters in Bitcoin, haven't we?
I mean, I don't blame him. If he's able to get sponsored for his work and not spend his savings, then more power to him.
I agree. It's important that we support developers, but there was a period where he was pleading poverty, and it wasn't that. You know, it was shortly after that he lost 200 Bitcoin. When he was after he was pleading poverty and on Twitter about how he hasn't got enough money to pay for his kids' dentistry. So
I think we can find out on the Wayback Machine if I
What's
check.
that?
This is his GitHub page. Maybe we can find the old version where he pleads poverty.
No. It was in Twitter. It was on Twitter. He was having a whinge and a whine about not having any money. And then he had
he has a lot of kids though.
Yeah, he's got about 1,000 children. Yeah, and they're expensive, to be fair. But anyway, I thought that maybe it was a very elaborate boating accident, very elaborate public boating accident. Whoops, I've lost all my Bitcoin. They were stolen from me. And he just went about it in a very goofy way.
It seems like if I check the Wayback Machine, his donations on GitHub have been the same for many years. Nothing's changed. But right now, I think he is benefiting from a lot of VC money.
From the mining pool. Is that doing very well, though? Because I can't imagine there being much of a market in not mining certain transactions.
Well, it seems like they're building a cult or a community or something. It almost makes you wonder when you see, okay, they have a mining pool, they are running their own implementation of Bitcoin, which is NOTs, which is configured to filter out some transaction types. Are they trying to fork Bitcoin? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's weird.
No, it's a funny one. Yeah, Jack Dorsey got behind that one, didn't he?
He did.
Censoring Bitcoin, censoring and censorship money, censorship-resistant money, censoring transactions.
To be fair, I think Jack Dorsey sort of fell in love with Luke Dash Jr. when Luke, I think he was banned from Twitter. He had his account suspended for apparently saying something involving guns to someone, and he got reported. And after Jack Dorsey got involved, he got his account back on Twitter. And it seems like they got in contact at that point, and maybe Jack Dorsey was enamored with the idea of this rebel who's trying to fix Bitcoin. To be fair, it was Luke Dash Jr. who is credited for making SegWit work as a soft fork.
Oh, yeah, totally. We wouldn't have it if it wasn't for Luke Dash here.
And he did have some contributions over the years. At
Yeah,
one
he's a
point,
good dude.
it was very funny that I think Paul Stores hired him to draft the BIP for drive chains to make it look more professional. This is also sort of ridiculous that you need bureaucracy and you need a certain format for a BIP to be taken seriously. And he was also working on SegWit2x at one point. No, that was Jeff Garzik.
Do you think that's trying to buy people off a little bit? Because I mean, it's not that hard to. I mean, it's not that hard to write a BIP. I mean, you can write a BIP. But this idea of like paying a bunch of Bitcoiners, like influential Bitcoiners, to work on your BIP, kind of feels like you're trying to maybe buy people off a little bit.
I think it's more like flexing.
Mm.
I don't think you're buying anyone's opinion or you're influencing anyone's perception of what the project is just because you hired this and that. But it's a way for you to flex and be like, look, I got these people to work for me and do whatever I want them to do.
Yeah.
Peter Todd also got paid to write an article about drive chains to explain his criticism, and it was sort of underwhelming. Like you would expect this guy who's this computer genius to come up with some revolutionary ideas that nobody ever thought about. But
the last time I saw Peter Todd was in Prague, and I sort of stumbled into it. So it was the Nostr conference in Prague, and I was all like full of, I was all like pumped up and excited about Nostr because there was some great talks. And then I walked outside, and then Peter Todd had this huge rant about how much he hated Nostr, and it was quite loud as well. I was like, dude, why are you shouting at me? And there's some people like, like in school when you have a school fight and people sort of stand around you in a circle. It was a bit like that. There's a bunch of people there. And then I was like, oh, and then I sort of walked away and I was a bit shell-shocked. But then I went back in and watched some talks and it was okay, whatever. It's just Peter Todd going off on one. And then that documentary came out about him being Satoshi. And I was like, oh, shit, Satoshi doesn't like Nostr. That sucks. But now he's on Nostr posting like pretty regularly. And I'm like, yeah, I had the last laugh. You ended up on it anyway, even though you hate it.
I don't really understand why. I guess Peter likes this lifestyle and he wants to be cool with the plebs and be liked and be in the spotlight. He gets invited to events. He likes to travel the world. He has this approach where I think for 1 year he does the same presentation everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, like the Ecash presentation. I watched that one a bunch of times. He's got pretty good presentations and he does good work too. I like the work he's doing with open timestamps and Carlinio. What's that project called again, lad? Knower of all things. Open proofs? No.
Something proof.
Something proof. Bulletproof.
Not bulletproof.
Yeah, but I like the idea of using, I think open timestamps is incredibly powerful stuff. And a real innovation. And I like the idea of people actually working on it. And it's almost like one of those ideas which was had too early on in Bitcoin. And we just didn't have enough velocity for someone to pick up the idea and build something with it. But it's cool that Kalino is using it for, what's the word? Provably fair. Voting. There we go. And I think that off the back of, because I think because Peter Todd's been working with him on that, I think off the back of that documentary, that gave some nice exposure to that project, which I think is a very important project. Because obviously election fraud is always on the tip of everyone's tongue. And
yeah, so it's called Simple Proof. I looked
Simple
it up.
Proof. Yeah.
It was very simple, pun intended.
Yeah. But I think they've had some really good traction. Didn't they get Georgia, I think, using Simple Proof in the US for their election ballot? And I think there's some talk of some countries using it as well. But that's cool to see Bitcoin being used in that way. And open timestamps as well, being used in that way. And this is, yeah, it's good.
I have to ask you a question, Ben.
All right.
Are you aware what's Amir Taaki's record?
Record?
Yeah.
What do you mean, his criminal record?
No, I mean for how long he has been on season 15, episode 71 of the Bitcoin Takeover podcast.
Oh, right. No, I'm not aware of Amir Taaki's race. 7 hours and something, isn't it?
7 hours, 7 minutes, 54 seconds.
There we go.
You know
We've
for how
broken
long
it.
we have been going?
Go on.
7 hours, 13 minutes, 6 seconds.
Oh, yeah. There we are. That's nice.
You just broke his record, even though you
I
said you
feel
don't want
like
to.
I feel like it wasn't as content rich though, because that guy can talk and he's involved in a lot of stuff. And he's got a great history as well with
Oh, but
Bitcoin.
you're still number 3. Sorry.
Yeah.
I forgot about Exiled Surfer. Michael Parenti.
Okay.
He spoke for 8 hours, 10 minutes, 11 seconds.
I'm not going to challenge him. I need to go have my dinner. And I need to get on with bloody reviewing DNI's PRs for the hardware extensions. That's what I need to do.
But I gotta hand it to you. You're an Iron Man. You have good bladder control.
I mean, I don't know what's happening currently internally, but something's rupturing.
Rupturing.
Yeah. There's some rupture internally. I need to probably go sort out. But I guess the trick is not drinking anything or eating anything.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This
it's
is
been a lot of
fasting,
fun.
man.
Yeah, there we are. It's healthy. Yeah. But no, it's been great. I've never been on a podcast for this long before, and it's impressive stuff.
It's impressive that. So let me give you some details about the interview with Amir, because that was your benchmark. At one point, he started talking about his favorite mathematicians, like biographical data about them. And also, he started talking about dinosaurs and his fascinations with the future and how he believes the future of fauna on Earth is going to look like, how animals are going to evolve. Like, it wasn't topical about DarkFi, about his work in Bitcoin, you know?
That's kind of his style, though, isn't he? He's like a savant going in all directions at once, and then, like, occasionally strikes gold.
My point is that this conversation was just a tiny bit more focused on the topic.
Oh, right. Well, we
spoke about
surprising.
Lightning. We took a deep dive into what LNBits is offering. We also spoke about some of our own opinions on ongoing political events.
I think it's important as well that, like, because I mean, speaking to some of those developer friends of mine who feel a bit disenfranchised about Bitcoin and kind of the way it's going culturally, and how stagnant it is when it comes to, you know, the new stuff which is being built. I think it's important to talk about that stuff publicly too, because yeah, for other people to know that we're also feeling that vibe, and then just encourage people not to leave. There is a bear market coming. We'll all cross our fingers and have a horrible bear market, bloody bear market, which will kill all the, you know, the hangers on, and the pumpy bull market stooges.
Yep.
I
don't know what to say about this. I don't even know what the bullish narrative is going to be, because it seems like every time the stakes became higher, 2017, it was just a bunch of banks coming in, maybe some institutions. Then we had the futures on CME and CBOE, which seemed to be a big deal. Then 2021, we had Elon Musk, and we had Tesla accepting Bitcoin payments, and we had more acknowledgement from mainstream celebrities. You had Paris Hilton going on Jimmy Fallon talking about NFTs. It seemed like there was a lot more adoption. It was also FTX, and FTX was buying advertisement on Super Bowl. They had arenas, like sports arenas in the US, named after FTX. They were sponsoring Formula One race cars. And I think some companies still had to carry the logo even after FTX went bankrupt.
That's funny.
This cycle, we had the President of the United States. Not for very long. Once he actually entered office, it started going downhill. But still, it makes me wonder how high we can go from this point onwards. Is it going to be the president of the European Central Bank who's going to be bullish about Bitcoin? Is it going to be China? Is it going to be some small nation states actually using it to protect themselves from the World Bank.
I think
and
it's
the IMF.
using it. I think it's using it. I think it's like a, yeah, it's a very fickle pump if it's just some strategic Bitcoin, quote unquote reserve. If it's just a country buying, or not even buying, just keeping some Bitcoin or accumulating some Bitcoin, it's actually countries using it as transfer value. That really is where the next real bull market will be. But yeah, I agree. I mean, what else currently can we have beyond the president shilling Bitcoin? Yeah, it's a funny one.
Yep. And for those of you who listened up to this point, don't forget the special word, which is Nostrification. Post it in the comments. And I don't know. I feel silly for saying this, or stupid even. I don't have any more questions for you, Ben, at this time.
I think, yeah, I've run out of words anyway, so that's
My
fine.
My girlfriend is laughing at me right now. She's
That's
like, oh, finally.
Yeah, you've run out of questions. No, yeah, thank you for having me on. And do you do the same every time?
What do you
tomorrow,
mean?
You've got another podcast tomorrow, haven't you?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Are you going to do the same thing? You're going to sit for 7 hours, 8 hours?
It's not up to me.
Oh, wow, okay.
It's the guest's ambition. And I guess I embarked on this mission to not have a format. And I don't tell people, we are past 90 minutes. Goodbye.
Yeah.
That's on average how much people are willing to listen. This is the internet, it's not TV. It's not like there's something else that needs to start. If people have enough ideas and are able to articulate as many arguments, who am I to stop them? I'm just gonna keep going until eventually there are gonna be biological and physiological reasons to not keep going.
Let's see, this is where the AI is just going to beat you then, isn't it? Because you'll have non-stop 24-hour Vlad just talking constantly in people's ears, and then you won't be able to compete with it. So physically, your body's going to let you down in that regard. But no, I mean, like, I've listened to a few big long format podcasts in my, and if you're doing something, like if you're working somewhere and you've got your little AirPods in and you're tinkering away, listening to a couple of people talk, it's always kind of fun. Particularly if they're having a bit of a gossip as well. It can be fun, can't it? So anyway, I shall let you go then, because I didn't realize it was my decision. I feel bad now.
It was like a game of chicken, I think. Like, which one of us is going to give up first?
Oh, you out-alphaed me. You beat me.
No, you did, because I'm the one who ran out of questions.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. That's a good point.
You're the winner. But please share this in some LNBits channels on Nostr, everywhere you can. You haven't reposted so far, so I guess the reach was limited by my ability to reach out to people. Maybe we could double the number of views if you also posted.
We'll double the number of people we subject it to. Okay.
Yeah, subjected to this torture. Tom Dwyer, who has been here since the beginning, he says, love the free flow talk, dream of nostrification.
Lovely. That's a nice note to end on. Thank you, Tom.
And thanks to the sponsors. Let me call them out again. So, Layer 2 Labs, Citrea, Bitcoin.com News, Hodling.ch. Now it's not scrolling on the bar anymore, but I got to remember Sideshift.ai and Noance.com. Thank you very much for making this possible and keeping me working on this. And it's good to impress you with my incredible feat to stay sitting on this chair for so long and talking. And I apologize to my girlfriend, because basically all she did all day was try to stay quiet and look at me in amazement, like, how long is this guy gonna go?
Well, now you get to go eat your lunch and your dinner, so that's a bit of a benefit, isn't it?
It's almost 9 p.m. here. We gotta go shopping.
Get to eat your lunch, your dinner, and your supper all at once. And don't forget to go and use that BTC TKVR.
You've learned it.
At Nostr, and it took me 7 hours, at Nostr.com referral link. and go get yourself a Nostr identity. There's going to be some cool features which we're going to add to that service, such as the auction, POS, calendar, and a bunch of other stuff as well, probably. So yeah, go snap those up. Use that referral code. You'll get 20% off. And Vlad here will also get 20%.
I'm going to buy my Supra with that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I was trying to remember. The car you wanted, a Supra. That's it. Okay. Well, as long as you have a Nostrification wrap on your Supra, that'd be pretty sick. Okay. Goodbye, Vlad.
Goodbye, sir. And thanks everyone for tuning in, listening, subscribing, liking, whatever it is that you did, even commenting. It's super cool. 7 hours, 23 minutes, 41 seconds. Thank you, Ben.
Cheers, man.
And try LNBits version 1.0 starting April 10th.